me move this. Oh, it's fine. I'll leave my clock up there. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to ask you to come in. Hello? I'll go. I'll just go and do that. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you again. I hope everyone has revived themselves from the taxi debacle last night. A few words before we begin. We have a long day ahead of us today, in which we'd like to make one change because of the big media event that is happening today on the BBC and on every other media channel in the world, which is the Queen's funeral. Since we have so many media scholars here, we thought that might end up writing about this or not. We thought that we would change the panels around so that we'll have the lunch break a little later to coincide with the Queen's funeral. And those who wish to watch it, it will be screened here on the BBC. It will be screened here. If you don't want to watch it, you can take a walk around, or you can take a gondola ride down the hill, or whatever. But it will be screened here during our lunch. So in order to coincide that, there's a slight change. We'll have the keynote until 10:15, 10:20 maybe, just a little bit more. Then we'll have a very quick break. Also, with regards to, because we're changing it around, we're going to have to be a little shorter on the breaks. But you know, the coffee and the cakes and stuff will be out there, and so feel free, you know, to just step out quickly if you need, and then, you know, to refresh your coffee or grab another little snack. But anyway, from 10:30 to 12, we'll have the second panel 2 on censorship as we had planned. But then panel 3 will follow immediately in its wake from 12 to 1:30. And then from 1:30 to sort of 5, we'll have the longer lunch break. And it's not 5. When I say 5, I mean 15, I mean 3. Sorry, it's still early. And then panel 4 will be from 3 to 4:30, after which, taxis willing, I mean, we have a bus. The bus will take us downtown to the tour, to the walking tour of the city, and then we will have dinner downtown. If you have questions about this, I'll remind. Also, in the interest of time, and since you all received the booklet with the bios and the intros, we will keep our bios to very, very short. So just a sentence or two, but sort of the longer details are in the booklet that you all have. So we'd rather have more time for conversation than for the reading of bios. Tal, is that it? Is there anything else I should say? Oh, what happened last night, some of you also, I mean, in addition to the taxis, some of you noticed that your internet was not working, the internet connection. There's the internet is somewhat down, I guess, in the university. There's been problems with Wi-Fi. We hope they're fixed. We don't know. We apologize. Oh, you got an email saying, it's fixed. Hope springs eternal. Okay, so without further ado, I am delighted to introduce our first keynote, well, actually our second keynote, because our first was last night on pre-recorded, but our first keynote today. Professor Jessica Berman from the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, who is a professor of English, Gender, Women's and Sexuality Studies, and Language, Literature, and Culture at University of Maryland, Baltimore County, where she also directs the Drescher Center for the Humanities. She's also the director of the Drescher Center's Inclusion Imperative programs, funded by a major grant from the Mellon Foundation. Her many and brilliant publications are listed on the bio, but I will say that her current project investigates global radio in relation to transnational modernism, and her talk today is entitled Decentering the BBC, the Case of All India Radio.
Thanks all, and I want to just say first off, thanks so much to organizers, to Tal and Ayelet, and to everyone who's helping to put this conference on. I'm just delighted to be here and to be among all these wonderful scholars in the room, so appreciate all of it. And this talk is part of this book you've just heard about, which is maybe 80% drafted, something like that, so eventually will be a book. It has sections that take us around the world in 3 different areas, talking about radio in relation to literature. It's not so much about the BBC proper, and that's on purpose. So what you're going to be hearing is not so much about the BBC, but about a sort of a parallel network. So bear with me, I hope not to bore you too terribly. And it's, in some cases, a little more institutional history than case study, but okay. So scan the program listings of the Indian Listener, All India Radio's official magazine, for any week in the early 40s, and you might see excerpts from the Mahabharata, light European opera, Indian classical music, a lesson on the English ballad, a Hindustani lecture on religion in public life, an English language feature on the changing role of women, programs for villagers in Tamil, Telugu, or Bengali, and news analysis in multiple languages. These wide-ranging programs appear alongside relays from the BBC Eastern Service, which often seem, by comparison, pale, Eurocentric, and limited linguistically. George Orwell, who was famously at the helm of the India section of the Eastern Service in this period, offered Sanskrit plays and reports from Indians living in London, but one wonders how many listeners tuned in to the discussion of T.S. Eliot's Little Gidding on the Eastern service in 1943. And I'm hoping that's advancing. You can't really see it, but that is the listing in the Indian Listener of the Eastern service as it would have been seen in their programming magazine. And you can see sort of in the middle under Thursday, T.S. Eliot reads his work, Little Gidding. Modeled on the BBC All India Radio, or AIR, was founded in 1936 by the colonial government of India in concert with the BBC. It was meant to serve various purposes, including education and entertainment of a far-flung populace, support and standardization of regional music, literature, and culture, and dissemination of news and other information. This last would become especially important during World War II, of course, as a counter to Axis propaganda. In selecting BBC veteran Lionel Fielden as AIR's first controller of broadcasting, BBC director John Reith noted that, quote, broadcasting might be the determining factor in the future of India. And he said it might be the integrator of religions, of castes, of distant villages and urban centers, possibly even of colonizer and colonized. Didn't work out that way. However, Fielden very quickly made clear his support for the cause of Congress nationalism, as he put it, and placed much less emphasis on imperial duty than others might have desired or expected. As he described it, he hoped to build a responsive, self-sufficient network that could, quote, educate, unify, and direct as no other medium could, and where, quote, the spoken word could run like fire and support India's next chapter. Under Fielden's founding directorship and the leadership of his successor, A.S. Bokhari, who would be at the helm from 1939 to 47, AIR would approach this task by offering a microphone to multiple voices, languages, and attitudes that put pressure on India's ongoing colonial status, rather than offering a unified, unilingual, subservient perspective. Importantly, they developed AIR as a federated model with its hub in New Delhi, which meant that each station in the network might program in different ways to serve its regional listeners. Still, both controllers had to function within a centralized colonial environment where they faced resistance from government officials who feared fiery words and local control. The Government of India regulations forbade political talks of any kind and denigrated Indian culture with arcane rules, such as the one that required Gandhi to be referred to on air as Mr. and not Mahatma, very explicitly. By focusing on AIR in the early 40s rather than the much more celebrated BBC Eastern service, which is familiar to many of us through the work of wonderful scholars, many of them in the room or referred to yesterday, this talk will seek to decenter, provincialize, and even decolonize the BBC. I understand the Indian radioscape as one crosshatched with multiple languages, musics, and literatures, in which the BBC's broadcast played only a small part. AIR programming, I will argue, along with the Indian Listener magazine that extends and remediates it, creates an Indian way of listening, or an aesthetics of relation in Edouard Glissant's terms, that does not rely on similarity, a singular national culture, or the ideological power of the British Empire. Through structural design, directed effort, and the work of what Glissant would call errantry, or as he describes it, productive cultural wanderings, rather than conformity or consensus, AIR became a seed ground for the capacious and diverse cultural terrain that emerged post-independence. This early period also set the stage for what AIR itself has become, one of the largest radio networks in the world, with 420 stations, broadcasting in 23 languages and 179 dialects. That's current. By focusing on the multiplicity of all India radio programming at its regional stations, I hope to offer a counter-narrative that helps to decolonize the BBC by showing its role in the Indian subcontinent as a supplement or frame to AIR's programming, rather than the reverse. From the start, as I mentioned, AIR was prevented by policy from broadcasting political talks, and Congress leaders were specifically banned from the airwaves. That means that despite Fielden's sympathies with Congress, there were no AIR broadcasts by Gandhi or other leaders during the early 40s, and no programming that explicitly addressed, for example, the 1942 Quit India movement or other events in the Indian resistance struggle. And I have to say as a caveat, which I think most of you know do radio studies in the 40s, there are also no surviving sound clips. So there will be no great radio. Everyone says, how do you talk about radio if you don't have sound? We don't. This official situation has led some to characterize AIR as primarily an intelligence gathering and propaganda tool of the British, especially during World War II. Others have written AIR off as simply a tool of British power. Certainly, AIR participated in propaganda efforts by the British to counter especially Axis-supported broadcasts, for example, those by Subhash Chandra Bose between 1942 and 1945. It also clearly censored the news it broadcast, avoided covering the growing resistance movement, and granted little airtime to the various episodes of conflict or repression by the British. So I'm not trying to paint it as, somehow part of the resistance struggle, because it wasn't. This record accounts in part for the fact that some call AIR in this period anti-India radio. Though this name originally came from Bose on the propaganda radio station Azar Hind Radio, which was actually Nazi-supported and beamed from Germany and therefore suspect, right? In addition, at the start of AIR's educational and public outreach mission, it could be moralistic, inflexible, and often reinstated local and imperial power structures with officials given control over the conditions of public gathering and listenership. There we go, okay. So for example, the cover of the Indian Listener magazine for April 22nd, 1937, under the magazine's masthead, which I really love, with this tower transmitting signal into the ether, there's posed a shot of a group of Punjab villagers sitting in a square. They're listening together to a radio program playing from a nearby public speaker. I think you can see that. And this crowd, the caption announces, are listeners of Delhi's popular evening feature program for the rural areas, which was called For Villagers Only. This programming, designed for this situation of public listening in villages, originated from high ideals about using the radio for rural uplift and to reach illiterate populations, but was also clearly under tight government control and supervision, and of course was also immediately suspect in these villages, despite the sort of eager faces that you see there. Some Indian listeners, for example, believed it to be an alternate means for the British to raise taxes on the villages, because each receiver required payment of a licensing fee, just as it did it with the BBC in the UK, right? So it's funded by paying for your receiver, but of course they were forced to have the receiver and therefore pay, and that meant that they felt like it was a taxation upon them. In addition to reach Purdah observing women who did not gather in this square, as you can see with the men, the receivers were sometimes locked at very high volume, so the broadcast would carry into the women's quarters, because the British were insistent on reaching the women very purposefully. So you can only imagine how that might have sounded with distorted sound at both near and far distances. It certainly also distorted social relations by placing the decision about what men and women would hear into the hands of the broadcasting officials rather than the local folks. Indeed, Fielden's official 1939 report on the status of broadcasting in India, quite a celebrated report that came back to the UK, notes that in many of these situations, quote, broadcasting was forced on the villager. I think I got another picture. To be sure, communal radio listening held out potential for significant opportunity in India. Personal radio receivers were expensive, especially for the rural populace, and out of the reach of most Indians, rural or urban. In fact, there were far fewer radio receivers in India per capita in the 30s and 40s than in many other countries with established broadcasting. For example, in 1939 in India, there were a total of 74,000 licenses. This is licenses, okay, gotta remember, for a population of 377,800,000, whereas there were 73 radio licenses for every 100 households in the UK. So dramatically different proportions. By the end of March 1942, the number of official Indian licensees had risen to 155,733, reflecting the increased role radio had begun to play during World War II. As noted, radio in India followed the UK model that required receiver owners to purchase the licenses, but not everyone complied, as in everywhere in the world, which makes estimating the actual number of receivers very difficult. Recognizing the gap between licensees and actual listeners, the Indian Listener magazine routinely exhorted scofflaws to pay up. They had little boxes that said how many licenses there were, and you scofflaws pay up. Not in those words. The threat of license authorities swooping down to catch and fine scofflaws, like as though they were roving security people, it became a popular trope during the early 40s. You can see it turning up in short stories, magazine articles, and even one of Sadat Hassan Manto's early radio plays. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But even assuming many non-licensed receivers and the continuation of some public or shared listening, it's important to bear in mind that listenership was small as a percentage of the population. Still, AIR grew rapidly in the late 30s and into the 40s, as did the habit of radio listening. In 1937, AIR inaugurated new transmitters at Lahore and Delhi. In 38, they added Bombay, Lucknow, Madras, and Calcutta. By 39, India boasted 9 radio stations with 13 transmitters, 9 medium wave, 4 short wave, adding Bombay, Peshawar, Dhaka, and Tiruchirappalli. During the early 40s, the various stations evolved to offer significant and adventurous programming focused on the education of villagers, the status of women, and the matter of national language that supported the social and political transformations taking place in the period. The various stations devised programs suited to regional listeners and encouraged presenters to go beyond those rubber-stamped for national broadcast in Delhi. So I'm making much of the federated quality of this network. The federated model also allowed room for variation and nuance, not always visible in policy decisions at the controller's level. So in part, my method here is not just to decenter AIR from the BBC, but then also a lot of the study of AIR has focused on Delhi and the rules in Delhi. This diverse multilingual broadcasting environment also played a significant role in the development of Indian literature during the late colonial period. By 1940, AIR studios had already embraced well-established writers and musicians whose presence and high-quality programming, it was hoped, would bring an audience. Rabindranath Tagore became an early figurehead. He inaugurated the Calcutta station on its first day on air. This is at the end of his life, where he already was quite celebrated. His term for radio from that day is poem, titled Akashvani, literally a voice from heaven or from the air, became AIR's official moniker after independence. So if you go now to their website, you will see Akashvani as the name of the radio network. So that's from Tagore. But AIR also welcomed new writers just getting their feet wet or others struggling to make a living, many of whom enjoyed regular contracts or salaries. While a few of the writers, such as Rashid Jahan and Sadat Hassan Manto, would become celebrated figures in their own rights, their work on AIR is not often remembered. Manto, who is often hailed as the finest Urdu short story writer of the 20th century, if not of ever, wrote at least 75 radio plays in the early 40s when he was associated with AIR, though they are very little studied. So far as I understand, there is no official translation. Anyone have grad students who speak Urdu? This is a really good project. The plays show many of the same kinds of characters and themes that appear in Manto's short stories. Some of the writers who broadcast on AIR, like Atiya Hussein, who you may know, became prominent figures abroad, but their start on AIR is generally unknown. Hussein, as most of you know, is most celebrated for her novel Sunlight on a Broken Column, but she also broadcast for the BBC in London in the 40s and 50s, and as Atiya Habibullah, which is her married name, I'm getting that backwards. Anyway, she started on AIR. Other writers for AIR were less famous, but their work shows the growing interface between broadcast and print and connects with what I expect we'll hear about from Glyne tomorrow about the Caribbean writers in the BBC. While the trajectories of these authors are all different, taken together, their work shows the pivotal role of AIR as a growing cultural force and a direct influence on the development of new writing, especially in Urdu and Hindi during the early 40s. So as AIR becomes established in the 40s, it begins to evolve its practices beyond those inherited from the BBC or devised by the government of India, and moderates and modulates its approaches to programming for various Indian audiences. The early fragmentation of the listening audience into exclusive and separate groups comes under pressure, and the possibility of audience overlap becomes possible. For example, those broadcasts I discussed that were for rural uplift and part of the project of listening in the public square evolved from what were for villagers only or for women only. Did I do that? They become for women or for villagers. So it's a very subtle shift in the title, but the content, the title then indicates that the content is for people rather than defining a group. So I'm sort of trying to talk about how that is key to its evolution in the 40s. The content of the programs also offers more variety and more opportunity to highlight women's agency. For example, on January 4th, 1937, this is the earlier version for women only, the Delhi station offered a talk on what was called Making a Nice Home, and it had household hints on how to wash woolens, you know, that sort of very specifically for women only. By contrast, you probably can't read any of these things. By contrast, in the on the air, this is on the air, I've only shown you one side of a spread. It's a feature in every issue of this magazine. They featured, in November 22nd, 1943, the broadcast For Women Only had a mushaira, or a poetry symposium from AIR Lahore, which is only women poets. So women poets having their own symposium on air, and it remarks that, quote, "Man may listen, but shall not be allowed to intrude their unpleasant male voices on the sweet melody of the program." I love that. And notes that the languages used in the mushaira will be varied: Hindi, Urdu, and Punjabi, right? All in this poetry symposium from Lahore. The same magazine issue showcases a program about the new women of the USSR. The women of China were the subject of a talk in July 1942. So you see what they're interested in. So very different from How to Wash Your Woolens. The Indian Listener and other documents give evidence of the many varieties of language programming and performance disseminated by AIR and the remarkably diverse and often experimental broadcast environment it created in India in the 40s. AIR answered to the increasingly divided Indian ethnic and language communities by building on its network structure and producing locally run broadcast services and expanding their capacity to program in local and regional languages. AIR began immediately with English, Hindustani, and Bengali, and quickly increased the number and range of broadcast languages. In October 1939, at the dawn of World War II, AIR inaugurated news bulletins in 5 new Indian languages: Tamil, Telugu, Gujarati, Marathi, and Pushtu. And then from this time, the magazine began having this spread in every issue, which shows this double chart of what's when for primary news and informational programs across all the stations. And you can see it has alphabetic code up at the top for the language of all the broadcasts, allowing us to trace the expansion of the language variety. By 1945, the number of languages on the chart had grown to 14. Assamese, Bengali, English, Gujarati, Hindustani, Kannada, Maratha, Malayalam, Nepalese, Oriya, Punjabi, Pushtu, Telugu, and Tamil. News was heard in even more languages, and by the end of 45, there were 74 daily broadcasts in 22 languages. So by contrast, at its inception in 1940, the BBC's Eastern Service was on the air in India for only 10 minutes a day, broadcasting a daily news update in Hindustani. That's its origin. Though it quickly expanded to approximately 12 hours per week, and it offered English language programming on the Indian service and slowly added dedicated broadcasts in other languages, including Tamil and Bengali in 41, Marathi, Gujarati in 42, Sinhalese in 43. I got 42 there. I don't know. I got to get my facts straight. Sorry about that. I was doing the slide at a different time. What I'm doing here is to show you the Indian situation first and then the Eastern Service rather than the reverse. And that's in part because many of the studies of the World Service trumpet how many languages Eastern Service had, right? Which is true that they did add languages. Right? But if we put this in the context of what's actually happening in the Indian listening environment, it's not that many languages, right? It seems to English speakers and people in English broadcast networks that it's a lot of languages, but it's not, okay? All right, so while for the BBC this was a quick pivot, it's both slower and nowhere near the variety of languages. During All India Radio's early days, the Indian listener displayed BBC programming side by side with the schedule of the new regional stations, marking its place as a co-equal broadcaster of interest to its readers, which is, of course, the way it began. And I don't know if you can see this. This is one of my early, before they digitized this thing, this was one of my early scans. So it's just a page from a book, but you can see how it was displayed in the early Indian Listener magazine, and you just see, Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, BBC. And they seem co-equal, right? But by the 40s, you have it again, but it gets pushed farther and farther to the bottom of, this is a huge chart. This is that what's when, and you've got languages across the top again. And often the programming gets pushed also to the back of the magazine. So what I'm suggesting here is that we have an increasing marginalization of the BBC BBC broadcasts within the listening environment of this growing network in India. And I've just got a couple more charts. This is where in the longer version of this I might talk to you about the BBC Eastern Service. I think we could have discussion about that. You've got some programming. I can't remember what I've got on this first slide. But this is when E.M. Forster, Mukraj Anand, T.S. Eliot are all on Orwell's Eastern Service and doing wonderful things like The Voice magazine that I think a lot of us know about. And yeah, okay. I'm going to show you another one. There's The Voice magazine in the middle in yellow. Is that legible? Is any of that legible okay. I think I have one more. Oh, no, all right, we're gonna go to this. So while BBC officials were relentlessly dismissive of AIR, and if you go in the archives or you read these reports, they think this network is terrible radio. Nobody knows how to use the medium. They need to train the voices. They need to train the programmers. The revised placement sort of shows you the true body of Indian broadcasting was AIR, and the appendage is the BBC, rather than the reverse. So I've been talking about all these languages, but at the same time, AIR was determined from the beginning that by necessity, much of its programming would be broadcast in Hindustani. And that's true of the majority of the programming that gets relayed from Delhi, alongside English and the regional languages, particular to each station. It quickly made news in Hindustani a major element of the stream sent out from Delhi, and in that way, Hindustani became effectively the common language of all India radio and increasingly of the listings in the Indian Listener magazine. While politically motivated commentators over the course of the 40s would accuse, these are local folks in India, accuse the network of overuse of Urdu, and that was Hindu first kind of approach to thinking about language on air. Some even suggested that the programs in Hindi or in Hindustani were being broadcast by speakers with an offensive Urdu accent, so the wrong pronunciation of Hindi. There's little evidence that either Urdu or Hindi gained true dominance. So Hindustani was lingua franca rather than either Urdu or Hindi. Like Bollywood cinema, which Madhumita Lahiri has discussed for its promulgation of a new anti-colonial Hindustani, AIR offered a location for the support, development, and testing of a version of Hindustani that might be of use in a new national India. It recognized the colloquial power of a language spoken and understood commonly across groups and regions, and promoted its use even among writers who might identify more fully with either Hindi or Urdu off the air. In 1939, the newly christened AIR promoted a series of talks entitled What is Hindustani, with coordinating articles in the Indian Listener. These talks raised issues surrounding the status of Hindustani, which has a complex history, having been promoted both by the British, who found that it served their imperial interests, and by those such as Gandhi, who were interested in its potential as a national unifier. Organizers of the AIR series called the question of Hindustani one of the most difficult and important questions that modern India has to answer. I think that's right up there, front and center. They wondered, is Hindustani a language, a wish, a program, a challenge, a compromise, or merely a word convenient at times, inconvenient at others? Those possible meanings of Hindustani, all with clear constituents in contemporary Indian life, carried implications not only for radio, but also for how the nation would constitute itself as it emerged from colonial domination. But importantly, the deployment of Hindustani on AIR took place in what we have seen was a rich, diverse, interlinguistic, and intermedial context. The regional stations, some with more than one broadcasting channel, offered a variety of vernaculars, voices, sound, and music that enveloped and surrounded its Hindustani and English programs. Again, you probably can't see that. While languages are not adequate proxies for the communities that speak them, the December 22nd, 1941 Indian Listener shows how programming in regional languages for those communities nestles up against national and international material rebroadcast from Delhi or abroad in Hindustani and English. News and literature, especially drama, take up most regional language programming, while historical or political talks are often broadcast in Hindustani or English. On January 1, for example, Bombay broadcast news in both Marathi and Gujarati, along with a, quote, hilarious Gujarati comedy, Panchapatra, about 5 young women who, quote, start a government to rule over men. Hilarious. Programming also includes, quote, a year of hope and struggle, review of the principal events in 1941, that's in English, examination of points in daily German propaganda, also English, March of Time, a flashback of the world's news, Hindustani, On the same day, Dhaka broadcast an uncredited play but in Bengali. The same talk about German propaganda, relayed talk, and a talk in Bengali on man and weather. Here's Calcutta, often with more programming in English than some of the other stations, sent out a talk in English on the world at war, but some kind of sketch that's not described in Hindustani, and the same talk on weather, though here it's broadcast in Bengali. And you also have I don't have an example here, I don't think, but certainly you'll have transmissions in Oriya, which is a local language, the Calcutta region. So, they're adding in for local communities, and the communities would sometimes request, could we please have more broadcasting in Oriya? And those letters would appear in the magazine. So we have documentation of that. AIR broadcasts refused to settle into a cultural corner or to resolve the issue of Indian identity, since the broadcast day took place in multiple languages, as you can see, right? Multiple, one hour after another. A listener might very well tune into a musical program without necessarily being able to understand the commentaries surrounding it, or hear a series of poems read in a variety of Indian languages while knowing only one or two. If you were attending that mushaira, you might not know all three languages that the poetry came to you in. Not everyone was a Pashto speaker. As with Radio Anywhere, listeners might leave the radio playing after tuning in for a program and hear by serendipity a show meant for another community, whether speakers of another language or an audience targeted for specific programming. In this sense, despite its many efforts at centralized control, AIR and, of course, other radio network programming incorporate an assumption of multiplicity, or what I would call unknowability, that builds an aesthetics of relation that is not based on commonality, similarity, shared knowledge, or a singular national culture, but rather on what I would argue is contact, potential confusion, métissage, or what Glisson calls errantry, the motivated wandering that leads towards new ways to understand identity and relation. And I think many of you might remember in Rushdie's Midnight's Children, the main character, Salim, is able to listen in to the voices of India through his nose, but what he gets is a crazy cacophony of language and sound that only begins to make sense as he truly understands India in its multiplicity, right? As Marshall McLuhan put it long ago, writing about the rekindling of vernacular languages on the Indian airwaves, quote, radio is not only a mighty awakener of archaic memories, forces, and animosities, but a decentralizing pluralistic force. Further, in the fall of 1942 and winter of 43, listeners in India might have at their fingertips programming from AIR, from the BBC, as you've seen, from Bose's Nazi-supported Azar Hind radio, and also what was an upstart radio called Radio Free India, which was a kind of renegade hidden radio headquartered in Bombay. It's a really interesting book about this, came out last year. The Bombay station of AIR alone was broadcasting on 2 different wavelengths, and as we've seen in multiple languages, while the BBC's Indian service might also be heard in English, Hindi, Gujarati, or Marathi streams, among other languages. We cannot know how listeners picked among their several radio options, but it's clear that from the BBC audience reports that most were consumers of more than one broadcast service and likely switched around to serve a variety of needs. Whichever combination they chose, their listening connected them to others who were also tuning in without presuming, as I said, national, linguistic, cultural, political, or ethnic allegiance. It created an aesthetics of relation or liminal community that pushed back on the imperial circuits of power and knowledge represented by the BBC, and also, of course, by insistent regional or ethnic groups in India. So in my final time, I want to turn to thinking about literature in relation to AIR. Tagore's christening of AIR as Akashvani casts him as broadcast figurehead just at the end of his life and career, but Tagore sets the stage in more than one sense for the cosmopolitan, feminist, and politically progressive work of other writers such as Rashid Jahan, Hossein, and Sadat Hassan Manto, among others, who were broadcast by AR at the time. Their presence on the network shows how its multilingual, multi-arts programming supported and extended the network of progressive literary voices in the period. So many of these, not Tagore, but Manto and Jahan, are involved in the Progressive Writers Association and the growth of what was called the Progressive Writers of India in this period. And as I said, whether by offering employment to struggling writers such as Manto or encouraging young literary women such as Hossein, AIR and its protocols helped shape the development of modernist Indian writing in the early 40s, well before its celebrated post-independence flowering. So some of the argument that I'm making in the book is to say that what we often talk about as a post-independence emergence of this work can be seen nascent in the 40s, and especially through looking at who's connected to radio or expanding on its themes. I'm going to focus today on Manto, one of the most prolific of the AIR-supported playwrights. His many radio plays and scripts, which, as I said, have not been studied or translated in. There's like a sort of a self-published, very bad translation that I had access to. And I actually should note that I worked with a collaborator who was an Urdu speaker, and we read these. He read in Urdu, I read in English, and we read together, which I also want to propose as sort of a way to access literatures in language. I can't know all of the Indian languages, nor does anyone. So in order to access literature, sometimes we need to be collaborators. So you can see a lot of the themes that are in most of his best fiction. If any of you have read him, you'll recognize it. If not, you should read him. Manto lived in Bombay from 1936 to 41, at times so impoverished that he slept in the newspaper's office. He was working as a journalist. In those years, he married and had a child, made a meager living as an editor, and wrote his first collection of short stories. Fired from the newspaper, he was enticed by the offer of a salaried position and left Bombay to move to Delhi and write for AIR. By most accounts, he flourished at the network, thriving on the connection to other writers at its hub, and writing a number of plays before leaving AIR and Delhi to return to Bombay in 42. He continued to write radio plays even while also beginning a career with the film company Filmistan. And while Manto's period of working with AR was brief, over his lifetime he wrote more than 70 radio plays. I'm going to skip forward to talking about his radio plays just very briefly. They vary in structure and scope. The first collection of his plays was called Come, and they're very, very rudimentary plays, series of 10 deceptively simple treatments of a single idea such as Come, let's listen to the radio, and Come, let's read the newspaper, designed for broadcast on the programs for women. And these are formula plays that seem simple, but they repay closer attention. For example, Come, let's listen to the radio embraces the irony of a play about tuning in to the difficulties of listening, even while, of course, asking the radio audience to tune in and listen. So, the main characters argue about which AR station they're going to turn on. They switch back and forth between Lahore, Delhi, and Bombay, not only showing how listening took place in India, but highlighting the perceived differences among the station. And of course, when the radio eventually comes on, it's broadcasting a drama called Radio by S.H. Manto, presumably the one that we have before us. This is also the play in which the plot pivots around whether or not they've bought a radio license, and the specter of, there's a way that they trick the wife into giving money to the husband to go out to drink by saying, I need to go pay my license fee for the receiver. His other early collection includes plays Crime and Punishment, The Pickpocket, and The Journalist, and they all examine matters of social conflict or concern through domestic life. The play The Pickpocket is perhaps closest to the kinds of characters and plots that appear in Monto's most famous stories of the time. You'll note here that I have a quote from Monto's essays, Why I Write, that he considers himself as a writer as a pickpocket. So the fact that there's a play about a pickpocket who is sympathetic as one of these early radio plays is clearly an indication that he's speaking about himself in some guise as an underprivileged pickpocket who it's a very convoluted melodramatic plot, almost O. Henry-esque in its ending. But I'll leave that for now. But the pickpocket and the journalist from this period, and I am getting towards the end, also mobilized the mediated sound of radio broadcast to augment the thematic content of the play. And here I think it's especially interesting how radio has infiltrated the literature. He uses elaborate and explicit sound direction in the play to make a connection between voice, the question of empowerment, and location. And in this way, Monto extends the critique of patriarchal capitalism that exists in the pickpocket play in a materialist direction by way of radio sound. And you see here sound direction that is going on in a kind of layered soundscape under creating this humming and the sound of the ocean, but also other kinds of sound under the structure of the play. And the same is true in the play The Journalist. I can't remember if no, I think that's it. That has also a sound of typewriters, of machines going, all kinds of layered sound that happens and is crucial to the story of a journalist who is prescient in his understanding of World War II, knows that the Nazis are coming, but nobody listens to him. So that's the play, The Journalist. And there's a kind of raucous sound that probably was quite disruptive when you heard it on air, playing on radio's capacity to interrupt and to insist and to adds to the disturbing nature of the play's theme. And in this way, as you've seen in all of these, refers to its own mediated creation and condition of broadcast. So as I hope has become clear, the Indian radio soundscape in the 40s was multilinguistic and multi-voiced, an array of broadcasts offering social uplift, cultural programming, literature, news, and music, as well as the Allied propaganda, which I've not even really touched on. Rather than mirror or mimic the BBC during wartime, it surrounded and often marginalized it through its own diverse programming and listening practices and its compelling new aesthetics of relationship. Ian Whittington claims that radio during World War II was a site of collaboration and compromise, where broadcasting could be both progressive and also provide a way to quote, orient listeners in a crowded media environment. As this talk has hoped to show, in the crowded Indian sound environment, in creating a site where new habits and practices of cultural relation could grow and where moments of errantry and resistance might take place, All India Radio oriented its listeners in multiple directions, languages, and sounds at once, enveloping, layering, decentering, and ultimately decolonizing the BBC. Thanks.
Broadcasting in three languages, Arabic and Hebrew, in a way that very similar to what you described was in the Indian context, it's much faster and more complicated.
Right.
That's a very interesting dynamic between the two languages and between the British, telling them.
Right.
And I was thinking in this context specifically about the role of English. What you spoke about at the start of the Indian listener of English. So to ask in English what is
Yeah, and I should say, and I didn't say here, that they did publish 3 versions of the Indian Listener magazine. Of course, I can't read them. So they did publish it in Hindustani, and I've forgotten now what the other, maybe strictly in Urdu, but I've forgotten. I don't know. I mean, I would love to collaborate with somebody who can read those and tell me what, but yes.
So the same thing here in Palestine, three languages, three listeners,
Yeah.
also reading, and that's got also in Arabic. But my question was the fact that, looking at the history of PBS, the English listeners, English community, the British community in Palestine, was also a very significant constituency of the station.
Yeah.
And to what extent the radio was also targeting also, British, English-speaking Indians
Right.
as the main group.
And at its inception, it was, for sure, right? How to wash your woolens, how much that's for Indian villagers who, are they wearing, I don't know if they're wearing woolens, probably in the north there. But at its inception, yes, that was its majority listenership. But, once you see they're broadcasting in Oriya or even in Marathi, that is not the audience, right? So the suggestion is as soon as they begin to branch out into as many languages as they branch out to, then we are augmenting that audience. But there, you can see very clearly, especially on the Eastern Service broadcasts, I mean, that's they for sure are targeting that audience. With Little Gidding, although Orwell thought that he was educating the Indians, that they would be tuning in to read this poetry. I don't, with the music, for example, that you see, you see all the various regional symphonies being broadcast, or etc. But on all AIR, it gets very diverse very fast. So, yeah, we don't know exactly, right? 1939 is when Fielden does a kind of listenership study, and there really isn't anything again until much later. So we don't really know exactly who's listening, but I think the evidence suggests that they had listenership far beyond the British or the English listening audience. Yeah. The station. That is a good question. I haven't seen evidence of Radio Moscow. It's certainly possible if you have a shortwave radio to tune in all around the world, but I just don't know how strong the signal would have been in India at the time, and not discussion of it, right? They are, as you saw in 42, they're really interested in USSR and in China. That's political, right? And so they are broadcasting talks about how people live in these places. Interestingly enough, in the Caribbean, they are also, So you just begin to get interest in the living conditions, and in Argentina, where the other section of my radio book takes place. But the personnel, we did it for sure at the beginning. The BBC is consulting on the creation of AAR, and they're there pretty much into World War II. And Fielden writes back and forth, and you've got these reports flowing back in 39, and for sure that's a consulting relationship, and sort of under the rubric of Government of India. And then we get personnel flowing from India to the BBC in London. Atiya Hussain goes from one to the other when she moves to London, but there's several others that go. But one of the Bokharis goes back with Fielden and ends up an official at the BBC in London. But so far as I understand it, there is mostly disdain for AIR, and they periodically try to send people over to teach them to do better radio, you know, in terms of like they're not using the mics right. They're not, like they don't know about sound. They don't understand that things shouldn't, they're really annoyed about how the music just goes on and doesn't stop at a certain time. You know, it's that kind of thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Thank you. That's fascinating. And here we're talking about the BBC and the Eastern Service, and yeah. That's a very good point. I think in many ways they did adopt it as a role model, but that it evolves away from it, right? This is what I'm trying to suggest. In terms of, say, the Hindustani service in London, I know that they had their own office. They were in a different building. They did their own scripting in Hindustani. it was, and in fact, I think Atiya Hussein, when she resigns from the BBC, is when they split off the Urdu service from the Hindi service, and they declare it to be for Pakistan, and she quits. So, there's also that political history that happens later. But so far as I know, they had some degree of independence in the different language units. Maybe somebody who knows more about the different languages in the Eastern Service could say more about the other languages.
Racism, but to what extent may they have been right? May some of these services have done very amateurish, poor quality radio, and might that not have had an effect on people's oral experience and reception of it? I say this in part because I've done some work on Radio Moscow, and one of the things about Radio Moscow that was most important was how bad it was. It was very bad radio. It was very, and there are lots of sort of ways to confirm that by getting listener reports from all around the world. And the fact that it was bad in all sorts of ways had a real impact, a political impact. It was important. So I'm just wondering if you have any way in your broader project to get to this issue of quality and sound and oral experience.
Well, okay, so I'm going to push back on bad because I think bad is culturally laden as a concept. What the BBC thought made a good radio program is not necessarily what an Oriya listener in the rural village outside Calcutta wanted of their radio program. So I'm not sure that I know what's good from a certain listenership's perspective. So yes, I think it was bad sound quality. I think it was bad radio in certain ways from the BBC because we see just endless memos about it. And I'm not sure that matters. I think also bad has been used to, this is why nobody's written on it, right? This is why nobody's really touched All India Radio in the period, because it was understood to be bad and sort of amateurish. The same with Monto's radio plays. People, they're a little melodramatic, like why bother kind of thing. And, so there's a problem there. But I do think, radio is often noisy in these places, lots of static, certain interruption. I know Agline probably knows from the Caribbean, it's interrupted by the mountains. You get things that static. I'm sure that was the case of the listening environment.
Daniel, quickly, question?
Oh yeah, just about.
If you could.
Oh, sorry.
Microphone.
Well, first of all, thank you. It's fantastic. I was wondering if you mentioned a bit a certain politics of language, and also you mentioned propaganda. Is there a central committee or a committee in the AR to that issue guidelines
Yes.
that the authors needs to respond to directly? Can you see that being addressed in these dramas and in the programs that you see? And how they is there pushback? Is that how that works?
It's really hard to see the pushback or to see because you don't have the drafts. And in fact, the reason there's so much about the BBC, and I know it's a spectacular institution, but also really, really good at archiving. So All India Radio doesn't have a written archive center. I went to Delhi, I begged them, they took me to the audio archive. They have no written archive. So we don't have these scripts. I can't see where the censor has taken something out or, stamped it or not. But we do know all had to be pre-scripted. You couldn't just improvise on air. Same censorship rules as in wartime in Britain. And I'm sure there was pushback, but you do see some discussion about, which languages, which programs, et cetera, some in the memos, and certainly there's regulations from the Comptroller's Office.
since we are out of time, I'll forgo my question for, no, it was fantastic and super interesting, so thank you very much. Very brief break. Let's try to be here back at 10:30 so that we can get this thing going. Thank you very much.
לא, אני פשוט חושב שזה יהיה פחות קר, לא בעצם יותר נעים עם אני חושב, לא יודע מה את חושבת.
נראה לי בסדר.
היי, שלום, מה נשמע? וואו, ממש הרבה זמן, מה נשמע?
חברתי את
כן, 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 לא ידעתי שאתם חבר, מה נשמע? וואו, בסדר, אז לפה, אז מאיפה אתם מכירות? אוקיי, כן, שמעתי על זה, סביב זה.
נורמה ואני זה, אנחנו קבוצה מדהימה.
וואו, באמת?
יש לנו דייטים קבועים.
באמת?
כן.
מעולה, ואיפה אתם נפגשות?
בזום או בוואטסאפ.
מה זאת אומרת, הזום פתוח ואתם כותבות אחת על השנייה? כאילו זה... לא, אז רגע, זה כמו במלחמה הקרה, כאילו כל אחד יכול להשמיד, אז זה, כאילו זה...
אבל לא, בלי מצלמות, בלי מצלמות. לא, זה או שאת משפחות קצר.
מדהימות. שנייה חבר, אתה שואל טוב, אנחנו נדבר. תגידי, טל, את חושבת שכדאי שאני אשב פה עם השלטים המאיימים שלי?
בטח, וגם אם יש לך גם הבעה מאיימת, זה בכלל...
אני הסברתי, אז לא הסברתי לילד. זה לא עוד עזריה מגיאוגרפיה? אז אני רואה שהסיפור שלי הדלת פתוחה, אתה יכול להתפרק. אז בסוגרת הספר עניין הזה, בואו כל הוא היה אשר וקיבלתה. ואני חושב שבסיום הספר היה משבר דיפלומטי עם כמה מדינות. לא, הוא היה כאילו המוקף מתאים מהגיהנום, מהטבעונות, זה היה מבהיל. אז אני אנסה... נועד שלך ולזה. in the same conference.
I remember Haifa, I remember you, I remember how I met Gucci. No, it wouldn't be.
Yes, there is.
You don't really know.
You don't really know. It's true.
So to what extent
The
is there-
rise in licensing does tell you people are buying receivers. So, the licenses do go up, very significantly. But as a proportion of the Indian population, no. Like, are they reaching, people in the mountains, no, they're not listening at all. They can't afford a radio.
No, I mean, you know, get the licenses, how do they get the
The evidence is that they switched around services, that they listened to multiple services. And certainly we have letters of people writing into the magazine, and, there's back and forth with the listenership. It's just we don't have the kind of official audience surveys. There's 39, BBC sends out a team again, kind of in the early 40s, but then when World War II breaks out, and they're like, okay, this is not our top priority, other than to counter Nazi propaganda. And they, of course, India was crucial to the war effort because it divided the soldiers. So they needed
בסדר גמור. פשוט יש אפשר, כאילו תקרא לאנשים, תגיד ואולי שהאלה מהקנדה ישבו פה, או שלא צריך, רק בסוף.
לא, אל תקראי לי, לא נעים לי, מה, אני לא קוראים לי.
Be a distraction.
Good morning, we'd like to start. Eitan!
Once again, I have another shawl for those of you who are cold. I'm serious. It does get cold here, so feel free to ask about it.
The temperatures just keep moving, long trousers, it's great. Get my shorts out.
Okay, Ayelet?
כן,
We're
go,
good to go.
go for
Okay.
it.
Hi, good morning. My name is Oren Myers. I'm from the Department of Communication, University of Haifa. Our beloved leader advised me to keep the bios short and the time limits strict, and I'm gonna follow her instructions. Okay, so welcome to the panel on censorship and protest. Our first speaker is Professor Robert Savage. Robert Savage is a professor in Boston College History Department. His work, his publications explore contemporary Irish and British history, and among his books is his 2015, the BBC's Irish Troubles, television conflict in Northern Ireland, and his most recent book, Northern Ireland, the BBC and Censorship in Thatcher's Britain, was published by Oxford University Press earlier this year. Thanks, Owen. Thank you, and each speaker has 20 minutes.
Okay.
And then
20 minutes.
We'll open the floor.
Okay, great. As Oren said, I'm an Irish historian, right? So I'm not a historian of the BBC, although my last couple of projects has focused on the BBC and the challenges that the broadcaster confronted in trying to report on the conflict in Northern Ireland, known as the Troubles. No PowerPoint, I'll go right to it. John Tusa was not a happy man. As managing director of the BBC World Service in October 1988, he toured East Africa, promoting the work of Britain's prized broadcasting service that boasted an international audience of over 120 million. TUSA aimed to highlight the success of the World Service in providing unbiased news and information to a continent troubled by authoritarian governments controlling their nation's media. Just as his visit got underway, the Thatcher government announced what TUSA and his colleagues had long dreaded, the introduction of formal censorship on his own country's broadcast media. Although the order banned any organization that supported violence from the airwaves, the primary target was Sinn Féin, the voice of Irish Republicans, and many would argue, the voice of the Irish Republican Army. As TUSA made his way through East Africa, he abruptly found himself in radically changed circumstances. At a reception in Kampala, he encountered the Uganda Deputy Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Muambe Mukwana, who accused the World Service of blatant hypocrisy. The minister complained that the BBC had banned Irish subversives from the airwaves while continuing to permit Ugandan rebels access to the World Service. TUSA was now defensive, arguing that the BBC was independent of government control and committed to providing news and views, quote, objectively, accurately, and truthfully without fear or favor. But the Ugandan minister was not impressed. For his government, the issue was simple. If the British banned Irish subversives from the airwaves, they should stop permitting what the Ugandan government considered Ugandan subversives from airtime on the World Service. Mukwana tasked his visitors with taking this message back to his superiors in London. TUSA's tour continued with a visit to Zimbabwe, where he hosted a reception to mark the opening of a new relay station in the Seychelles that would enable the World Service to increase its audience throughout East Africa. However, once again, he was forced into an awkward position when challenged about censorship at home. Pressed on the issue by his African hosts in Harare, he denied the BBC was an instrument of British propaganda, but also admitted that the broadcasting ban was counterproductive. A chagrined TUSA conceded, quote, "You very seldom gain anything by preventing freedom of speech." It should be pointed out that a subtle form of censorship had worked its way into the culture of the BBC long before the imposition of Margaret Thatcher's infamous 1988 broadcasting ban. From the early days of radio in the 1920s, throughout the 1960s, programming that addressed Northern Ireland was heavily influenced by the powerful unionist establishment in Belfast. Wary of upsetting or offending unionist elites, broadcasting officials in both Belfast and London embraced self-censorship when addressing Northern Ireland. From the early days of broadcasting, the regional station, its broadcasts from London about the region avoided any mention of discrimination, gerrymandering, or the grievances of the Catholic minority. Programming that focused on Gaelic culture or suggested Northern Ireland was in any way Irish was discouraged, if not banned outright. Any broadcast emanating from London that addressed Ireland or Northern Ireland was required to be cleared first by the controller of the regional station in Belfast. But this state of affairs became untenable after the explosion of violence in Derry and Belfast gained national and then international attention in 1969. Throughout the 1970s, the broadcast media throughout the 1970s, as violence escalated, the broadcast media, increasingly less deferential to authorities, developed cutting-edge news and current affairs programming that inevitably questioned and criticized the policies of the British authorities. Such scrutiny infuriated Labour and Conservative governments alike at Westminster. Determined to promote a narrative justifying their policies and upset with what they believed was a pronounced lack of deference, successive British governments bullied the broadcast media, threatening to punish broadcasters for programming they defined as objectionable. The BBC was told that its charter would be rewritten and warned that funds would be withheld if it did not behave in what the government defined as a more responsible manner. Journalists and editors were also threatened with prosecution under the Prevention of Terrorism Act for contacting, filming, or interviewing members of the IRA. When formal censorship arrived in 1988, journalists, editors, and staff in British broadcasting denounced the Thatcher government's violations of a basic human right. The intervention of the government especially upset the BBC World Service and its editor, David Spall, who complained bitterly to his superiors that censorship was especially humiliating for his division of the BBC. In protesting the Thatcher government's directives, he emphasized that the World Service enjoyed a well-deserved reputation for excellence, pointing out that it was broadcast in 40 languages to a massive global audience. To underscore the damage being done to the reputation of the BBC, Spall shared with his superiors a series of reports addressing the ban that had been gathered from all over the world. BBC monitoring in Caversham had collected information from former colonies, Cold War enemies, and Britain's allies, and forwarded these reports to senior executives in the BBC and to an indifferent Home Office and Foreign Office in London. Spall began in the Caribbean, noting that Radio Havana International reported extensively on the Thatcher ban in broadcasts that reached audiences throughout Latin America. Cuban radio told its listeners that the British government had not only silenced Irish Republicans, but given increased powers to the courts and the police in an effort to crush what it described as heroic rebels fighting for freedom. Cuban radio condemned British policy in Northern Ireland, where it claimed, quote, a second phase of the Irish struggle had begun, resulting in Britain sending thousands of troops to quell the violence. Maintaining the ban, quote, reveals London's intention of solving the conflict through violence. Radio Havana rejected the accusation that the IRA were terrorists, insisting the conflict, quote, is a struggle for national liberation and the unification of Ireland. Now the news media from all over the world report a gloomy, ominous outlook in Ulster. The increase of repressive British measures can only have the same effect as a lighted match to a powder keg. Spall then turned to South Africa, explaining that the Johannesburg newspaper, The Citizen, responded to the broadcasting ban from a different perspective, one of sympathy and support. The newspaper was the voice of the National Party, which developed, promoted, and institutionalized the notorious policy of apartheid. South Africa already had imposed restrictions on the broadcast media, but was considering additional controls on broadcasting. The Citizen maintained that because the IRA had stepped up its campaign of bombings, it was understandable that the Thatcher government would react with strong countermeasures. President P.W. Botha was quoted declaring, quote, the South African press should exercise self-discipline and smother the views of people advocating violence. If they do not, they mustn't complain when we adopt measures similar to those used by the British government in the fight against terrorism. The voice of the white minority government equated Sinn Féin with the African National Congress and declared that, like the BBC and its banning of Sinn Féin, the South African Broadcasting Corporation was also a semi-state body that would, quote, not give the ANC and its fronts any chance whatsoever to put across propaganda, concluding, quote, Britain will find it difficult to condemn South African media restrictions after its own ban on TV and radio interviews with the IRA. Sympathy and support from a brutally repressive South African regime may have unsettled advocates of a free press in Britain, but it was ignored by the Thatcher government. Nations that were overly hostile to the United Kingdom took particular delight in accusing the British government of hypocrisy and promoting a double standard. In Syria, Damascus Television, considered the mouthpiece of the government, explained the restrictions as part of a broader effort to crush Irish revolutionaries who were intent on freeing their country from the shackles of British colonialism. The Syrian television service reported that the decision to introduce a harsh regime of censorship was due to British fear of growing support for, quote, Irish revolutionaries who demand their country's liberty from British imperialists and reuniting their country as one state. Britain has been fighting against this for centuries. In Tehran, the Iranian news agency also saw duplicity. incredulously noting that the BBC had promised that it would continue to provide balanced reporting about Northern Ireland in spite of the restrictions. The Iranian news agency accused the World Service of hypocrisy, noting that it had given extensive coverage to Iranian terrorists that had launched, quote, indiscriminate bombings and a campaign that killed thousands of Iranian civilians. The broadcasting ban was implemented in the waning days of the Cold War, as Mikhail Gorbachev was implementing the policies of glasnost and perestroika. These reforms helped destabilize and ultimately collapse the Soviet Union, while undermining authoritarian regimes throughout Eastern Europe. Radio Moscow's English service also enjoyed denouncing what it defined as the arrogance of the Thatcher government. The celebrated commentator Boris Belitsky highlighted the damage done to the reputation and image of Britain on the world stage. He noted the irony in the news that week by contrasting Margaret Thatcher's imposition of censorship with the enlightened penal reform introduced by Mikhail Gorbachev. He told his audience, quote, "You'll agree with me, I'm sure, that there is a striking contrast between the British government's highly repressive measures in Northern Ireland and the humane approach of the Soviet government in easing the plight of those who the law is obliged to penalize." Although embarrassed and frustrated by the praise from South Africa and ridicule from the Middle East, the Soviet Union, and former colonies around the world, broadcasters were more alarmed at how the restrictions were viewed amongst allied nations. Le Monde defined the Thatcher government's policy as, quote, transforming the glory of the BBC into a servile state puppet, and reaction was not dissimilar in the United States. Jonathan Power, a highly respected foreign affairs correspondent, published a syndicated column that appeared in over 40 newspapers that circulated widely, not only in North America, but in Africa and Asia. Writing 2 months after the restrictions were introduced, Power claimed that the British Prime Minister had, quote, gotten away with this amazing feat of censorship without much more than an odd newspaper editorial being ranged against her. He was astonished that there had not been more robust protest at the imposition of state censorship in one of the world's leading democracies. He told his readers that the policy was especially devastating for the World Service, where he noted, quote, the credibility of the BBC has suffered heavy damage. No longer do many of the listeners around the world treat it with their habitual high regard for being the voice of quiet reason, fair reporting, detached inquiry, and the pursuit of truth. The New York Times, arguably one of the most credible, influential, and respected newspapers in the United States, also criticized the Thatcher government. It published a series of blistering editorials and articles, much to the consternation of the Thatcher government and broadcasters throughout the United Kingdom. In an editorial titled Mrs. Thatcher's Muzzle, it argued that the decision to censor the media was spectacularly wrong, noting that it enabled Sinn Féin to, quote, mischievously pose as defenders of liberty in denouncing censorship. The influential American paper argued, quote, Britain's good name as mother of all parliaments and seedbed of political freedom is an asset more precious than the crown jewels. How bizarre for it to be tarnished by a conservative government. As censorship settled into the culture of British political life, the BBC struggled to protect its reputation, especially in the United States. One of the most bizarre examples of the contortions that developed within the BBC took place in the fall of 1993, 5 years into the ban. Leighton Andrews, head of public affairs, became increasingly alarmed by damaging reports in the American media about the ban. In an effort to develop a unified strategy for combating negative press in the United States, he hired consultants to offer advice on how to respond to damaging criticism from a variety of organizations that accused the BBC of being compromised by censorship. Andrews was especially annoyed by a small but tenacious group of Irish-American activists who were based in New Jersey. Who were increasingly gaining the attention of the mainstream American press, powerful political figures, and prestigious human rights organizations. He was especially upset by efforts of activists to force radio stations across the United States to insert health warnings at the start of the BBC NewsHour, a popular program broadcast on 457 national public radio stations across the United States. BBC NewsHour continues to provide Britain with influential soft power today. The Irish-American activists targeted the taxpayer-funded Corporation for Public Broadcasting, understanding that it provided a grant of $100,000 a year to distribute the World Service on the PBS. Activists complained that public money was supporting the dissemination of British propaganda, maintaining that American taxpayers should not be underwriting a broadcasting service that was tainted by government censorship. Andrews understood how effective these activists were, knowing that they had sent letters advocating the use of health warnings to every member of the House of Representatives Committee on Energy and Commerce, as well as the Senate's Subcommittee on Telecommunications and Finance. He was alarmed that these critics had gained the support of powerful figures in the Senate, including Senator Frank Lautenberg and Tom Harkin, and a number of influential members of the House of Representatives. Andrews was concerned that accusations of British government censorship would be raised in congressional hearings, and that an embarrassing amendment might be introduced on the floor of the House of Representatives when a funding bill for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting came up. He told his colleagues in London that, quote, the public relations fallout could be significant, and believed that it was imperative for the BBC and the British government to work together to answer its critics. Developing a coherent strategy to explain the broadcasting ban in the United States proved a complicated task. Nevertheless, Andrews advocated a campaign to push back against American activists who worked to discredit the BBC, and suggested drafting a series of op-ed articles that could be distributed to the American press. He also wanted to ensure that the British government, quote, understands our position and plans if this becomes a live issue. Andrews believed that it was critical for the Foreign Office, the Washington Embassy, the Northern Ireland Office, and the Office of the Prime Minister to all understand the importance of the BBC's campaign to defend itself. This was a sensitive and somewhat complicated issue. While the BBC was criticizing the government for imposing the ban and thereby damaging its reputation, it needed the help and support of that same government to defend its reputation and credibility. As part of this effort, Andrews wanted his colleagues in London to curtail its reporting of American interest in and opposition to the broadcasting ban. This was an inexplicable initiative. Andrews wanted the BBC in London to ignore the variety of American organizations opposing the ban, organizations that were trying and succeeding in getting the attention and support of powerful members of the United States Congress. Andrews argued, quote, we should discourage news and current affairs giving coverage to the US developments in the course of their campaign against the ban. Sources confirm that there is no prospect of the ban being dropped, but further attention to US developments in the British media might give the Irish lobby grounds for thinking they were succeeding. One really needs to pause and think about what Leighton Andrews, BBC head of public affairs, was in effect advocating. He was hoping that his employer would in effect censor itself in an effort to curtail news coverage of censorship. The logic of this initiative illustrates how the broadcasting ban created a sometimes surreal culture inside the United Kingdom's vaunted public broadcasting service. Andrews wanted to protect the reputation of the BBC by quietly suppressing news of how the restriction had entered into political discourse in the United States. These discussions were about damage control and illustrate a level of incongruity to which senior officials seemed oblivious. For 6 long years, the BBC was left to twist in the wind, continually exposed to accusations of hypocrisy or criticized as the voice of a crude, repressive Thatcher government. Whatever one thinks of the politics of Sinn Féin, the party enjoyed considerable electoral support in spite of its defense and embrace of the IRA's appalling violence. Formal censorship of the broadcast media lasted until 1994, when in the midst of the peace process, John Major's government reluctantly accepted that the policy was unsustainable and an impediment to a negotiated settlement of the conflict. In many respects, denying Republicans the oxygen of publicity was an admission of failure by a deeply frustrated Thatcher government. The imposition of censorship highlighted an inability to accept or appreciate the depth of hostility that challenged the British government's legitimacy in the eyes of many citizens of Northern Ireland. Threatening, bullying, denouncing, and finally censoring the broadcast media did not enable London to control the contested narrative of the Troubles. Thatcher's successors learned that the voices her government silenced were critical to resolving a long, bitter, and deadly conflict. The British government's suppression of free speech damaged the BBC and undermined the United Kingdom's reputation as a champion of democracy in a troubled world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have the talks and then we can open the floor for Q&A. Associate Professor Marta Evans has an MA in creative writing and a PhD in media studies from the University of Cape Town, where she now teaches journalism and media study courses. Her research interests include South African media and history, broadcasting during apartheid era, transnational justice, and the media and the representation of history in film. Among her books she is the author of Broadcasting: The End of Apartheid, Live Television, and the Birth of the New South Africa from 2014.
So I should have a PowerPoint. Thanks. Okay, can you all hear me? Yes? Okay, not quite. Okay, I'll speak up. And this works how? To move the slides. Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to come and speak at this conference. It's wonderful to be amongst a group of scholars with such a deep interest in broadcasting. I should say from the outset that I'm not an expert on the BBC, but hopefully these comments will invite ways of thinking about broadcasting from the margins. So I just want to talk a little bit to give some background on the relationship between the BBC and South Africa. Firstly, the broadcaster provided a blueprint for the public broadcasting system that was finally implemented in the 1990s. In 1934, Prime Minister Herzog personally invited Sir John Reith to make recommendations on the future of broadcasting in the Union. And of course, the government didn't take up all of those recommendations because we had a state-controlled broadcaster during apartheid. It was only really in the 1990s that the tradition of public broadcasting properly emerged. Secondly, South Africans consumed a good deal of the BBC's radio content during the first half of the 20th century. So despite the fact that we set up a national public broadcaster, up until 1950, SABC Radio relied really heavily on BBC News broadcasts until 1948, when the National Party took power, and thereafter the South African Broadcasting Corporation began to produce its own, often heavily censored news broadcasts. And it was really at this point that the BBC became embroiled in the global and anti-apartheid movement in two different ways. So firstly, and I'm not going to talk about this very much, although I think there's probably a lot of really interesting research to be done on the increasingly critical programming about South Africa's policies of racial discrimination. As Howard Smith has chronicled beautifully, even before Sharpeville, the mass shooting event in Johannesburg, BBC television was reporting on apartheid politics in a way that was not neutral, unbiased, or impartial. And in the wake of Sharpeville, as well as Macmillan's Wind of Change speech, reports took an even stronger stance against the country's politics. So, of course, these reports weren't broadcast in South Africa, but news of them sometimes filtered home via expats, letters to the press from people overseas, especially by the steadfast Liberal politician Helen Suzman, who for many years was the sole opposition MP. She was constantly referring to South Africa's image in the international press and media. In 1972, for instance, an ashamed South African, now living in Tewkesbury, wrote to the Rand Daily Mail to report on his feelings after viewing the BBC's Panorama, which had screened a critical investigation into the country's homeland policy. And in the late 1980s, there was much controversy when the BBC journalists were unable to acquire visas to come and report on events in the country. Radio broadcasts were, of course, especially troubling to the apartheid state, since there was less control over the broadcasting of content which could sometimes slip in through neighboring countries. In 1972, for instance, Pretoria complained to Masiru that syndicated content transmitted on Radio Lesotho's shortwave beam was detrimental to South Africa's image. And of particular concern here was BBC's daily 15-minute insert, Focus on Africa. But the second important way in which the BBC became embroiled in politics was less obvious, perhaps, but no less powerful. As host to a number of global media events, as well as the platform for a nexus of equity members, the BBC, whether it meant to or not, served to isolate the country, emphasizing its pariah status both to itself and to the rest of the world. And it's this that I would like to focus on today, and which accounts for the title of this talk, The Power of Disinvitation. So as I said, I'm not a scholar of the BBC as an institution, but hopefully these perspectives will provide some interesting ideas about broadcasting from the margins. That I should be giving this talk in Israel with the current calls for academic and cultural boycotts is likely also a point for discussion. Okay, so to understand the power of disinvitation, one first needs to understand the late acquisition of television in South Africa. Initially, South Africa appeared to be a good contender as an early adopter of the technology. So from the mid-1920s onwards, there were optimistic reports that television would be arriving in the Union. But of course, after 1948, when the National Party took power, it attempted to dampen this enthusiasm for television. The National Party was deeply suspicious of the technology, deeply suspicious of visuals, and deeply suspicious of both the potential expense of television, but also the morally and corruptive and politically corruptive possibilities of television. This caused much discontent among the chattering classes. There was a disproportionate amount of focus on it in Parliament, considering other events in the country. And television became an electioneering tool, with the United Party adopting the slogan, "Want TV, vote UP." And you can see from this cartoon, it sums up the prevailing sentiment. It's a Bob Connolly cartoon from 1969. It's for the man who has everything. He's got a mansion, a beautiful woman, car, horses, but he's dreaming of the one thing he doesn't have, which is TV. So as scholars Rob Nixon and Karen Bevan have pointed out, missing the televised moon landing in 1969 sowed intense discontent in South African society, and pressure from the electorate mounted at the end of the 60s. What have we missed? What are we missing? What will we miss? One commentator asked in the press. And as Rob Nixon says, South Africa's inability to partake of such a singular moment of global community came to seem like an exasperated, self-inflicted disinvitation. Then, also towards the end of the 1960s, in addition to missing the moon landing, developments in satellite technology offered citizens the possibility of tuning into foreign African services. And it was at this point that the government eventually capitulated and set up a commission of inquiry into the desirability of acquiring television. But it was still 7 years before we acquired it. And this is from the first address on the 20th of February, 1976. Prime Minister B.J. Forster spoke at the end of the broadcast, and his comments, I think, give a sense of what he hoped television would bring to the country. It is a big task not only to bring the world to South Africa, but also, and perhaps especially, to show South Africa to the world as it is in its rich diversity and everything it has to offer. The idea of global community, the idea of a global family of nations found realization in television. South Africa wished to be considered amongst the progressive Western families of the Western world, and it was at pains to project itself as modern and democratic. Its attempts to do this were largely foiled by television. For just as South Africans acquired this television service, it happened to coincide with a period during which there was a proliferation of live global broadcasts, and these became a more regular feature of global television, and this had a very unique effect on the country. At this point, I want to step back and introduce Diane and Katz. I'm sure most of you are probably familiar with the theory of media events, so hopefully I won't bore you too much. I just want to, it's very sort of central to my argument. So they were the first scholars, apart from Lang and Lang, to really, to my mind, theorize about the role of liveness in broadcasting. And their theory neatly explains the power of disinvitation. In their book, Media Events, The Live Broadcasting of History, published in 1992, they defined a new genre of television. Media events, by their definition, are screened and viewed simultaneously. They are typically remote, i.e. broadcast outside the studio. They monopolize broadcasting channels. They enthrall national and global mass audiences. They disrupt the flow of ordinary broadcast schedules, are often accompanied by festive viewing events. Commentators, when commentating on the events, are very seldom critical of what they see on the screen. They adopt a kind of bardic, reverential tone. They intervene only to identify who is on the screen or the symbolism of what viewers are seeing. And of course, we will all be viewing one later today with the, with the Queen's funeral. Importantly, media events are almost always integrative. They unite audiences. They have a power to effect socio-political change, even if it's just for a moment, even if it's just for a moment to dream about a different reality. And because of these characteristics, they are often considered to be exceptional historic events as well. They divide media events into 3 different scripts. The first is the coronation, which is a broadcast of a ceremonial event. Weddings, funerals, inaugurations, bound by the traditions of, bound by the rules of tradition. The audience is situated as the witness to the ceremony that you watch. The conquest is the rarest, when this involves a televised hero who crosses geographic or symbolic borders to reach a new goal and proclaim a new symbolic order. Contests are the most common type. They're often cyclical, they're recurrent. They involve events that celebrate some kind of conflict, competition, or clash, usually a challenge between 2 men or teams with set rules accepted by the parties. And the TV viewer is situated as a kind of judge of the events on screen. So, of course, the Queen's coronation in 1953, after which the second script is named, can be considered an extraordinary moment in media history, one that scholar Paddy Scannell says made the BBC. And we'll be looking at her funeral later. Neatly bookending, as Daphne Canetti pointed out, the BBC's reign along with the Queen's reign. The moon landing, of course, was a conquest event, and that was one that the South Africans missed out on. So, sporting events, the Olympics, the Football, Rugby, and Cricket World Cups provide prime material for media event contests, and their popularity grew alongside the evolution of live television. But access to these platforms was limited and controlled, especially establishing television as a prime site for entrenching political ideologies and and giving power blocks such as the United Nations the means to publicly punish countries when they disapproved of their domestic policies. Sports-loving South Africans could watch sporting events but not compete. They were effectively red-carded because of the sports boycott. Televised events such as the Olympics offer a platform to nations unrivaled, Diane and Katz say, by any cultural and political body, even the United Nations, close quotes. Similar boycotts attended other global media event contests like Miss World and Miss Universe. South Africans were barred from competing. In addition to isolation in sport, the British equity ban similarly compromised South Africa's ability to keep up with the rest of the world, causing grievance especially amongst Anglo-South Africans, and there were quite a large majority of not majority, but many Anglo-South Africans in the country. It was first established in the 1960s by the Actors Equity Council, which banned exports to South Africa of all recorded material involving British equity members, and it was extended to television in 1978, forcing the SABC to look beyond the UK and the BBC for content. The SABC imported material from a variety of other countries, but also became adept at the practice of dubbing. So Karen Bevan notes, for instance, that the animated program Rupert the Bear, which featured voices of equity members, had been dubbed from English into English. The ban, however, presented a seemingly insurmountable hurdle in 1981 when South Africa was very nearly excluded from the heart of the world's next largest media event, the wedding of Charles and Diana. The event was set to be historic. There was much reporting on it in South Africa. There were comments about how many cameras the BBC would be placing in St. Paul's, 24, 60 along the route. I was actually watching a documentary about Diana on the way here on the plane, and I'd quite forgotten I'm sure it's the same at the moment. I haven't been watching any of the footage of the funeral, but it really was quite extraordinary, the focus on that wedding. But as Diane and Katz point out, in connection with the exclusion from media events, in the case of the royal wedding, either you are in the church, that is a guest of the royal family, or you are outside the church. And South Africa was in danger of being pushed outside the church. The BBC and commercial television initially stood by agreements with equity, and many members who were to perform during the ceremony, the ban meant that viewers would be restricted to pre- and post-wedding footage, so they would actually miss the heart of the wedding experience. South Africans were hugely distressed. There was much commentary on this in the press. Press editorials pinned the blame on the noisy minority outscreaming the silent majority, singling out Vanessa Redgrave, who was labeled as an extremist political agitator in The Citizen. Again, The Citizen, as the ringleader. The Sunday Express called the blackout downright ridiculous. And the fact that the USSR had acquired broadcasting rights added insult to injury, drawing attention to the country's increasing distance from the Western world. And here is a cartoon from Die Volksblatt. Is it Equity or Eskom? Eskom is the electricity supplier. Well, varying supply of electricity. We've got blackouts again in South Africa, but for different reasons. So they're wondering, is it Equity or Eskom that's resulted in the blackout of the television? The SABC, however, entered into negotiations and a compromise was reached. I'd love to get to the BBC archives to see if there's any material about how this negotiation was reached. I haven't done so, but I think it's an area for interesting research. While footage of the ceremony was to be shown, the music played by the equity members was to be withheld, a problem that the SABC circumvented by now adept at the practice of dubbing by playing pre-recorded music performed by non-equity members. Original singing was excluded from the broadcast, however, so that one of the wedding highlights, Kiri Tekanawa's famous performance, was lost. And the Economist wrote that the luckless South Africans' royal wedding man were deprived of this delight. And they also spoke about the fact that the South African Broadcasting Corporation agreed to freeze the picture at the moment any of their members were seen or heard. Now, there's no footage of what South Africans actually viewed, but I've watched it as a child, and I don't remember that being the case. So the experience was not quite as disrupted for South Africans as The Economist made out. So most likely South Africans had little awareness of what it was that they were missing, but the possibility of being disinvited and snubbed had nevertheless been communicated. The next major event to exclude South Africa was Live Aid. Won't talk about this much, I haven't done much research into it. It found its origins in a BBC News broadcast on the famine in Ethiopia. A multi-artist group, Band Aid, came up with the song Do They Know It's Christmas, and this was followed by a suggestion for a live concert, and as more and more artists came on board, the BBC's interest was secured. And television's first truly global mega music event was broadcast in July 1985. Described as the day rock and roll changed the world, it was a transatlantic visual mega event broadcast live and jointly by both ABC and the BBC. But as many news reports noted, South Africa was not to share in the occasion, since most of the performers were also members of Equity. A message of appeal, however, from Archbishop Desmond Tutu was included in the broadcast. He was a real thorn in the side of the apartheid state, just to add insult to injury. Bob Geldof, one of the main organizers of the event, explained the reasons for disinviting South Africa. He says, I agree that Live Aid should be non-political, but the underlying idea behind these concerts is morality. When you have a country that enshrines immorality in its constitution, I think it rules itself out. It's interesting to note that Diane and Katz point out that media events are, by definition, non-political. The celebration of voluntarism, they say, the willful resolve to take direct, simple, spontaneous, ostensibly non-ideological action underlies media events and may indeed constitute part of their attraction. So it's interesting that Geldof inherently seemed to have an awareness of this when he said that he agrees that Live Aid should be non-political, even as he made decisions that were inherently political. There was less uproar over missing Live Aid than there was over the royal wedding in South Africa, most likely because the FOMO was mainly restricted to the youth who did not have much of a voice in the press. There was, however, a healthy circulation of illicit recordings in the event. My brother had one. South African press reaction, they were dismissive, critical of the event, both because of the perceived lack of black artists, which was deemed hypocritical when the beneficiaries were African, and because of the poor way in which donations were subsequently handled. They ridiculed it, social disease of the year, this is an insert in 1985, AIDS, as in Band Aid, Live Aid, Farm Aid, AIDS Aid, Liver Baby Aid, MPL Aid, Free Nelson Mandela Aid, Ain't Gonna Play Sun City Aid, reference to all of the sort of anti-apartheid songs, cultural events, as well as other forms of aid. How much more can a poor man take? How much more can a poor man give? Time's up. Okay. All right, let me leave that. I won't talk about the birthday tribute because Tal's going to do that, but it was the next major big media event which not only excluded South Africa, but actually focused on South Africa. The New York Times headlined it, BBC actually attributed the muting to the BBC, which I found very interesting. So to conclude, Jonathan Hislop argues that the socio-political changes of the 1970s and 80s meant that for all but the most recalcitrant whites, explaining themselves to imagined external interlocutors became a central concern, and nothing did so much to create this desire for accounting than the coming of television. Yesterday, I think it was David Hendy who referred to the BBC as Britain's soft power incarnate. This can clearly be seen in its relations with apartheid South Africa in the last century. The global status of the BBC as a broadcaster, together with the Equity Network and the rising prominence of media events, meant that the broadcaster, sometimes deliberately and sometimes inadvertently, was able to exclude South Africa from games, to disinvite it from global events, and ultimately to communicate the world's disapproval of the country's politics during a time when South Africans' own broadcasts were plagued by propaganda and censorship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to our Third and final speaker, Tal Zalmanovich, whom we all know, is a media and cultural historian of modern Britain. She received her PhD in modern European history and gender studies from Rutgers University. Her work focuses on the relationship between British media and transnational networks of activism and solidarity in the 20th century and is being published in Post-Colonial Studies, Critical Arts, and Safundi. Her current project examines the role of television in the anti-apartheid struggle in Britain. Thank you.
Thank you. It's actually mainly a pleasure when you organize a conference and you bring the people that your work talks so directly to and builds on. So thank you, Martha. And this, as you will see, is really a continuation or thinking with Martha's ideas. On the 11th of June, 1988, 600 million viewers in 67 countries tuned into the largest global media event on record, the 70th birthday tribute for the imprisoned African National Congress leader Nelson Mandela. The 10-hour megastar multimedia Live Aid-style event, as The Guardian put it, was broadcast live from Wembley Stadium in London, where 70,000 attendees congregated. The spectacular brought together renowned activists and musicians such as Archbishop, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, Simple Minds, and Whitney Houston, making it the high point of a decades-long campaign. Unlike earlier initiatives, the 1988 concert racked in profits from the sales of tickets, merchandise, broadcasting, and photography rights. But beyond the profits for individuals and the charities and organizations involved, the day's ultimate success came on the 11th of February 1990, when the global media captured the walk to freedom of Nelson Mandela, as we can see him here leaving the Victor Verster prison in Cape Town. The footage showed him walking slowly, his right fist raising the Mandela salute, and his left clasped in the hand of his wife, Winnie Masekela Mandela, with a sea of supporters swelling behind them. As we heard from Martha, both contemporaries and scholars today recognize the singularity of the concert broadcast, and the sense of occasion and festivity that media scholars Diane and Katz associate with the media events like this was captured in a letter to the Nottingham Evening Post penned by one Philip Ball that says, "The fact that Nelson Mandela's 70th birthday was marked by such a spectacular display of warmth and spontaneous joy did touch me, though. I felt as one with the people in the audience at Wembley. I felt I could tell my grandchildren that I'd been part of a brilliant event. For a minute, I united with people around the world, regardless of politics." Despite being at home, possibly with family members or friends, Ball felt a sense of community with both concert goers and viewers around the world. And his mediated viewing experience did not alienate him. Rather, it narrowed the distance between him and others. It allowed him to imagine an extended connection to a future generation. Television's capacity to transcend place and time opened up an avenue for solidarity with Black South Africans, but also with fellow Britons. In the full chapter in my manuscript, I demonstrate that Mandela's birthday concert functioned as a site of solidarity and inspired political mobilization for spectators at Wembley and at home. The effective structures of television, the power its visual capacity wielded over viewers, and an earlier history of using culture and music in particular for anti-apartheid protests transformed this concert from mere entertainment into a political event capable of generating empathy for South African political prisoners. Like Live Aid, the charity media event that preceded it and to which it was often compared, this concept helps us ask how a media event is situated within larger histories of protest, popular culture, technology, and political change. This, however, was not a charity appeal, and the public was not petitioned for money. Its focus was not humanitarian, but political. a demand to free a political prisoner. Unlike Band-Aid and Live Aid that did not address the structural reasons for the famine in Ethiopia, the concert for Mandela was located within an existing discourse about the evils of apartheid and happened during a political international process to free Mandela. The event was part of the AAM's, the anti-apartheid movement in Britain, educational work and activism, and it launched a 5-week period of events to commemorate Mandela and lobby for his release. I posit thus that the concert's contribution to the struggle against apartheid lay in its invitation to imagine a potential history, a time when Nelson Mandela will be the free leader of South Africa, a potential that began to unfold with Mandela's walk to freedom in February 1990. The impact of the concert reached beyond the struggle against apartheid, as it opened up a potential history for Britain too. As Ball argued, perhaps we can now move tentative steps towards a multicultural society. It may sound idealist, but dreams are made to come true, end of quote. This assessment was, of course, idealist, but speaking the possibility was crucial to acknowledging the legacies of empire and racism in Britain, a conversation that has finally come to the forefront of the field of British studies today. Thus far, scholars have been mostly focused on the analysis of the ways in which organizers, broadcasters, participants, and critics frame the event. And the emphasis has largely been about whether it was a political event at all. As I just explained, I do not question the political nature of this event. Moreover, earlier discussions that debate this, I think, obscure 2 key components: audiences and affect. Audiences were the reason for everybody's involvement in the concert. Apartheid opponents and apologists used the events to woo public opinion to their side. And therefore, viewers' role in and perspective on the event should be central to its analysis. Moreover, as a televised event, it is imperative to consider the medium's qualities, at being a visual medium with a capacity for affect, rather than privileging a text-based argument analysis. Of course, both the questions of audiences' reception and emotions are notoriously difficult for historians. So what I propose here is a preliminary exploration of these issues rather than the last word on the topic. The birthday concert grew out of the realization that access to broadcasting media was essential to reaching a vast public. To pursue such an event, the AM engaged a seasoned musical promoter, Tony Hollingsworth, who worked before with the campaign for nuclear disarmament and Amnesty International. Hollingsworth was focused on the profit line and demanded that the broadcast center on Nelson Mandela and be framed as a celebration. Hollingsworth envisioned an emotional event that would tag at viewers' heartstrings rather than induce rage. Looking back, Hollingsworth claimed that this was the hardest thing for the political community to accept. Quote, the idea that this was as soft as a birthday tribute. End of quote. Hollingsworth insisted on partnering with the BBC, the only one, open quote, to carry the respect of the broadcasting community around the world, end of quote. Indeed, it was this cultural clout that was at stake for the BBC. As a public broadcaster, it considered whether the event complied with its charter terms and with one of its core values, impartiality. Conservative politicians challenged the BBC on these accounts, arguing that, quote, apart from being an abuse of license payers' money, it is also in breach of the BBC's charter, end of quote. Some conservative politicians called on the press to boycott the concert and threatened to call for the replacement of BBC governors. Requests of this kind were dressed as a technical critique of contractual obligations rather than support for apartheid. Other objections were framed as concern for the safety of South Africans. The Guardian reported in April 1988 that Tory MPs had accused the BBC of, quote, providing oxygen to a terrorist organization. And as Robert's work shows, this choice of words was used by the Thatcher's regime to censor the IRA on the BBC and thus created an imaginative link between it and the ANC. The right-wing pressure group, the Freedom Association, had warned that the BBC governors might now have on their conscience the responsibility for the future deaths of innocent men, women, and children from the financial proceedings of a pop concert. The BBC's capacity to fend off criticism ebbed and flowed over the decades, but in the 1980s, as we heard, it was at a low point. After almost a decade of Thatcherite rule, the broadcasting body was visibly bruised, and now new television channels had opened, and Rupert Murdoch's satellite television service posed a new threat. Moreover, the very assumption that public broadcasting was a desirable social good came under attack. But despite the strenuous BBC government relationship, in 1988, an anti-apartheid worldview was no longer a marginal position, which helped sway the BBC in favor of the broadcast. In addition, the BBC was interested in the imagined audience for this broadcast, young, future license fee payers. Right before the concert, the press claimed that television producers have been told by the BBC's Director General to treat the concert as a major musical event on a par with a Live Aid charity-raising appeal. Political statements must be left to the news division to cover in an edited and balanced manner. Contrary to this statement, the BBC was well aware of the politics of the event. The concert was not the sole reserve of the entertainment department, as correspondence reveals. The concert was news which produced more news, as well as opportunities for the discussion of apartheid. For example, a few weeks before the concert, Ismail Ayub, Nelson Mandela's lawyer, and Annie Lennox from the Eurythmics met in London for a press junket covered by various television stations. 2 weeks after the concert, Pop Magazine #1 dedicated 4 pages of its coverage with the title, "The Biggest Birthday Bash Ever." As these examples show, the broadcast locations within a wider junction of politics, culture, protest, and consumption extended the discussion of apartheid to new audiences. The censored American version of the broadcast, which I will not discuss today, has colored the understanding of the Mandela concert as a sellout. The inclusion of American stars added to the accusations about the cynical use of the concert for personal gain and the corruption of its political message by celebrity culture. But as a reader from the Coventry Evening Telegraph wrote, the simplicity of the message, "Free Nelson Mandela," was too pure and too strong to be obscured by cuts in television coverage ordered by the BBC bosses in response to objections by Tory MPs and the South African government. Moreover, despite contemporary and current critique of celebrity culture as a hindrance to politics, the celebrity involvement in the concert produced a curiosity about apartheid and the ways to organize and protest against it. As Lili Chuliaraki demonstrates, by performing empathy, celebrities add an implicit pedagogical dimension to the public sphere, one that engages public sensibilities at the level of the imagination. As communicative figures, celebrities articulate aspirational performances of solidarity, shaping the perception of larger collectives. The joint performance of Peter Gabriel, Simple Minds, and Senegalese musician Youssou N'Dour is a good example. They performed Biko, Gabriel's 1977 anti-apartheid anthem, which decries the murder of Pan-Africanist leader Steve Biko in police custody. The song's memorable chorus, "And the eyes of the world are watching now," echoed over Wembley Stadium, transforming the musical number into a call for action. The set design amplified the message. Behind the musician hang a large banner painted by Mozambican artist Nguene titled The Eyes of the World. It depicted a collage of African faces, eyes vivid against the red, brown, and black of the painting. The image reinforced the viewer's role as the eyes of the world and their consequent moral duty to speak out. The concert thus offers us to look at political life from the ocular rather than a vocal perspective. And although democracy has been thought of as the amplification of the people's voice, Jeffrey Edward Green reminds us that in the 20th century, it is the eye that might be more appropriately function as a site of popular empowerment. The majority of citizens watch and listen to others who are actively engaged. We are mostly, he says, spectators who relate to politics with their eyes. And despite the challenge of working with this model, its advantages here stem from it being a visual model for a visual event, and from its focus on the power of the spectator as a response to the claim that celebrity culture negates politics. If we elevate spectatorship into the status of a gaze, we recover agency, argues Green. It is the gaze, the hierarchical form of visualization that inspects, observes, and achieves surveillance. Green builds on Hannah Arendt's contention that politics have the capacity to break free from the automatic and repetitive processes of nature, to generate new and historical events in a world otherwise inundated by cyclicality. He argues that the ocular models offers a way of seeing freedom, witnessing political events that are spontaneous, unscripted, and genuine portrayals of historical individuals under conditions of pressure and intensity. And as a political, live, historical event, the audience at the concert engage in an empowered way of looking. Cameras zoomed onto the faces of performers and individuals in the crowd. They picked up on the minutiae of the set design and zoomed out to show the immensity of the crowd in this process. Viewers at home not only the cameras inspected, surveyed, and made meaning of the event. Scholars have suggested that to understand political organizing and activism, we should consider embodied and emotional geographies. Nathan Clow argues that the microscale of bodies, perceptions, and feelings is necessary to understanding larger-scale political praxis. The physical proximity of 70,000 bodies singing together at the stadium created affect that in turn produced a sense of solidarity and political curiosity. Moreover, as a medium trading in emotional engagement, television was converse in extending the sense of excitement to viewers at home. As Hans Kornrey and Martin claim, emotions are one component in which political identity is made and remade, and as such, visceral relations generate the energy necessary for social movement mobilization. Sarah Ahmed's model of affective contagion suggests that emotions are not simply something I or we have. Rather, it is through emotions or how we respond to objects and others that surfaces or boundaries are made. The I and the we are shaped by and even take shape of a contact with others. The heightened emotional reaction that reverberated through the crowd during the concert resulted in what Anne Gibbs describes as contagious feelings. She claims that bodies can catch fire as easily, feelings as easily as catch fire. Affect leaps, from one body to another, evoking tenderness, inciting shame, igniting rage. In these readings, emotions are both the form and the site where political identity is forged, and the sensation of transformation reported by viewers speaks to its emotive power. Television increased this effect by amplifying the tone, the timbre, and the pitch of voice. Of course, not all viewers experience affect in the same way, and we can talk, there's been scholarship showing how each of us understands what we see differently. But I kind of want to conclude by saying that during this 10 hours of broadcast, activists, musicians, comedians, and actors used the stage to activate their viewers. Building on the effective structures of television, they engaged their audiences on an emotional level, nudging them to feel empathy with the incarcerated leader and his people. As important, the concert offered a glimpse of post-apartheid. Viewers gathered at Wembley or at home imagined together a potential history, one in which Nelson Mandela was a free man and apartheid had ended. And the imagining of this future constituted a potent act of solidarity, demonstrating that seeing freedom is a powerful step toward achieving freedom. Thank you.
Thank you for a fascinating panel with three papers that are interestingly interconnected. I'd like to ask the three speakers to approach us here, and we'll open the floor for questions. Yes, please. Maybe it would be better to use the mic. Yes.
Hi.
Let's put
Thank you so much. I love this panel, and kind of to state the obvious, I really liked how all your papers spoke to this blurring of boundaries between censorship and partiality and objectivity and freedom, and also that all these things actually kind of, it occurred to me that Robert's papers and the South African papers actually things that happen at the same time, right? So on the one hand, the BBC does this like terrible thing of caving in on the Irish question. On the other hand, it kind of plays very pioneering role in this. So I just also like the ways in which, the different ways in which the BBC confronted and engaged with these questions was absolutely fascinating. So I have a question to Martha and a question to Robert, and like a comment as well. So what made me, and I worked quite a lot with questions of censorship and freedom of the press in the Cold War context and how they are received around the world. And so the BBC's, the Thatcher's government decision to impose the censorship and the kind of BBC's agreement, it's just mind-boggling in a sense that it's completely kind of ignoring this larger context and this like 50-year-long conversation about censorship being, you know, the communist thing, that liberal democracy, that distinguish between their freedom, and kind of really the core value of liberal democracies is the freedom of the press, and all these are very latent discussions in kind of the world media conversation. And so against that backdrop, to making that blatant move, I just kind of, I can't make sense of it. It really doesn't make sense. So I wonder if you had anything, if you had any explanation to that. My other question to you, and here comes the real question, is how did the BBC people kind of grapple with what happened? Are they justifying censorship? Are they silently questioning it? Are they trying, kind of walking between the lines and trying to find the good? Are they ignoring its existence? So if you had any sense of what the kind of how they are responding to this. And for Martha, and that also comes kind of from, you know, being aware of Russia using its news television for the past, how many months are we in? 8 months, and then some years. How come it never occurred to kind of the apartheid authorities that they could bring television in and use it as the propaganda? Like, why did it take them so long, and why did they never see kind of the propaganda, say, brainwashing and regime justifying potential of this medium?
Well, one of the great things about working in the written archive of the BBC at Caversham is looking at how the BBC listening, tried to attack censorship by pointing out the way in which it was being understood throughout the world. And there's just wonderful material that is coming in from especially Britain's Cold War enemies, pointing to the hypocrisy. So there's this wonderful material that, this talk was from a chapter in my recent book about the World Service and what censorship meant to the World Service and how humiliated David Spall was in arguing against it. So there's just a rich amount of material that the Cold War enemies enjoyed ridiculing censorship. But one of the arguments I make in my book is the broadcasting ban in 1988 only made official what had long existed for Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland was always sort of a place apart for not only the BBC, but for Britain. In London, the BBC in Northern Ireland was regarded as the Siberia of the BBC. That's how it was described. Just a place that was incomprehensible. When reporters went out to try and report on the way, on life in Northern Ireland, they were hounded out of the region. So it's, censorship was always there. Sorry, the last part of your question was?
So what did people think about censorship?
Oh yeah, so journalists were appalled by what was going on. They tried to get around the restrictions by hiring actors like Stephen Ray to mimic what was being said, and it was just absurd. But that became really difficult to do, to go out and find out what Republicans thought about a particular incident. It just became too complicated to try and get an actor into the studio to sort of mouth the words of Jerry Adams or Martin McGuinness. So they actually did push Sinn Féin to the margins, but the party continued to maintain support. In fact, support would grow as the restrictions continued.
There's a very sort of mythologized reason for why the National Party didn't acquire television, which is that they were very frightened of its morally corruptive possibilities, that they were frightened about the effect it would have on white supremacy in the country. They were suspicious of visuals and the seduction of television, all of the kind of moral panic that associated the arrival of TV in other nations. It was just exacerbated in South Africa. There was a Minister of Posts and Communications who was particularly opposed to television, and he's often quoted. But there's a scholar who's done some marvelous work on this called Karen Bevan, and she looked into all of the parliamentary debates. And that was certainly one aspect of it, but it also had to do with South Africa's geography. We have a very sort of varied geography, the expense, the problem of language, cost, expense. So that was another reason. And I think, culturally, television was viewed as something that could either bring in, it could be used for subversive purposes, and was sort of fear that, if it got into the wrong hands, but also they were very suspicious of kind of American capitalism, and it was, the fear of communism on the one hand, fear of excess in capitalism on the other hand. So it was really the moon landing and public outcry about that, but also when satellite TV, when it was, well, if we can't beat them, we're going to have to join them. And then, I think they did sort of start to see television as potential for propaganda. It was certainly used for, censorship purposes, with a sort of rough public broadcasting model, but state funded, and news was very much controlled. And even then, there was the reports would, decry the visuals. There should be as much talking head analysis as possible and little visual. And they were very good at animation, though.
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting and sort of nicely put together panel as well. I just have a comment for Robert and then a question for the others. I was a producer on Newsnight through that period, and just in answer really to what we just heard, I mean, it was absolutely ludicrous because we had a whole cottage industry going of actors. I mean, it was great for actors in that period. So literally night after night after night, we had actors coming into the studios, and they were getting work out of revoicing, you know, because we did the interviews with Jerry Adams and with all of them, but you just had to put another voice on. So we had a whole kind of array of different accents and different personalities, and we would just, which is so ludicrous. Because you were allowed, I don't know if you made this quite clear, you were allowed to use every word they said, but it couldn't be their voice, because the way that the Thatcher government framed it, they didn't think of this when they actually framed it. They said, we want to ban the voices of the baddies, but it was only their voices. So we would sit there and have Jerry Adams doing this, you know, in the vision, and you'd have an actor saying exactly the words that Jerry Adams was saying. So it was the most stupid form of censorship. Yes? Well, we would sometimes get an Irish, we had an array of Irish accents, but, you know, if there wasn't an Irish accent around, you just pick the next, you know, we literally had books full of actors that were ready at the drop of, because these were news broadcaster. The only thing is, of course, you couldn't do anything live, because you had to revoice the act. You couldn't do a live, it stopped you doing a live interview. You always had to, you know, then do it an hour or so before, you pull the actor in, get the script down, and then get them to talk. But, you know, so it was complete, and they were just sort of mouthing that, which is who didn't mind? The band people. Well, they could see how ludicrous it was. It made the Thatcher government look even stupider, and all the comments that were coming in from around the world could also parody the nonsense of it. You know, it was a complete. Yeah. I mean, we didn't realise it. It took a few months before we twigged, and then we realised that there was a whole way around this, and the government never. I don't know how they. I mean, they could have reframed the legislation. They never changed it. So for years we did that.
They complained that the dubbing was getting too good.
Yes.
John Major
No, it got
really
better.
upset
It
that
got
was
better and
getting too
better.
good.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it was absurd.
Ludicrous. Yeah. So, sorry, I just wanted to ask the other two. So I've done a lot of, you know, my work was on the reporting of the Ethiopian famine, which you mentioned, and then Live Aid, and then later on Live 8 in 2005. And what I found was really interesting in more recent work I've done is that I don't know if you found this, there was a whole sort of disjunction between, was the BBC producing this event, in which case they were dabbling in politics, or were they there as a reporting, you know, they were there to cover the live event. So the live event could be, you know, it could be a party political conference or something like that. I mean, the BBC turns up and, you know, obviously covers everything. So I found in the archives a really interesting sort of tension and conflict about, are you just there to report and to film the event, or are you actually there as part of the producing? And I don't know if you come across, I mean, I've written a bit about this, but they had tried to do something called Live Earth, I think in about 2007, 2008, and that in the end was banned. They worked for 18 months on it, and that in the end was banned because it was seen as the BBC being too political about climate change, and they're not just reporting a big concert. So that's when they finally crossed the line. And in the very early ones, like in Live Aid, which I looked at, the BBC had a whole office. There was a huge office inside the BBC, which was effectively producing the event. So and this is reflected in the archives, they're never quite sure whether they're doing one or the other, and that created a lot of sort of quite interesting debate. Did you come across that at all?
So, I mean, I haven't looked at the BBC archives. I've only really looked at what the other partners in the event, but they certainly saw the BBC as a central partner. You know, when the BBC agreed to broadcast, it was sort of received, you know, their legitimacy, that it bestowed this legitimacy upon, I'm talking about not about Live Aid, but about the birthday tribute or Freedom Fest or whatever. And interestingly, in relation to, there was also, I can't remember who made the point that the BBC needed to rejuvenate its image, and so the concert was kind of seen as a means of doing that. So I don't don't know how they viewed it in terms of whether it was producing or just platform, but certainly they were spoken about as if they were a stakeholder.
They were. I mean, I did see the BBC kind of archive papers, and they are so involved. I mean, they do all the technical side. There's between Tony Hollingsworth and them, there's a whole division of labor and financing, because they paid for a lot of it. They had a lot of people on the ground. They have, I mean, it's not only technical, and that's why I think it's very important for them to keep saying that this is a musical event. They can't say we're only we're only showing it or reporting it, but the only thing to do is to try and downplay its political side.
Thank you very much. It's fascinating to hear things about when I was becoming politically aware in the 1980s and 1970s, which I think is indicative of the fact that censorship wasn't working, that the world knew what was happening, which actually is my question, because there was no internet. This was way before the fact that we even knew that there was such a thing as a computer or a mobile phone had never been invented yet. The question is to compare and to contrast on, the question really is the relationship of the Director General, the BBC and the governors with government in terms of this. And for the question relates to this compared contrast and effectiveness to Robert, because it was also Section 31 of the Irish Broadcasting Act, and the RTE had to similarly, but was doing it differently, and there was a different time period as well of the British Act and the Irish Act of actually doing the exact same thing. So the message was getting out. But the question there is really is the relationship of the British government to the Director General and the governors of the BBC in terms of how to implement what was going on there. And the same to Martha and to Tom, is that everybody knew that Margaret Thatcher was 100% anti-Mandela, and the Tory party was saying it's because 800,000 British jobs depend upon it. But the BBC was doing one thing, but there was other media, there was other television stations, there was the press, the paper press. And how was that message getting out? In other words, was the BBC so ineffectual in implementing the censorship across the board or promoting things such as the Mandela concert, but everybody else's opinion was also getting out and the world knew about it? So where was the censorship happening here? You know, how frustrated was government? How frustrated was the BBC Director General? What was the... Thank you.
Sorry, is this on? Yeah, no, it's on. Just a little administrative note here. What we're going to do is we're going to take about another 10-15 minutes to finish the Q&A on this panel, and then sort of slide into the next one without taking a break. So if people need to go out and use the facilities or get another cup of coffee, you can use the Q&A to kind of do that before we'll begin the next panel at 12:15. So, sorry, back to regular program.
Okay. I'll say one thing. It's a very good point, because the decision really showed how fractured it was, because the board of management which was made up of professional broadcasters, editors and managers and all the rest, were appalled by the decision to introduce censorship and complained bitterly to the Assistant Director General, or the Associate Director General, and the Director General. They were especially upset with the way in which the chairman of the board of the BBC, the governors, Marmaduke Hussey, responded. They felt that his response was weak and ineffectual, and so it really opened up the tension, and it also illustrated how successful Thatcher had been in appointing making blatant political appointments to the Board of Governors, as well as the chairman of the board. Hussey was a conservative, and all of her appointees were profoundly conservative. The tradition had been before that when one governor retired, that they would be replaced with a like-minded, somebody that was either Labour or conservative. But she just appointed hardcore Tories all down the line. How effective it was, Sinn Féin maintained its popularity increased. And, you know, the sort of battle to control the narrative of the Troubles was what it was all about. And in that respect, the government failed. It really couldn't control the narrative. I mean, the BBC continued to be subversive as far as she was concerned.
One thing about, again, the remembering kind of the larger context of the time, and again, this comes at the end of a decade of, you know, again, the changing of the people sitting on the Board of Governors, this changing of the concept that these should be professionals and not people that are associated with a certain parties, or erosion of all sorts of earlier conventions, but also budget cuts, the license fee or whatever the budget has to every 10-year or whatever be renewed, and it wasn't renewed, giving Rupert Murdoch the entry into the UK in the way it did, and to satellite de facto saying that there was a new more competition in town with a smaller budget, which made that budget even smaller than what it was. So there was all these ways of kind of decreasing power. That said, I don't think at this point Margaret Thatcher was against Nelson Mandela. She was against sanctioning apartheid, and these were two different things, which makes, again, this concert a bit special in the way that it is not as controversial as it might maybe sound, and it's, you know, the implications after, you know, down the road may be different, but at that moment of negotiations, it's not as kind of big deal.
This is a question of, it's sort of about the visuality. You talked about the way in which the visuality was accomplishing certain kinds of things that orality couldn't. But part of what struck me also, which kind of was connected to the question of, was this concert experienced as a BBC production, or was it experienced as something that was being filmed by second order, the BBC, is that there's a kind of, that one of the things that happens, one of the things that happens when you have visual and oral together is that you can't multitask. So it seems in striking contrast with the people who are gathered in the plaza listening to radio. You can't multitask in the same way if it's visually happening and orally happening. But also that there is a kind of continuity between the experience of being an audience and the experience of that's being represented too, that the visuality and the orality create it as a kind of coming together event. So, which was part of what, so was it necessary that it was visual, that the visuality, or that the visuality was added to the orality and therefore created a sense of togetherness in the audience that might not have been there if you could listen as you did something else to the radio?
I think the visuals were very important, and not only the visual, but the fact that it was a televised event. And again, kind of going back to Martha, this idea of a media event and a televised media event, I think that's kind of part of the definition of, you know, of what it kind of, to have this mobilizing power. I absolutely think it was part of its affect.
I was going to talk about this sense of affect as well. So I love bringing Sarah Ahmed in here and her way of thinking about bodies and contact and affect and sort of the politicizing capacity of that. I think also, you know, I'm thinking Shanae's work on sort of the zany aspects of affect and other kinds of sort of less obviously political ways. And I'm wondering about the sentimental in all of this, because for me, experiencing these concerts was often, yeah, you get this sort of rush of commonality with people and coming into common cause, and at the same time also a trivializing of certain kinds of subtleties
and sort of erasing of political difficulty in the sentimental. So I wonder if maybe all three of you, but mostly the two of you, could speak to how that kind of an affect gets mobilized by this media event, and how that kind of complicates what we think of as a mobilization.
So I haven't researched affect, but I do have some thoughts about the political, socio-political effect of that media event, which is, so it turned out to be a bit of a problem for the ANC, in that when Nelson Mandela was finally released from prison, there was an assumption that apartheid had ended, which it hadn't. We're still another 4 years before we actually had an election. So I don't know if that speaks to what you're saying in any way, but it's quite interesting that that the event didn't raise political awareness on a detailed level. It was pretty sketchy, people's understanding of what was happening in South Africa. He became a symbol, Nelson Mandela, at that point, and all of he was this absentee performer whose image was influenced by all of the celebrities who performed there, so that by the time he was released from prison, he was a demigod, a saint, and I think it had a lot to do with that concert, in addition to the anti-apartheid movement. But the culmination was really that concert. Was this a good or a bad thing? It's another question. Was it a problem for the ANC? It meant that he had so much power he could act unilaterally, and yeah, so that's it really sort of made him a political celebrity on a grand scale, and I don't know if that talks to the symbolism or the sentimentality of the event. You probably have.
Yeah, thanks. No, it's really an interesting comment. It goes back to this critique of that, or the first compromise that the AM had to make, and that was to concede to framing this as a celebration and as a birthday tribute, and kind of diffuse a different kind of very obvious political message, and to bring in sentimentality and embrace it completely in this birthday. So I think the celebration is a celebration of sentiment in that way. Their way of understanding it was that it did open 5 period after that, here on the ground march, that had a more kind of obvious, I guess, political or hard-edged political side to it. And if it's any kind of indication that the membership in the AM had doubled within the 2 months after the concert. And again, it's I think for the AM it was one event in a kind of a very long trajectory of 4 or 5 decades of activism.
And it was preceded by a whole lot of other concerts as well, so other pop concerts.
We know from a lot of research that has been done on the Mandela concert that in a sense the hagiography of Mandela was a direct response, and you may have already noted this, right, to a very different set of affective imperatives around the prominence of Stephen Biko and mourning as affect in that context. So I think there is a kind of darker layer here that can be set against the euphoric and sanctifying effects of the concert.
Thank you. That was good.
I feel we should start.
Hi, I'm Eitan. Oh, hi. Nice to meet you.
So interesting to hear you, and I'm sure to hear you again. No, your collections from the pyramid.
Oh, right. Okay, yes. Yes, yes, yes. So it was funny when he started talking.
It all came back to me.
It came back to me how stupid it was.
It's the first hot tea I've had.
You're getting more and more dressed.
Hello, and welcome to this panel, A Window Onto the World. My name is Eitan Bar Yosef. I teach English literature and post-colonial studies at Ben Gurion University, the other end of the country, in the south. And we have three speakers, and the first is Simon Potter, who is professor of modern history at the University of Bristol, and he has published widely on media history and imperial history. His recent publications are Wireless Internationalism and Distant Listening, Britain Propaganda and the Invention of Global Radio, 1920 to 39. This is OUP 2020. And Centenary History of the BBC. This is the BBC, Entertaining the Nation, Speaking for Britain, 1922 to 2022. And that's OUP this year. Congratulations. And his theme today is Building Empires on Air, the BBC and Colonial Broadcasting, brought to you by Zoom. So hopefully this will work. Simon.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to check that you can hear me and I'm not shouting or whispering. I also should be sharing my screen, but I don't know if you can see that. There we go. And you can hear me okay? My voice is all right?
This is great, yeah, thank you.
Perfect, thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you so much for inviting me, and apologies that I can't be there in person. I can report from my village in North Somerset that the road outside is eerily quiet, as people, I think, are preparing for the funeral today. So that's some live reporting on a media event for you. What I wanted to do in my paper is think a bit about the history of colonial broadcasting and the BBC's role specifically in the 1920s and the 1930s. And I wanted to pick up on some of the points that Jessica made, and I think my paper is quite complementary to what we were hearing earlier this morning. By the time I finished writing This is the BBC, I'd read a lot more, or reread a lot of secondary material on the history of the BBC, and I was pretty convinced by the end of it that many historians fundamentally like the BBC. And many of the people who write about it view it as a bastion of non-commercial, independent thinking in British social, cultural, and political life, a force for progressive and beneficial change. And I think probably in this centenary year, a lot of public writing, at least, about the history of the BBC is taking that tone. But at the same time, I think we've heard already today. I wasn't here yesterday, but we've heard today certainly some alternative views, a more critical take on the history of the BBC. And I think something that fundamentally underpins that critical take is the idea that the BBC is fundamentally a massive agglomeration of power and influence in British cultural, political and social life. And it's very closely tied, and it's often in a complex and difficult relationship with other elements of the British state. It's not separate to the British state, I think is one of the conclusions of This is the BBC. It should be seen as a fundamental part of the British state, and sometimes, and perhaps often, as a bastion of inequality and hierarchy in British life. I think particularly when it comes to the history of the BBC's engagement with the world beyond Britain's shores, the interaction with British civil servants is much closer than, for example, Asa Briggs's official history volumes would suggest. And I think recent work on the Cold War by Alban Webb and others is showing that certainly there is a very close relationship between the BBC and the British state, as the BBC acted really as a subcontractor for British propaganda overseas. And Britain's most powerful propaganda voice overseas, I think, throughout the 20th century. So how do we get towards a more critical history of the BBC, dismantle some of the unhelpful assumptions about its progressive role, the celebratory assumptions about its progressive role? As Jessica said earlier, decolonising the history of the BBC is a crucial aspect of this drive. And one way of doing that, I think there are at least three things I want to think about briefly before getting into the meat of my paper. One of the key ways we want to do this is to think about histories of race and the BBC's domestic programming. And here we can see there's a more critical history which has emerged, associated with the work of people like Gavin Schaffer, Daryl Newton, and Christine Grandy, that looks at the BBC's role in promoting contemporary inequalities, reinforcing contemporary inequalities and hierarchies of race in British society. I think one of the things that historians of international broadcasting really need to do is interact with that history and think about how the artificial boundary between the histories of British domestic broadcasting and British international broadcasting can start to be broken down, and how we can see the role of the BBC in promoting hierarchy and inequalities at home and overseas can really be seen in the same analytical frame. Another way of doing it, and this is here's my Parkinson-style interview plug for my book, The Wireless World, co-written book, which just came out last week. Another way of, I think, trying to decolonize and decenter, words used by Jessica, the history of the BBC, is to push the BBC to the margins in global histories and transnational histories of broadcasting, and think much more about histories of broadcasting in and from the global south. So that's what we try and do in The Wireless World. It's an ongoing project, it needs a lot more work, and I think closer links with scholars of international broadcasting working in the global south is a crucial aspect of that future work. Finally, getting on to what I want to talk about today, I think a third key way of decolonizing the history of the BBC is to look at the colonial history of the BBC, look at what the BBC does to promote imperial identities, promote imperial unity for much of the 20th century. And here another book I've written called Broadcasting Empire looks in particular at the role of the BBC in attempting to reinforce a white, diasporic British world connecting the UK with Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. And I've looked at that in my Broadcasting Empire book, and the limits and partial dismantlement of that role in the later 20th century. In the 1920s and 1930s, the BBC is also involved in attempts to promote colonial broadcasting in Africa and Asia in particular. And I want to focus on that today. And look at the 1920s and 1930s. In some ways, we could see this as a prelude to the history of the BBC and colonial development in the 1940s and the 1950s, And Caroline Ritter's written about some of the aspects of this recently in her book, really showing how in the post-war years, the BBC plays a very significant role in attempts to entrench British ideas about broadcasting and using broadcasting as a tool of colonial development, and also to support British military counterinsurgency campaigns in places like Malaya. And there's a really close relationship between the BBC, the Colonial Office, and later the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in this regard. But while I think historians of empire often need to also take a step back and think about where those histories of empire fit into the broader international priorities of an organization like the BBC. And from my perspective, I think it's clear that the BBC has a hierarchy when it comes to the importance it attributes, the relative significance it attributes to different places and to different functions. During the Second World War, broadcasting to fascist and occupied Europe was obviously the priority. Similarly, during the Cold War, using radio to pierce the Iron Curtain became the main focus of the BBC's international activities. More broadly, there's a continuity that collaboration with other European broadcasters, notably through the International Broadcasting Union and later the European Broadcasting Union, is another consistent priority. I look at that in my book, Wireless Internationalism. Close behind the European aspect of the BBC's activities is its desire to collaborate with American broadcasters and to reach audiences in the US. Next, I think perhaps comes this idea of using radio to promote a white British diaspora, a British world. The idea of broadcasting to the global south often is at the very bottom of the BBC's list of international priorities. Why is that? Racism, I think, is clearly one of the reasons. Many BBC staff and British officials believe that a white British world or even an English-speaking world is much more important to the BBC and to Britain than the colonial empire. Global economic inequalities and hierarchies are also clearly significant factors, and they have very important knock-on effects. The wider inequalities within the British imperial world mean that poverty and income inequality mean that very few potential listeners in the global south had the disposable income to buy radio receiving sets, and that doesn't really change until the transistor revolution of the 1960s. Poverty and inequality on a global scale also means that in many parts of the British Empire in Africa and Asia, related technologies and infrastructures required for radio listening, electricity supplies, access to batteries, servicing facilities for receiving sets are simply not available. Puts real practical barriers on listening. What I want to talk about today is that some of the attempts that the BBC leads to try and devote state resources to improving access to radio in Africa and Asia. This clearly is something that the BBC sees as an important initiative in the 1930s. But again, I'd argue progress on that front and the sort of the transformation of radio into what contemporaries call a tool of advanced colonial administration is again hobbled by the impact of the global economic crisis and the unavailability of funds to devote for colonial broadcasting. So I think again, coming back to, for example, Asa Briggs's official histories of the BBC, you get the sense that when it comes to international broadcasting and imperial broadcasting in the 1930s, Britain leads the way and the BBC leads the way. I'd argue that's very much not the case, that the BBC's attempts to promote colonial broadcasting in the 20s and 30s are limited and largely unsuccessful. And again, that should help us understand perhaps how to decenter and combat some of the celebratory aspects of the BBC's centenary as we look at re-evaluating its history. So, I've got about 10 minutes left, I think. And what I want to focus on is the slow pace of the development of broadcasting in the British Empire in the 1920s and 30s. A lot of the resources which are devoted to wireless in the British colonies in the 1920s are devoted to wireless telegraphy, point-to-point communication, not broadcasting. Where you do start to see the development of broadcasting in British colonies is often in the role of amateurs, sometimes some of whom are servants of the colonial state in different colonies, trying to develop broadcasting on a very informal basis. And Ceylon, modern Sri Lanka, is probably the best example of that, with the key work done by the Radio Club of Ceylon, an amateur organisation in promoting local broadcasting in the colony. But poverty, the lack of equipment, the lack of programme resources mean that development is very slow across the British Empire. By the end of 1925, for example, there are only 175 licensed listeners in Ceylon. The BBC and the Colonial Office start to correspond about the very slow nature of the development of broadcasting in the colonies, and the British Postmaster General issues advice through the Colonial Office to colonial governments, setting out what's being done in Britain, setting out suggestions for broadcasting policy, but making it very clear that in Britain, broadcasting is not about politics and controversy. And similarly, that in the colonies, broadcasting should refrain from engaging in, quote, statements on topics of political, religious, or industrial controversy. That, of course, is the case in terms of restraints on the early BBC, but notably, those ideas that broadcasting should not be providing a forum for political debate continue long after the end of the ban on controversial broadcasting in Britain. In the colonies, they last much longer. The BBC is authorised to start experimenting with long-range broadcasting to the Empire as early as 1926, but it doesn't take up that opportunity, and instead it focuses on collaborative broadcasting with European broadcasters and American broadcasters. The heraldic coat of arms that the BBC, every modern corporation should have a heraldic coat of arms and a chivalric motto. The BBC adopts in 1927 famously, "Nation shall speak peace unto nation." And that's really imagining a future where the BBC is focused on links, collaborative links with European and American broadcasters, not the colonial world primarily. The BBC is very reluctant to engage in broadcasting to the empire itself, partly because of uncertainties about the technologies, but also because of the work that's being done by the BBC in association with the International Broadcasting Union in trying to restrict and limit propaganda services aimed at foreign audiences. And the BBC is very concerned that any attempt to start empire broadcasting is going to directly contradict with its obligations under agreements with the International Broadcasting Union to refrain from broadcasting propaganda to overseas audiences. But there's a strong push from the Colonial Office and also from colonial civil servants on the ground that radio should be something that serves, in particular, colonial civil servants and expatriates. So the BBC ends up starting the Empire Service, which is primarily aimed at what is called in the BBC's own documentation as, quotes, the white population of territories under the British flag. So the Empire Service of the BBC launches in 1932, explicitly aimed at a white expatriate audience. It's not to serve colonial listeners, African and Asian colonial listeners. You get very I hate using this word, celebratory accounts at the time of the Empire Service and its crucial role in connecting up the British Empire. This is the BBC's Christmas card from 1936 with a classic British imperial pink map of British world power, but centered on the BBC's long-range transmitters at Daventry in Northamptonshire. So it's literally the BBC and Daventry at the center of the world in this image. But that fanfare, that idea of a BBC Empire service reaching out to unite the entire British Empire is, I think, much more illusory than it is a statement of reality. The BBC's transmitters are much less powerful than would be required to reliably serve overseas audiences. Also, the program budget of the Empire Service is tiny until the later 1930s. Crucially, many colonial listeners cannot pick up BBC programs. And the BBC quickly realizes that it's devoting significant and growing resources to the Empire Service, and that there might actually be very few listeners. And when it starts to survey the number of potential listeners to this Empire Service, it starts to come to the conclusion that maybe that audience is possibly measured in the low hundreds of thousands. So it's putting on this huge broadcasting service, growing broadcasting service for an audience the size of a small town, spread across the world. So you see then a massive drive from within the BBC, significant drive within the BBC, to persuade the Colonial Office to get colonial states to buy into broadcasting and to support colonial broadcasting, and also perhaps to unlock British funds to promote colonial broadcasting. And I don't really have time to go into this here, but you see a series of reports issued by the BBC, sent out to colonial governments by the Colonial Office, and culminating in the Plymouth Report of 1936, which promotes the idea that colonial broadcasting should be, in the words of the report, a tool of advanced administration, and that typically colonial states should directly control local broadcasting in order to promote basic education, practical education, to promote also support and loyalty to the colonial state, and that colonial broadcasting should, as a result, typically be under the direct control of the colonial states, rather than introducing any sort of BBC model of chartered public broadcasting under some form of remote state control. So colonial broadcasting is perceived of by the BBC and the Colonial Office as being something very different from broadcasting in Britain. Part of that is a drive to improve access to radio in the colonies, but also to limit how the choices that can be made by listeners. So this is part of the BBC's propaganda drive in the mid-1930s behind this idea of promoting colonial broadcasting. It runs a photograph competition for readers of its World Radio magazine and asks them to send in photos of listening in colonial contexts. And I've just got a couple of images, some of which you might find quite offensive today. What they do is juxtapose typically all the photographs, I think that's, or many of the photographs which are ultimately printed, juxtapose modernity of radio with the primitivism of colonial settings. And it's this idea of broadcasting as bringing colonial modernity, the colonial state and this new technology, colonial broadcasting and the BBC together, bringing new aspects of modernity to colonial settings.
Simon, 20 minutes are up. Can you wrap up in a minute or so? Thank you.
I can do, yes, yes. So what goes along with, though, this promotion of colonial broadcasting is the idea that what listener choice should be dramatically limited. So we already heard a little bit about the village listening schemes in India, and Jessica showed some photo of a communal listening event. The village sets in India only are operated by timer switches, and they're only set to All India Radio. There's no choice of listening, and volume is often set very high. The other key example of a colonial listening scheme is in the Palestine Mandate, where the radio sets issued by the Palestine Mandate state to local listeners in Palestinian villages only have one control, which is the key, which is issued to a village headman and is used either to turn the radio on or off. There's no other controls. And this idea that colonial broadcasting should be highly limited in the choice it gives and the ability to connect to non-local or British Empire service stations that's written into the Plymouth Report of 1936. So in conclusion, very briefly, what I've tried to demonstrate is that BBC involvement in the idea of colonial broadcasting in the 1930s is tightly bound up with colonial ideas about modernity, limited education, limited participation, colonial structures of economic development, and is deeply bound up with the hierarchies and inequalities of the British colonial state. And before we start to decolonize further the history of the BBC and of broadcasting, we need to explore further and acknowledge the BBC's role in that colonial order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Our second speaker is Suzanne Franks, who is a former BBC TV broadcaster who is now Professor of Journalism at City University of London. She served as head of the journalism department until 2019. Her books include Africa's Media Image in the 21st Century and Reporting Disasters, Famine, Aid, Politics, and the Media, based on her research about the BBC broadcasting of Ethiopia in 1984. And her theme today is comparing BBC post-colonial reporting in India with Africa, nuanced attention and sensitivity versus disinterest and ignorance. So, Suzanne.
So how do I move it forward? Is it this? Presentation Haifa, yeah. Yeah. How do I move it forward? Yeah. The arrow on here? No, on the remote. On the remote? Where's it gone?
Sorry, we're just sharing it.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, where do I press it to? Yeah, but where do I press it to?
We can try, but I think it might be because of the sharing.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much for inviting me, and I'm delighted to be here to talk about the BBC. So, as you've just heard, my work initially was on the reporting of Africa. I've written about to start with, about the Ethiopian famine, and in the period after that. And it's evident to anybody who does any work on that topic that the BBC reporting in that period, sort of the 70s and 80s, which I was looking at, is an extreme version of the sort of heart of darkness tropes. It's all about either celebrity or sort of poverty, or a bit of wildlife thrown in, but it's very, very stereotyped and very little kind of nuanced understanding as Africa as a kind of normal place where normal things happen. And I became more and more, engaged in that, and from having got there through the BBC reporting. I don't know if any of you have come across this article. I mean, this kind of symbolised it for you. I'm sure lots of you have heard it, but it's the most popular article ever in Granta magazine by this wonderful Kenyan writer, Benjamin Wainaina. Always use the word Africa or darkness or safari in your title. Subtitles may include the words Zanzibar, Maasai, Zulu, Zambezi, Congo, Nile, Big Sky, Shadow, Drum, Sun, or Bygone. Also useful are words such as guerrilla, timeless, primordial, and tribal. Note that people means Africans who are not black, while the people means black Africans. Never have a picture of a well-adjusted African on the cover of your book or in it, unless that African has won the Nobel Prize. An AK-47, prominent ribs, naked breasts, use these. If you must include an African, make sure you get one in Maasai, Zulu, or Dogon dress. In your text, treat Africa as if it were one country. It's hot, dusty, with rolling grasslands and huge herds of animals and tall, thin people who are starving. Or it's hot and steamy, with very short people who eat primates. Don't get bogged down with precise descriptions. Africa's big, 54 countries, 900 million people who are too busy starving, dying, warring, and emigrating to read your book. So that was kind of the kind of bedrock of reporting of Africa, and the BBC was pretty much in that mode as well, so in that period. And it was only really in the late 80s that I think, I mean, there was a little bit of sort of pushback, but it was only in the late 80s that anybody even realised that there was another way of telling stories. So I became interested then when I was in the BBC archive as to whether this was throughout the developing world, whether there was always this kind of, you know, sort of ignorant and horribly stereotyped attitude. And I realised through the work I did, and I sort of engaged a lot in the archive, that actually there was somewhere else in the world, also, you know, a former colony and so on, that had a very, very different relationship with the BBC, and you know, complete contrast to what I found about Africa. And I know a lot of people in this room have battled their way through Caversham, and I certainly found it like that. I mean, kind of, you know, it was so random what you find, and it's so kind of, you know, I often think of it sort of like you're stumbling around like in a blindfold, trying to find something. But the material on India actually is amazing. There's so much there, and it's so interesting on the relationship between India and the BBC. Whereas in Africa, there's so little, and it's really very, very unhelpful, a lot of it. But what it told me about the relationship between the BBC and India is that it was a much more complicated, nuanced, interesting, and very tense relationship a lot of the time. And I became very, very interested in that, but, you know, having started out from somewhere else. So this is a picture of, for example, Alistair Milne, who was the Director General where first he was the Channel Controller, and then he was the Director General through this period. And he is just one example, but you know, he was born in India. His father was a surgeon in Kanpur, and had this kind of real interest in India. Great, you know, a lot of knowledge about India, having been born there, lived there as a child, and kept up this relationship. And this is just one example of how India kind of, you know, was sort of woven through the sort of colonial period, had been woven into the life of a lot of the senior people who worked at the BBC at that time. He used to go regularly, not just him, but all the senior officials, the chairman downwards, would go very regularly to India, have meetings with India officials. He'd had meetings with Mrs. Gandhi, and they would invite the High Commissioner in London to the BBC. They visited the High Commissioner a lot. For example, in one period of the 3 years during the 1980s, the High Commissioner in India reported that the chairman had been 5 times during his period, the BBC chairman, to meet with him in the High Commission. Now, that is completely not the case with Africa. There were no such liaison, no such interest, no such meetings. And when I interviewed, I didn't he's dead now, but I did a long interview with Alistair Milne. And he actually admitted to me, he said, because I said to him, why did you have all this interest in India? Why were you always going there and so worried about how you were reporting India? And yet basically, you know, it's a blank sheet as far as Africa. And he admitted to me, he said, we really ignored Africa. You know, it was a distant place. And frankly, we didn't really look, you know, it was almost a shame now. He said, we just didn't really care. And that is again and again what you find in the archive, that there was this kind of constant tension and interest in India, and the Indian government were you know, always hot off the press to complain to if they didn't like the way that the BBC was reporting their country, if things were not exactly you know, as they saw them, and this reached, you know, extraordinary levels in some times during this period. And one example, this is only one of many, was what was called the Louis Malle affair in 1970. There was a 7-part series which was actually made for French television, not even for the BBC, called The Phantom of India. And so it was shown in France, that's fine. It was then shown, the first episode was shown on the BBC. The Indian government were absolutely furious. And they said, how dare you show such a sort of horrible stereotype portrayal of our country. And they insisted that it be banned forthwith and the next 6 episodes not be shown. The BBC sort of tried to placate things, but they weren't going to suddenly ban it. And sure enough, the Indian government threw out the BBC correspondent. They shut down the office in Delhi for 18 months as a punishment for the BBC showing this program. And yet it had been shown on French TV, and nobody batted an eyelid. And it was a French, it wasn't even a BBC production. So that is just one example of this sort of extreme, concern and attention that was paid, to how the India was portrayed by the BBC. And when the Deputy Foreign Minister in India was asked about, why do you care so much about how, what the BBC does and what's shown in Britain, and and actually it's a French film, he said, well, sensitivities are much more marked in India about the British press and media. Hundreds of senior businessmen, commentators, members of parliament and ministers keep flitting between Delhi and London. Whatever is said in the British press does not get conveyed merely by the High Commission's reports or from news items inflicted on the Indian press by India pressmen posted to London. And he said that it was really the depth of the Indian community in the UK that made the difference. It's a kind of conglomerate impression which involves business, commercial relations, as well as diplomatic relations. So the Indian Parliament finds it very difficult sometimes to ignore it. This kind of thing does not happen in Bonn or Berlin or even in Paris. It does happen in London. And that really kind of sums up this S.K. Singh was explaining why they cared so much about what happened in, what the BBC did, and this very, very tense relationship. And as a result of that, if you go through the archives, there's reams and reams of stuff about, how do we keep the Indian government happy? Will this program be all right? Won't that be okay? And even when the BBC was readmitted into India 18 months after they were banned, there was a whole screed of kind of what you were and weren't allowed to do, and you had to have minders with you. If anything other than news needed special permission from the Indian government to be allowed to make the program. And believe it or not, during the period of Morarji Desai, who was Prime Minister in the late 70s, he personally, as the Prime Minister, had to agree each BBC filming request, not for news, but for anything else, had to go through the Prime Minister, which is, is quite extraordinary. But it shows the kind of, the kind of dynamic of this relationship and the kind of worry on both sides. And obviously, a lot of it was, but it was also, due to this sort of also this kind of post-colonial interest and the fact that there was this kind of, this in many ways a great state of tension, which in a sense benefited things. So the programming made about India in that period was much better than, and programs about Africa was much more about the arts, about society, and a much wider range rather than this sort of narrow, just a royal visit here and some starving children there, and which was the coverage of Africa. And then the other key element to this that I want to point to in this period, who's very important, is obviously was Mrs. Gandhi herself, who had a very complicated and quite very critical view of the BBC, and she made sure that was well known about. I mean, she used to have meetings quite regularly with Mark Tully and also with Alistair Milne when he went there, and they once had a conversation about when Alistair Milne reminded that he'd been born in India, and obviously Mark Tully, who was this great Indian correspondent, the sort of head of BBC in India for many, many years. And she sort of turned and said, well, is it a qualification to work for the BBC that you have to have been born in India? And she, but was highly, highly critical many times of the BBC and was very, very quick to criticise things. There's also an interview I found in the archives of her with Radio Leicester with some pretty vitriolic views about what she thought of the BBC. But I mean, again, that was a good thing in many ways that they had to keep on their toes. So Mark Tully, who was this remarkable man who headed the BBC in India and was the voice of the BBC, voice of India to the BBC and the voice of the BBC to India. He was very important during this period in order to kind of keep this relationship on track. And it wasn't just significant on the domestic service, but also on the world service. So he had this very high visibility because he was also being broadcast on the world service, so he was being heard, if you like, in India. And this is quite unusual, this very, very closeness between the world service and the domestic service in India is something quite unusual. And in contrast, again, in Africa, the world service and the domestic, and what was shown on BBC domestic television had, there was no meeting of minds at all. So I'll say that this expertise within Bush House infused the domestic radio and television service output on India. And the depth of this relationship was so different from other parts of the developing world, where domestic services were really unaffected by the concerns of the world service. And sometimes this relationship manifested itself in particular concrete outcomes in the case of India. So during the Indo-Pakistan War in 1971, Bush House broadcast daily late-night news bulletins on Radio 4, on the domestic radio, providing vital information for all the Hindi, Urdu, Bengali-speaking communities in the UK via the domestic network. And at the same time, the vernacular programming included news originating from Bush House, and that used to go out in the local radio stations, which obviously later on developed into all the other community radio and TV services. And I interviewed one of the heads of the African service at that time, and he said how very special he could see this relationship was between the BBC external services and domestic services. And there was no cross-fertilization like that between the African service and the domestic news, he said. And he said how the domestic service of the BBC just lost interest in Africa after the euphoria of independence, along with the majority of the UK press, who couldn't really be bothered. And he said how Mark Tully was this fantastic bridge between the two services, and that he brought a great deal of understanding into the domestic news operation and that's this interplay between diaspora audiences, Indian authorities, and the BBC hierarchy. So just to finish, I want to talk a bit about this sort of matrix of domestic and overseas. So never was the BBC more indivisible than in the case of India. On the one hand, there were this links through the correspondent, Indian audiences, and this informed the overall coverage. And I just want to give some examples now of where this interplay really kind of came into sharp focus. So Mark Tully said to me that local Indians would often pick up on a sort of something they didn't like through there was a magazine which the High Commission brought out for NRIs, non-resident Indians in the UK, and there was always a section in that on press and broadcasting. And he said sometimes there would be that local Indians would pick up on something they didn't like and some objection, and he said it took very little to light a bonfire back in India. So if somebody knew an MP in India, some Indian in the UK, then all manner of trouble would start. And sometimes, in many cases, this was programs that were never seen in India. These were things that had just been picked up in the UK by somebody sitting in Leicester or somewhere watching television or listening to the radio. And so this really came to a very, very high point when during the Sikh unrest in 1984, when the Golden Temple in Amritsar was stormed, and Mrs. Gandhi confronted the Sikh leader, Bindranwale. The lunchtime Radio 4 program, World at One, broadcast in the UK, of course, an interview with
this man who called himself the sort of the Sikh spokesman in the UK. He called himself Dr. Jagmeet Singh Chauhan. He'd been a deputy speaker of the Punjab Parliament, and he now called himself the self-styled president in exile of Khalistan, which was the Sikh homeland. Anyway, so he gave an interview to the to the Radio 4, calling on Sikhs to rise up against Mrs. Gandhi. When the news of that interview reached Delhi, of course nobody in Delhi had heard it, there were 22 violent demonstrations against the BBC offices, against the British High Commission. 2,000 people were on the streets. Tully's home was attacked. 11 windows were smashed in his home and office. He had to flee over the wall. And Austin Clarke, then head of the World Service, said this extraordinary reaction underlines the indivisibility of the BBC in Indian eyes, that you can broadcast something locally in the UK, and that's what happens in India. And then this was even more the case when Mrs. Gandhi was, a bit later that year, Mrs. Gandhi was assassinated by her Sikh bodyguard. And there was an interview also with Chauhan, just on, not even on national radio, just on Radio London. All hell broke loose. And there was, again, violence well, there was violence anyway, but I mean, there was absolute fury and anger at the BBC for interviewing this man on BBC London. And also, interestingly enough, because of today, I'm going to mention this, in the aftermath of the assassination, there were also some news pictures were shown on BBC TV in the UK of Sikhs rejoicing in the streets of Southall, Sikhs rejoicing at Mrs. Gandhi's death, also obviously going back to the Golden Temple uprising. And Mrs. Thatcher was very angry about that. She wrote a letter to the BBC governors saying that very damaging, totally unrepresentative. I don't question the BBC's editorial independence. I'd be failing in my duty if I didn't remind you of the responsibility that goes with your independence. And then even the Queen made known her concerns about this. There was a private lunch, and one of the natural history producers from Bristol, Mike Andrews, had gone to, the Queen used to hold these lunches of interesting people. Anyway, she then, the Queen said at the lunch that transmitting these pictures of Sikhs in Southall was wicked. And he went back and wrote a little note for his bosses, and I found that in the archive about the Queen's opinion of these pictures. So it's quite interesting that this sort of dynamic of real care and attention and concern, is something that obviously was never modelled in other parts of the world. And so just to finish, I thought of that as it's a really interesting way. It's a kind of, in a pre-internet age, you already had a kind of the implications of viral reporting. So in a way, this domestic community, the Indian community in the UK, was acting as a kind of pre-internet source. So that the minute something they didn't like happened, it flashed back to India. India was up in arms. Indians on the streets. The government was up in arms. And so, in a sense, we had a vision of what it's like to be a viral, viral sensation long before the internet age. And just finally, to comment on what Mark Tully said, because he was broadcasting. Obviously, when he broadcast on the external services, it was heard here, where he was around him. They could immediately pick up what he was saying. But when he was broadcasting back to the UK, he assumed they weren't, it was a double standard, that they weren't actually, the people he reported about weren't hearing about that. And I did a long interview with him, and he said I'll just finish with a quote from him about this kind of dynamic of broadcasting locally and back to the UK. He said, when I was broadcasting to India, my God, it kept you on your toes. Countless times I had to answer for what I broadcast to Indians. I was on a tightrope, writing for an Indian audience, but not to please them. In that case, of course, I'd have had the World Service on my back, so I had to justify what I said locally. I had to be well informed. If I said something which caused offence, I made bloody sure it was right. It was a very good discipline as a broadcaster. If I was only worrying about the audience back in the UK, the prime concern was making the story interesting. All the minute checks by the Eastern Service meant it had to be well informed, and the desire was only to get things right. They weren't concerned if a story was sexy. Their only interest was hard news. And he said it really kept you The Eastern Service in that period was led by people who really knew their stuff. I cared more about what Bush said than anywhere else. If the domestic service complained something was boring, I really didn't mind very much. But if Bush said you got it wrong, as I sometimes did, I cared very much. And that really kept as I said, kept me on my toes. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker is Jennifer Lewin, who is a lecturer in the Department of English Language and Literature here at the University of Haifa, a researcher and teacher of early modern poetry as well as academic writing. She has published numerous articles and an essay collection, and her theme today is imaginative sympathy in William Empson's career as BBC Chinese editor.
Since the time that I sent Tal my abstract and now, as many of you have remarked about your own work and papers, this paper has kind of evolved a little bit. And it's evolved in good ways in the sense that it has spawned like a much broader, deeper project than I had imagined when I first started working on it. On the other hand, I think if I were to have changed the title, I would have changed it slightly to say Imaginative Sympathy, William Empson's definitions of his mission as BBC Chinese editor. So I'm more concerned, in other words, with how Empson perceived himself as doing work for the BBC in the war years, what his self-definitions look like as he wrote to the BBC to insist on getting to do the kind of coverage of World War II that he thought was so important. And I'll kind of describe where the larger project is going as well, too. Okay. William Empson's World War II BBC broadcasts are a little discussed part of his career, as they took place immediately following his years as an expatriate university scholar and teacher in Japan and China. As some of you probably already know, he famously goes to China goes to Japan first and then to China to teach English, and brings with him tennis shoes and a lemon, and that's all. And his hope was to be able to, recall and find copies of, once he got there, all of the literature that he was going to teach, and also kind of cope with issues of translation and learn the local languages as well, and kind of work in a very basic way to achieve the teaching of English and English literature in Japan and China. So the work he did in order to make these BBC broadcasts happen, I want to argue, offer a glimpse at his attempt at creating a nuanced picture of wartime life in both Asia and the West. And as these regions' governments and populations grew even further apart ideologically, to say the least, Empson's desperation to find a common language to be a BBC reporter, both broadcasting to China and Japan and about China and Japan to British audiences, that desperation grew. It found its most powerful expression in his appeals to the BBC itself, in his letters asking to broadcast these programs. And the content of the programs that he wanted to show were basically arguments for a kind of mutual understanding, or mutual understanding of the nuances of language that he hoped would bring these cultures together and to a greater understanding of both of each other, of China and Japan towards each other, and the British. So it was an idealistic project. It was a very naive project in many ways, but it was one that he really thought was going to foster, if not generate, kind of world peace, and even go so far as to end the fighting in the wars, because he thought that if his audiences could understand more about language, they could understand more about each other and kind of stop stop hating each other. So looking at the kind of frenetic pace of and the content of the letters that he wrote to the BBC in the early 40s is the larger project. I was hoping to be able to quote from some of those to you today, but I need permission from the heirs, which I've been assured is forthcoming, but I haven't gotten yet, in order to do that. So I spent much of August in the archives at the Houghton Library at Harvard University, where all those letters are. And it's been really exciting to be working in them and to see what he's doing. And so I'm bringing you guys some of the conclusions from that, but not some of the content, unfortunately. The title Imaginative Sympathy borrows a phrase from John Haffenden's biography of Empson, which remains the most comprehensive treatment, of course, of this period of his life and career. And a fuller reassessment of the role of his BBC years, which were essentially from 1941 and his most intense involvement, 42, 43, through the post-war years, 47 and 48, I think is in order. So for those of you guys who need a little short refresher on who William Empson was, I'll just offer the reminder, of course, that his most celebrated book, 7 Types of Ambiguity, which started off as an essay in a college tutorial and then kind of blossomed into a book which became a very important part of formalist criticism and close reading movement in the first half of the 20th century. It first appeared in 1930 and was, by the time he starts to apply for programmer for the BBC, had become standard reading for all bright undergraduates in Britain and in the US, if not always for their teachers. His poems had appeared in 1935, and he reads a lot of his poetry aloud on the BBC, both at the invitation of George Orwell and others in the Voice series and in another series, and so on. 1935 was also the year of his second critical collection called Some Versions of Pastoral, which itself was as influential as 7 Types of Ambiguity was, quoting from Frank Kermode's analysis of it, that it has stronger political undertones. With the publication, as Kermode writes, in 1940 of his second volume of verse called The Gathering Storm, he could claim considerable eminence and originality as both poet and critic. He tried to sort of downplay that eminence when he wrote to the BBC asking to produce programming on and for the Chinese and Japanese audiences, I think because he wanted to show that he had kind of paradoxically modester goals than he actually had. The goals that I described earlier were ones that you see consistently coming out as the letters got more elaborate and longer, and as he described the content of those programs. But at the beginning of the letters, he wanted to kind of appear to be very modest. Because of the teaching that he did in Japan and China, he really did have firsthand access to those cultures with an eye towards what the university student bodies there were learning on a wider scale from their other courses, what he wanted them to learn about and from their courses in English, and about really British culture became very, very important to him. His witness to the rise of fascism, to the rise of communism, and to the collaboration between the Nazis and the Japanese, of course, were really important parts of what he thought he could bring to his wartime efforts at the BBC. And his witnessing of these moments in history from those countries, I think, also was something that he wanted to integrate into his kind of reintegration into British society when he comes back to London in 1941. So, for example, in letters to the BBC from 1941, when he says he wants to prepare radio scripts, he says that the BBC needs to publicize the war efforts in China to show the Chinese that the British are with them. And not only that the British are and the Chinese have a lot in common in terms of like common humanity and sense of themselves as a people and sense of themselves as communities and nations, but that they can kind of understand each other as peoples who are fighting against enemy should be able to they should be able to understand each other better, and that the BBC is kind of not publicizing what's going on in China, tells the Chinese that they're not important to the British war effort. Later on, he described those efforts himself in kind of in a cynical way by calling it the, quote, liar's school. And he, as John Haffenden put it in his biography, that Empson exhausted himself in his effort to maintain both shortwave radio broadcasts to China and the propaganda features for the home audience, that these efforts were so effective that a Nazi propagandist named Hans Fritzsch dubbed him the curly-headed Jew. So he got called a curly-headed Jew for the success with which he created these efforts. Nonetheless, this definition of himself as someone who was again hoping to bring these cultures to greater understanding of each other through sort of more nuanced understanding of how English works, I think brought him great respect by Frank Kermode, where the eccentricities of his career and some of his beliefs about John Donne and John Milton, if not William Shakespeare, didn't earn him that respect from critics like Kermode. And so quoting from Kermode about those years, I think, which I'll do now, shows that Empson's efforts to achieve a kind of collaboration between those university audiences of students and the ones who were about to become his students as he moved into university life in the English department at University of Sheffield, which he was about to join, that those efforts were kind of finding common ground among students to talk about English. So Kermode writes that he considered Empson, quote, a worker, and his work at the BBC was done with serious purpose. He competed resourcefully for space in broadcasts designed for China or meant to explain China to the British. The strong views that he had brought home on the China situation were unlikely to be pleasing to his superiors. He had no time for Chiang Kai-shek or his American supporters and insisted on the evidence of his own eyes that the communist armies had, at this stage anyway, been welcomed by the Chinese people. His efforts to instruct and to affect opinion were constantly frustrated by malign bureaucrats and hierarchical committees, but he still seems to have acquired a muted authority. And so some of that authority, I just want to give you two quick examples of it and then wrap up. I won't take up all of the 20 minutes that I have as the last speaker before lunch. I want to be mindful of everyone's time and hunger and so forth. And so one illustration I think that best kind of gets at what my project is about is a letter that was published in the book The Strengths of Shakespeare's Shrew by Bloomsbury Press not too long ago, a letter to C.K. Ogden, who I'm sure many of you guys know, along with I.A. Richards, the founder of the movement of basic English, which I don't have time to go into here, but is important to his argument. And he says when the broadcasts are being done in English for Chinese audiences, and for the English about the Chinese war effort, we have to be really mindful, of course, of issues of translation. And he gives one example to Ogden as a challenge to Ogden's finding the basic English, philosophy an imperative. So he asks Ogden, what will basic English do with the following statement by by Winston Churchill, that quote, Italy would be left to stir in her own juice at a certain point during the war. So Empson writes, we gave this phrase, that Italy would be left to stew in its own juice, we gave the phrase as such to Chinese translators. 2 Chinese broadcasts took it on the same day. One billed for Chongqing, the other for Japanese occupied areas. The man billed for Chongqing made it, quote, the Italians will be given time for natural political development among themselves in their present painful circumstances. And the man billed for the Japanese occupied areas of China made it, quote, the Italians will be given opportunities later, but at present they will not be prevented from suffering for their crimes. And I think that the sort of heart of the project is like my fascination with what Empson found himself to be so fascinating about the discrepancies between these translations. Namely, what he wanted to do with them was to make both of them public and to say, let's look at these translations and to show them side by side. He said, this may or may not have shown tact in the translation, but it might be puzzling for listeners who were hearing both broadcasts. So Empson's solution was instead, to publish the BBC translations of these announcements, such as Italy would be left to stew in its own juices, in all of these languages. So to publish the differences in English and in those native languages, and to give audiences access to those side by side. He said, quote, I think it would be of linguistic interest, which shows how I think partly modest, but partly, very, very careful about his political interests and his ultimately his kind of faith in his audiences and their ability to be able to think about language and the effectiveness of knowing what's going on in terms of translation, in terms of giving the audiences the power to understand and the power to really interpret those decisions that are being made by the broadcasting service. He wanted audiences and readers to be able to experience those for themselves. And so Empson's project, I think, is part of the project that some of you guys have been talking about here, of asserting the constructedness of cultural history and talking about broadcast history as constructed and constructing certain kinds of realities for their audiences, whether it's radio or later television or others. Instead of viewing this with an eye on those whose versions of history that Empson disagreed with, he argues instead for the place, at least at the BBC, of openness about this position. He didn't win this fight, but you see him going through all of the aspects of the arguments in the letters. That reading literature according to his principles and to understanding and exposing multiple translations of things like figures of speeches will create understanding across cultures and understanding of things like nuance, vagueness, ambiguity, of course, and that he thought that would bridge cultural gaps instead of reinforcing them. And so in conclusion, I think that this is a kind of a part of his other work, his work on Shakespeare, Milton, Donne, which I won't go into now, but I think if you see in some of his other writings the value he places on understanding writers as creating difficult moments or challenging moments for those who read literature and those who interpret it, and kind of give back to the audience the power of understanding differences in language and differences in our understanding of each other. That's kind of what he wanted to bring to the experience of his wartime correspondence. So he wanted to essentially kind of create a space for those audiences to experience ambiguity, to make of it what they will, and so that's the larger project. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Three very interesting papers allowing us to think about different ways of the BBC and cultural, national, linguistic gaps. So very interesting. What we'll do now is we'll collect questions and comments and then let each of the participants respond by order. So yes, so Ayelet.
Hi. Thank you for these three really interesting papers, and I want to make a couple of observations that I would be interested in hearing what you think, and some of it is sort of holdover from the last panel. And one of those things I think is the relationship between Indira Gandhi and Margaret Thatcher, right? The way that Thatcher admired Indira Gandhi, sought advice from her, even though ostensibly they were on the opposite sides of the political. So Gandhi was ostensibly on the left, and Thatcher was not ostensibly, but actually on the right. And both of their relationship to democracy and to seeing themselves as Democrats and to a need to reinforce this image of themselves as Democrats when their actions proved otherwise, right? So I think that's an interesting connection. I don't know what to do with it or how to phrase it a question, but I think it's an interesting thing. The other thing that sort of follows from your presentation, Suzanne and Simon's, is that sort of the outsized presence of the British Raj, not only in the history of the BBC, but in the history of empire, right? And in some ways it's a default for empire. And then also post-colonial India became sort of the default or emblematic of the post-colonial world. And then post-colonial theory became, was theorized a lot, sort of had it, India or Indian theorists had an outsized influence on post-colonial. So kind of we keep replicating that centrality of India. I mean, I study India as well, so I'm guilty as charged. And I'm wondering how that kind of we're replicating on various ontological levels, that centrality. Though I do think that in recent years, and we've seen that maybe in the past panel, it's shifting, the focus has been shifting a little bit to Africa, right? So your paper comes as part of sort of signifying that shift or questioning that centrality. So yes, end of comment.
Yeah.
Just one sentence question to Suzanne. Amazingly, when you find things in the archive, when you said coverage of the Sikhs was wicked, does that mean the coverage of the Sikhs was wicked? Does that mean evil, or the slang of the day, wicked, amazing and cool?
I don't think in 1984 the Queen was using slang like that. I'm sure she wasn't using it even earlier this year. But no, very much wicked. Of course, yes, of course.
Yes.
Could you even think it could be the other? Oh, you're just teasing me.
Hi, thank you for these fascinating presentations. I have kind of two general questions. One is when the Voice of America was launching its international broadcasting, one of the major objections was, and fears was, that what if Voice of America's broadcasting, that is paid for and created and in many ways sponsored by the government, would reach American audiences? And so that was a huge fear, that this kind of that international broadcasting is fine when it goes to your Russians and your East Europeans and your oppressed peoples of the world, but it's completely not fine for American, citizens who cannot abhor propaganda and who deserve free press. And so I kept thinking about this because there was this tension between the domestic and the international broadcasting of the BBC in all these talks. And so I was wondering if these worries are ever present in the BBC, how they reconcile these worries and how they engage with them. So that's my first question. And second, and that also ties to Jessica's keynote this morning, it seems to me that a large presence in this room is the BBC archive, right? How we navigate the BBC archive, the way it is disorganized, and what kind of voices and viewpoints it gives us access to. And so I'm wondering, how can we decenter, decolonize the history of the BBC and kind of tell it from the margins with this archive, despite this archive, of what kind of other things we can bring to decenter this story and have kind of a different experience.
To what, I don't know if it's on, oh, it is, oh, to what extent do you think, a sort of broad general question, to what extent do you think the BBC's conundrum, the situation it finds itself in, particularly post-war, like your phrase, twisting in the wind, is a consequence, perhaps inadvertently, that it finds itself at the center of empire, in terms of the British colonial empire, mediating decolonization,
actually, my question is completely connected with the two previous ones. Oh, okay. Is it, can you hear? Is it on? Yeah. Yeah. No worries, thank you. No, it's just, my question is basically connected and articulated with the two previous ones. It's about the decolonizing the history of BBC as a task. It seems that there is a kind of methodological challenge in it, which is on one hand, of course, show the extent to which the BBC is integrated to broader British propaganda apparatus and agencies and institutions on one hand, but also allowing space to look at the agency of some of the, for example, of the peripheral intellectuals working for the World Service, who, many of whom are pushing back, exploring their limits and boundaries, doing things that are far beyond British interests in, covert ways. So how do you, and there are some resonances of this methodological challenge in your papers and also in your talk. So how do you address that methodological challenge in your work? And of course, thinking about Simon's most recent publications too.
Sorry. Thank you for your papers. This is a factual question for Suzanne about the BBC. To what extent does the BBC start to develop a commercial interest in India? The idea that they might be able to sell programming to India. As my experience of delegations going back and forth from London to Moscow is that the BBC is interested in actually making money from the relationship at a certain point. And I wonder if India is not a potential market in a way that Africa simply isn't. And that's recognized early on, and whether or not that shows up in any of the research you've done. So it's everything you said, plus potentially also a commercial imperative.
Yeah, just to follow on, and I just wonder, I think that the relationship between Britain and India is so central to this broader discussion, not least because of something that all of you have talked about, the kind of presence of Brits who claim privileged knowledge about India. And that goes all the way to the top of the BBC. And I just would like to ask the panelists to reflect on what kind of knowledge that is and what it means. Because in my work, taking it to its logical conclusion, you get Spike Milligan, Michael Bates and people like that saying that they can black up or brown up and do Indianness because they were born in India, because they have this privileged knowledge. And so I just wonder if those kind of colonial journeys, if you like, tell us a little bit about the kind of evolution of those kind of anti-racist histories that Simon was hinting about at the beginning.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we turn to the participants? Okay, so Simon, please, you can begin.
Thank you. So I'll try and respond to all of those questions and comments together. Yes, definitely, India as an outsized presence in the history of the BBC and an unacknowledged outside presence. So with what I was talking about with colonial broadcasting, All India Radio is the model for colonial broadcasting in the late 1930s because it is directly state-controlled. So there are other ways of doing it. The Egyptian State Broadcasting Service is though directly inspired by All India Radio. There's all sorts of connections there. And also, the nature of the BBC's Eastern Service is highly constrained by the practicalities of resourcing, personnel. It is far from formidable during the Second World War, but nevertheless, it is unparalleled in terms of the number of people who come from India to work at the BBC during the Second World War, the range of language services, the amount of broadcasting. There is no sort of British BBC equivalent of this for Africa during the Second World War. So yes, I mean, India, I think, is absolutely crucial. Gavin's point there, absolutely agree. I think in general, one of the issues is that there are these collapsible boundaries within the BBC as an institution between its domestic and international operations. They're very convenient to have those boundaries there, but the BBC is also quite willing to drop them when it's useful to do so. And historians generally accepted those barriers and treated domestic and international broadcasting quite separately. Another example of this, in terms of attitudes towards race and sort of the legacies of empire for British domestic broadcasting, it's not just India. So the BBC's Director General in the 1960s is Hugh Carleton-Green. He's widely presented as being this great liberal figure in repurposing the BBC for the 60s, but his own origins lie in propaganda services to Eastern Europe during the Second World War, Germany during the Second World War and the Cold War. And he's also seconded by the BBC to the Colonial Office to run the Hearts and Minds radio operations during the counterinsurgency campaigns in Malaya. So, and that is hardly ever remarked upon in writing about Carleton-Green's role at the BBC. So I think we really need to think about those internal boundaries that the BBC sets up itself and how historians have accepted them and how we can try to collapse them. The point about decentering the BBC archive, I was at and I think some of the other people here were at the BBC at 100 event at Bradford last week. One of the announcements that was made there was that the BBC is going to be digitising the monitoring reports that it has and the digest of world broadcasts. Fantastic. If you want to decenter the BBC archive, you've got this fantastic resource that shows the BBC listening to broadcasters all around the world and recording what they say. Great. But the BBC is doing this with a private partner, and it's going to be behind a commercial paywall. And precisely the academics who need to access this in countries where these are reports of broadcasts from countries outside of Britain, and they're trapped in a BBC archive. They're a virtual archive of broadcasting from other parts of the world, but they're going to be behind a paywall. So I don't think that's going to be much use in this work of decentering the BBC archive. And I think finally, the issue of individuals working for the World Service. Again, at the 100 Years conference in Bradford last week, we had someone from the BBC who said, well, you know, I view my job looking for what broadcasting is lacking in other parts of the world and providing it. And I'm sure that's how many people who've worked for BBC external services all throughout the last 70 years, 80 years have seen their role. But that doesn't detract from the fact that BBC external services are the key means of projecting British soft power and propaganda to audiences all around the world. So we have to take those individuals' views seriously of what they do in external broadcasting, but at the same time, not accept them as the definitive statement on the role of the BBC.
Thank you very much, Simon. Suzanne?
Thank you very much. So, Kirsten, your question about the commercial interest. Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, towards the end of the period, there was beginnings of when BBC Enterprise was being set up. There were hints of that. The only direct thing I found was a conversation between Mrs. Gandhi and Alistair Milne about Yes Minister, that there'd been a delay on the kind of availability of Yes Minister in India, and she was very upset about that. And obviously they were making quite a lot of money. It's quite interesting, you know, are you familiar with this Yes Minister? There was this satire, and that was incredibly popular about taking down the sort of politician-civil servant relationship. So she was you know, quite keen that came, which is quite an irony, because it was you know, quite a sparky series, as you remember. But that was the only actual direct reference I found to it. But I think in the much latter period, that would have been probably towards the sort of late 80s, 90s. I think when BBC Enterprises was really sort of beginning to flex its muscles. And I absolutely endorse what Ayelet said about India looming so large. I mean, I suppose that was the thing that really shocked me and sort of propelled me into doing this work.
that, you know, this kind of ignorance and the sort of stupidity in the way that so many African stories were reported. And then I suddenly found this kind of, you know, real wealth of interest and concern and expertise and sort of nuance backwards and forwards. Whereas in, you know, frankly, you know, you could say anything you wanted about Africa, nobody was going to complain about it. And that, you know, I just found that imbalance was pretty shocking. I suppose it's something I hadn't sort of, you know, grappled with much before, that contrast, and it was something that really propelled me into doing this and then doing the interviews that I did. I don't know, I'll probably should be, yeah, you go next, yeah.
As a response to something you had said that you put well at the beginning of your questions, the gap between the domestic and the international audience. Yeah, that was something that Empson saw right away was going on, and he thought that it was a kind of moral imperative to bridge that gap and to have the reports be open and you know, almost identical on both sides, so that what the Chinese got from the British, what the British got about the Chinese, you know, were kind of mutually constitutive. He thought it was kind of immoral to do anything but that. Did he get his wish? You know, no, he didn't. But it didn't stop him from really fighting for that, because he said, look, you know, we have potential audiences here of people who are going to have to live with the consequences of this war far after we're, you know, dead and gone. But that kind of, yeah, that fell on deaf ears, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you very much. We have now lunch and a media event. My mother has texted me an hour ago, are you watching the funeral? So I'm sure that I'm the only one. So thank you very much, our participants, and see you at 3 o'clock.
service ended, Her Majesty's coffin is borne towards the final departure from Westminster Abbey, towards Windsor Castle and her final resting place in St. George's Chapel. This moment recalls the words of a writer commemorated at Poets' Corner here in the Abbey, the former Poet Laureate, Sir William Wordsworth. Yet shall some tribute of regret be paid when her long life hath reached its final day. Men are we and must grieve when even the shade of that which once was great is passed away.
Out into the sunshine outside Westminster Abbey. The bearer party doing its work, taking the Queen's coffin over to the state gun carriage of the Royal Navy, ready for that procession through central London. That magnificent wreath, which bears a simply worded card from the King saying, "In loving and devoted memory, Charles R." The imperial state crown, the orb and scepter, the emblems of majesty and earthly power, glinting and gleaming in the sunlight. The end of this state funeral service, the first to be held at the Abbey since 1760. So truly a day of history, and the funeral service for the longest reigning monarch in British history.
Sorry, they've just come out of the Abbey. They're outside the front of Westminster Abbey. No, they've
wreath itself, according to the King's wishes, containing flowers and foliage cut from the gardens of Buckingham Palace, Clarence House, and Highgrove House. .142 naval ratings, once again in place, looking immaculate, ready to draw this century-old gun carriage through the streets of central London. The order given by the Garrison Sergeant Major Andrew Stokes. The great funeral procession sets off from Westminster Abbey. The mournful beat of the music and the Queen's final progress through the heart of London, the city of her birth, gets underway. For this state funeral on a scale not seen in Britain for 70 years, since the funeral procession for King George VI in 1952. More than 3,000 military personnel taking part, along with representatives of civilian organizations. Procession, which is along the Mall. We have representatives of Commonwealth countries and the armed forces, led by the Mounties, the Canadian Mounted Police. Maltese leading the way along to Wellington Arch, flanked by Mounted Metropolitan Police, followed by a contingent of those who've been recipients of the George Cross and Victoria Cross, and representatives of the armed forces of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and other Commonwealth countries. Gun carriage, passing the gates of New Palace Yard and the Palace of Westminster and the Houses of Parliament, where of course Her Majesty attended on so many occasions for the state opening of Parliament. And all of this happening under the steady gaze of Sir Winston Churchill, dominating this part of Parliament Square. The Queen's first Prime Minister, the young Queen, who expressed her debt of gratitude to the older man for the guidance that he gave in those first few years of the reign. Which includes foliage chosen for its symbolism. The kings had a very big hand in this. Rosemary for remembrance. Myrtle, the ancient symbol of a happy marriage. And it was cut from a plant that was grown from a sprig of myrtle in the wedding bouquet of Princess Elizabeth to Prince Philip back in 1947. And English oak, which symbolizes the strength of love. described her joy when she mingled with the crowds on VE Day in 1945, and where throughout her years as sovereign, she led the nation in November on Remembrance Sunday, placing her wreath at the cenotaph and pausing to remember those lost in conflicts in the service of their country. Cenotaph, standards lowered by the Royal British Legion, King George's Fund for Sailors, Soldiers Charity, Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, the Soldiers, Sailors and Air Force Association. Solemnity as Her Majesty's coffin is taken past the cenotaph, unveiled by her grandfather George III in 1920. Some sense of the building scale of this funeral procession. The head of the procession now way down the Mall towards Buckingham Palace. The procession itself is 1.25 miles long. Representatives here, the Royal Air Force, Royal Navy and the Army. Hundreds of representatives with arms reversed as a sign of mourning. Consortant Princess of Wales, George and Charlotte. In one of the cars following this procession, what a majestic sight. The sun has come out, making the colours so vibrant. On the Mall, looking up to Admiralty Arch, the scene, of course, every year of the happy event of the birthday parade, the Queen's parade on the official birthday. Today, it's an opportunity to escort Her Majesty one last time along the Mall and past the London home of Buckingham Palace. His Majesty the King leading the party of close family members. Gently turning towards the entrance to Horse Guards and the narrow archway which will lead onto the parade ground. A whole company of archers, one of the groups of royal bodyguards. Horse Guards Arch, which is still officially classed as the main entrance to the estate, including St. James's Palace and Buckingham Palace. to the familiar expanse of Horse Guards Parade, where for decades Her Majesty has attended the birthday parade in early June to mark her official birthday. For many, many years, of course, she would come on horseback. In later times, in a carriage, but devoted to the event itself and thoroughly enjoyed the music with an expert eye for detail. And she knew the parade, tripping the colour, better than anyone. Surmounted by a cross to symbolize Christianity over the world. The scepter, the monarch's symbol of fairness and justice. Heading towards the Guards Memorial, and then gently turning to the right, ahead for the Mall, and that final approach to Buckingham Palace. Circling around the great Queen Victoria Memorial. The Royal Air Force there played such an important part, of course, in the events of the 8th of September and later, bringing the Queen back to London from Scotland. The Queen's body was accompanied by the Princess Royal. The Royal Air Force flew Her Majesty back to RAF Northfield. A sight that the late Queen would have been very touched by, and is one of the drum horses. Drums draped in black. This one is called Apollo, one of the latest additions to the Royal Muse, and the state trumpeter. General commanding the Household Division, Major General Christopher Gicker, who's in charge of all the troops on board today, thousands of them. arms of those in the procession behind the Major General. The Sovereign's escort, Household Cavalry, the Blues and Royals. We talked about the colourful uniforms. They are the pursuivants and the heralds and the kings of arms. They're in authority when it comes to heraldic matters. Saw them present at the Accession Council and at the state opening of Parliament and other important events to do with the state and the Crown. The scene at Buckingham Palace as this procession stretches now from Constitution Hill all the way back to Horse Guards. Representatives of the Army and the Royal Air Force and the Navy, the band of the Irish Guards and the Welsh Guards, this section of the parade. Procession makes its way onto the Mall. Consort, pointing out some of the elements of the procession to Prince George and Princess Charlotte, and the Princess of Wales looking on. And the Countess of Wessex. Vice Admiral Timothy Lawrence, Duke of York, Gloucester, Peter Phillips. So many memories of those taking part in this procession from the royal family. And there we are, Queen Elizabeth, Queen Mother, who died 20 years ago, and King George VI, who died a relatively young man in his 50s. In 1952, of course, in that the Queen came to the throne at the age of 25. And no question that King George VI was responsible for shaping this remarkable reign that we've seen over the past 70 years. Because Queen Elizabeth II has reigned very much within the parameters set for her by their father. A very close bond between them, as indeed there was between the Queen and her mother. Rich mix of military heritage before our eyes. The Royal Marines, armed forces from the Commonwealth countries, the Household Cavalry, part of the procession too, the heads of the armed forces. And we spoke this morning to Admiral Tony Radican, who's head of all the armed forces, and his hope that this procession would be impeccable and a fitting tribute to Her late Majesty. And I don't think anyone would question that. Blues and Royals, followed by the drum horse and the state trumpeter. As they make their way gradually towards Wellington Arch and Hyde Park Corner. And there we have the Commonwealth Memorial Gates with the flames. We see the procession making its way towards this part of central London, which is near the gardens of Buckingham Palace, and what is normally a very busy section of Hyde Park Corner. Today it's solemn and silent for this funeral procession for the late Queen. The Honourable Artillery Company approaching, part of the great representation of the British Army in this procession. Flanking the Queen's coffin. On either side we have the bearer party from
Hi everyone.
Queen's Company.
Dror,
This
who's
battalion
also a
guards,
photographer,
and with the distinctive
suggested
white
that we
plumes,
might
the
want to have a
gentlemen
group
at arms,
photograph here, not with this in the background, not the funeral.
equally distinctive in their
So if
Tudor
everyone
uniform.
would kind of come up
The
to
Roman
here,
figure.
and then we can have like our little group photo. to
He came out of hospital, and they, you know, well, you know our health service as well as me. They said bring him back if he struggles to breathe again. Saw a doctor. They gave him steroids, like a steroid. I haven't spoken to my wife. I don't know if it was a steroid injection or a steroid, whatever. But they gave him a steroid thing and sent him home. And apparently he's a bit sorry for himself, but he's home. Yeah. But it's like, I don't know anything about croup, but it's like he's got a lot of symptoms. Like my wife says he's got a temperature and he, you know, is you know, tired. And is it? No, but how long does it last? Yeah, well, I think but the thing is, while she's there on her own, it's just like taking the little one. Like, say, for them to say to come back to Andy, it's a huge deal for us. Because, like, you're taking a 3-year-old with you. And
I'm happy to hear that.
yeah, thank you.
I have an 8-month baby at home who was not feeling very well when I left. When he said I don't want to.
Yeah, it hasn't been, I haven't felt great as a parent being in Israel and leaving my wife to deal with this.
For me coming, it was a huge negotiation.
I remember when my daughter's 31 now, so.
Well, it might, I have
I had
to
2
think that
kids
maybe
before I
like,
finished my dissertation.
I don't know though. Well, it's interesting because since we've had the little one, that one that got ill, I basically parent. Like he lives with me. Like we live together, but like I do all his. Like we divide and rule. Like Chris deals with the little one, and I deal with him. So it will become. I'm only here for 5 days. Didn't need to hospitalise himself. He's now more likely to get the Israeli football that he asked for because he had no chance of getting that, and now he has a large chance of getting that if I can find one.
Hi, my name is Dina Feinberg. I'm a senior lecturer in modern history at City University of London. Very, very pleased to be here and to chair this amazing session on broadcasting war, featuring many friends. I'm going to go ahead and introduce all our speakers one after another, so that there will be minimum interruption in the flow of the panel, and afterwards, after they're done, we're going to take questions. So our first speaker is Kristen who is associate professor of modern Russian history at the UCL School of Slavonic and East European Studies. Kristen is the author of the award-winning book, Moscow Primetime, How the Soviet Union Built the Media Empire That Lost the Cultural Cold War, Cornell University Press, 2011. Between 2014 and 2019, Kristen was part of the AHRC Socialism Goes Global research team, and part of that work, she edited a collective volume titled Socialist Internationalism and the Gritty Politics of the Particular, Second, Third World Spaces in the Cold War, forthcoming with Bloomsbury next year. Our second speaker is Professor Glenn Segel, who is a visiting professor and research fellow in the Department of Political Studies and Governance at the University of the Free State, South Africa. Also a visiting scholar in the Department of Political Science, Niger Delta University in Nigeria, and a research fellow at the Esri Center for Iran and Gulf States Research here at the University of Haifa. He also holds the rank of Brigadier General in reserves and is the expert of NATO STO. Our final speaker, joining us from Alabama, Margaret Peacock is an associate professor of media and propaganda history at the University of Alabama. She specializes in Soviet and Middle Eastern Cold War history and published a lot on these topics, among others, including her book, Innocent Weapons, The Soviet and American Politics of Childhood in the Cold War. It came out with the University of North Carolina Press in 2015. Her next book, Voices Carry, Propaganda, Arab Nationalism, and the Cold War in the Middle East, 1945-1967, is nearing completion and is much anticipated. So here we are, broadcasting war.
Just waiting for my. There we go. Thanks very much, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I've already learned so much. It's been a delight. For Russian-speaking people of a certain age, the name and patronymic Anatoly Maximovich Goldberg has a particular resonance. And Anatoly Maximovich is Anatole Goldberg, the legendary political commentator of the BBC Russian service from its inception in 1946 until his death in 1982. The fact that Goldberg was referred to in this way by his first name and patronymic implies a strong familiarity. Anatoly Maximovich was, it was understood, a figure known to everyone. It was also a mark of respect and some distance. The Russian service did have other presenters well known in the USSR by name. Mary Seton Watson, who also broadcast for decades, and like Goldberg was at one time program organizer, she was referred to as Mary on air and in the letters that people wrote to her. Vsevolod Novgorodtsov, the only BBC broadcaster to rival Goldberg for fame in the Soviet Union, and incidentally the only other BBC Russian service broadcaster to be honored by the Queen. He was known as Seva. And it was in fact in the course of researching this Seva that I got interested in this Anatoly Maximovich, who was, as you will see, about the furthest thing from what Seva was. Seva was a rock music DJ. So Anatoly Maximovich was the complete polar opposite of a rock music DJ. And he was wildly popular. So what was it about him that made him such a powerful presence on the airwaves over multiple decades, a household name for hundreds of thousands? What I'd like to present to you today are the very, very first strands of my research that were inspired, in fact, by this conference. And I look forward to your comments. There he is. So Anatole Goldberg joined the BBC in 1939, not as a broadcaster, but rather as a professional listener. He was a Spanish language broadcasting monitor at the BBC's Caversham Center. He was 29 at the time, a recent refugee from Nazi Germany, where his St. Petersburg family had moved and settled when he was still a boy. A brilliant linguist, Goldberg was fluent in Russian, German, French, English, and Mandarin. And according to some reports, Bulgarian and Greek. Spanish was, it seems, one of his weaker languages. His personnel file shows that he rose rapidly through the ranks at the BBC, first in the monitoring service, and then, as of 1946, in the new Russian service broadcasting to the Soviet Union. And he also contributed to the Home Service. When Goldberg died in 1982, still hard at work, he was eulogized by his colleagues in the press as the best foreign broadcaster in BBC history. But there's nothing in the records to convey an ego to match the outsized reputation. When Goldberg died at the age of 71, he was living in council housing in North London with his wife in a high-rise flat that they had waited for 15 years. A BBC welfare officer who went to meet his widow noted that they had led a very modest lifestyle, and in this way they had somehow managed to accumulate a significant amount of savings, of which his wife was unaware. Goldberg had handled all the finances and given her an allowance. He left behind no journals, diaries, or interviews, and only a handful of letters and recordings. The BBC archives do hold several hundred scripts of his nightly commentary, which was called Notes from Our Observer, nearly all of them from the 1970s. And Goldberg also left behind a book manuscript, a nearly completed biography of Soviet writer Ilya Ehrenberg, which was edited and then published in London in 1984. Yet for someone whose voice was so avidly followed, the historical record is frustratingly narrow and pinched. It's a familiar scenario in radio history where so much of the record has been lost. But the gap between the significance of radio in people's everyday lives and the quantity and quality of information we have about broadcasts and the listening experience seems to me especially large in the case of broadcasting to the Soviet bloc. The weird and changeable status of listening behind the Iron Curtain itself is part of the issue. Listening to Western broadcasts was never illegal in the Soviet Union, yet relentless jamming, not always of the BBC itself, but consistently of at least some foreign stations, relentless jamming sent the opposite message. People called jamming the KGB's jazz, with the mordant humor characteristic of late socialism. But in 1971, the British ambassador reported that the mayor of Moscow himself was a fan of the Russian service. Apparently, he had told some senior member of the embassy that, quote, he looked forward to summer because his reception of BBC broadcasts was so much better at his dacha than in Moscow. Listening's strange status, at once obviously wrong and completely ordinary, was matched by a kind of strangeness that adhered to the person of the broadcaster, or more to the point, to this broadcaster. In the 1960s and 70s, when Goldberg was at the height of his powers, he was vilified by name in the Soviet press. And yet, Soviet intellectuals and officials made a point of dropping by to see him at the BBC whenever they visited London. Writer and broadcaster Zino Viznik calls the situation of the Soviet emigre on the airwaves the Gothic scenario. Znik left the Soviet Union in the late 70s. As a writer and a human being, he wrote, broadcasting was the only way for me to talk to those I left behind in Russia. My friends were the hub of the universe for me, and it was for them I would broadcast. Bodily, I was here in London, but my voice and my soul was with them in Moscow, a perfect Gothic scenario. Goldberg's situation was different than Znik's, having left the Soviet Union as a child, but his place in Soviet culture and society had its own connection to the Gothic, to secrecy and indeterminacy, the familiar, the unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar, even perhaps to a kind of haunting. Alexander Galich, Soviet poet and troubadour, expressed the special kind of intimacy and longing associated with Goldberg in this short song that I would like to play a clip for you from the early 1970s. Can we see the... Yes. But can we see the screen with the words? Well, but we need to see the words. Yeah, from a PowerPoint.
Один, как тать в нощи, с одной мольбой неистовой. Поговори, поклевещи, родной ты мой транзисторный. Я как на карте школьник ищу в эфире путь. Товарищ мистер Гольдберг, скажи хоть что-нибудь. Скажи, прошу, скажи, прошу, скажи хоть что-нибудь. Поклевещи, поговори, молю, аж пальцы потные, но от зари и до зари одни глушилки подлые. Молчит товарищ Гольдберг, не слышно BBC, и только песня Сольвейк гремит по всей Руси. Тарам, тадарам, тадари, та-та-дарам. А мне ж нужно трам-там-там, там-там.
You can stop.
Я раз 500 сказал говно. Я проклял небо су.
Excellent, thank you. So Galich, here he is, actually was a dissenter, was a dissident and left the Soviet Union. And here he is singing to the Russian section in 1974, so the BBC Russian section. I like to imagine that he was singing that song. I don't know, it's just a photo I found in the Russian service archives. In 1957, Anatol Goldberg visited the Soviet Union with a delegation from the BBC sent to visit the country's broadcasting facilities. It was his first visit since 1930, and he was, at the time, the Russian Services Program organizer. In a short report on the Soviet scene he wrote at the trip's end, he emphasized social stability, no signs of revolutionary enthusiasm, as he remembered having seen among the youth in 1930. No visible signs of satisfaction, he wrote. Now the crowds in the streets look like the acme of bourgeois respectability. He also noted with pleasure that he was welcomed as a Russian by birth and recounted a conversation he'd had with a senior Soviet official. She'd asked him how it felt to be back in the country of his birth. I had the impression she was trying to find out tactfully whether I might not wish to return to Russia for good, reported Goldberg. She refused to believe I merely found it interesting to see the country again, enlarged on the subject of motherland, which, she said, must mean something to any man, and ended by saying, look at yourself. You speak Russian like a Russian. You are a Russian. To this I replied that my English was not too bad either, which put an end to the argument, Madame Bondurova not being in a position to draw linguistic comparisons. The passage, although written in English, is a good reflection of what we might call the classic Goldberg style. Listener letters and other sources that mention Goldberg often refer to his calm and to his clarity. Some people also connect these qualities to his vocal performance in Russian, which I'll come to later. The calm, business-like tone of the talks by your observer seems to me an example of reasonableness and objectivity, wrote one listener in a letter to Bush House in 1965. Writing in his diary in the 1970s, journalist and dissident Mark Popovsky praised Goldberg's, quote, machine-like clarity, which was, he says, at the same time always warmed by restrained, strong emotion. Goldberg's vignette about the radio official also reveals another key dimension of the Goldberg style, his quiet humor and slightly formal, gentlemanly tone. Madame Bondurova not being in a position to draw linguistic comparisons. Notes from our observer was a personal essay in the sense that he did not shy away from the first person singular, but it conveyed nothing of Goldberg's personal life. Soviet listeners had no idea who Anatoly Maximovich was, that he'd been born in St. Petersburg, that he was fluent in so many languages. They know him chiefly as the observer, and the observer was their sensible and pleasant and opinionated contemporary in London. Goldberg's speaking voice was integral to the observer's reasonable persona. To his junior colleagues at the BBC in the 1970s, like Sevanov-Gorodsev, Goldberg was a typical BBC traditionalist and a revered figure. They claimed that he wore the formal suits that you saw in that photo and sometimes bow ties when recording because he thought it helped to give him a proper tone. That might be, but at that point, Goldberg was already in his 60s, and it doesn't strike me as requiring any particular explanation that a man in his 60s would wear a suit and tie to work. What drew their attention, I think, and what drew the attention of listeners was his delivery and how perfectly it matched his text. Goldberg did not have a classically radiophonic voice. One of his colleagues described it as rather squeaky and nasal. I'm not sure I agree, and you'll hear for yourself in a moment. His surely wasn't a deep or a rich voice, but it was a characterful one, calm and composed with exemplary diction, is serious and cerebral, but with frequent notes of playfulness. Although obviously a native speaker and a very good writer, Goldberg sometimes used words or phrasing in Russian that struck the contemporary Soviet ear as old-fashioned. So now if we could hear from the second clip, I'm going to play you a little bit of Goldberg from 1979, again in Russian without a translation, however.
Пять человек, находившихся в заключении в Советском Союзе, либо потому, что они в свое время пытались покинуть страну без разрешения на выезд, либо потому, что они не соглашались с советским правительством, теперь освобождены.
Play a little bit more if you don't mind. If it's a problem, it's fine. That's all right, I'll go on.
Это, на мой взгляд, важнее всего. Все остальное имеет лишь второстепенное значение. Освобожденные представляют различные оттенки инакомыслия. Александр Гинзбург, добивавшийся уважения прав человека в Советском Союзе, еврейские активисты Дымшиц и Кузнецов, Валентин Мороз, украинский националист, Георгий...
Thank you. I realize it's difficult, very difficult in a foreign language to tell whether somebody sounds playful or cerebral or anything else. Even so, though, I wanted to play this for you, even with a linguistic barrier, to underscore the sensory experience of listening to Anna Goldberg on the BBC, or to underscore that listening to Anatole Goldberg on the BBC was, in fact, a sensory experience, something that works on both a textual, intellectual, and an auditory, emotional level. It's also very important to remember that sometimes people would have had to bushwhack their way through the auditory weeds of jamming to get to his voice. Listening was a process that asked something of you and gave something to you. And Goldberg asked something of you and gave something to you. What was it? Well, information and ideas, that much is obvious. Goldberg's broadcast distributed facts along with his and others' perspectives on those facts that Soviet media did not. He wasn't alone in this, though, and yet his place in Soviet culture and society dwarfed that of his fellow broadcasters, with the possible exception of pop music broadcasters like this Seva I mentioned. Anatoly Maximovich was somehow special. There was something uncanny, or to use Zenick's term, Gothic, about Goldberg's presence on the airwaves for Soviet listeners. Like every other enemy voice, which was the standard term in Soviet media for foreign broadcasting, his was an open secret. Everyone knew listening was officially a reprehensible thing to do, and yet the presumption was that, at least among the educated classes, everyone listened. Goldberg's enemy voice, in particular, was confounding. On the one hand, his calm, reasonable, gentlemanly style confirmed the national stereotype of the English, nurtured over decades by literary associations and travelogues, and in the late Soviet period by two blockbuster television series. First, the BBC's own Forsyte Saga, 1967, which ran to huge acclaim in the Soviet Union in the early 1970s. And second, the Soviet-made Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, which ran in the late 1970s. On the other hand, Goldberg, by name, and some said also by accent, was absolutely legible and familiar as a Russian Jewish intelligent, member of the intelligentsia. Russian, but not Soviet. Was he a defector? Was he a pre-revolutionary white? Wasn't he really Russian after all, as the Moscow radio official had said? What's more, Anatoly Maximovich sounded so reasonable and pleasant, and his political opinions were, when compared to those of the other enemy voices, markedly moderate. It's important that over the years, Goldberg promoted what his one-time boss, Anatol Lieven, called a soft line in the Cold War. His scripts in the 1970s show him to have been a tireless proponent of détente and arms control, and an inveterate optimist. Like dissident Andrei Sakharov, he saw the best hope for the future in terms of greater East-West dialogue and ultimately convergence. It was an approach that won him critics in Britain and also in Soviet dissident circles. In the late 1950s, Goldberg was ousted from his position at the head of the Russian service after a nasty public campaign waged in the pages of the conservative Spectator magazine and likely triggered by the Foreign Office. In the 1970s, Alexander Solzhenitsyn famously refused to be interviewed by him, and another dissident, Anatoly Kuznetsov, publicly accused him of threatening to contact the Soviet authorities to report that he intended to defect. Goldberg denied the charge. As the Russian service came to be staffed by younger, recent emigres from the Soviet Union in the 70s, many of them part of the first great wave of Jewish migration, Goldberg's soft line did set him apart. One of those new younger colleagues, Leonid Vladimirov, wrote wonderingly of him after his death. Anatoly Maximovich Goldberg was a socialist. Vladimirov attributed his politics to the influence of his parents and his respect for the Soviet Union for having vanquished Nazi Germany. Goldberg knew, of course, about all the horrors of the Soviet regime, he wrote, but he firmly believed he could put it to rights. Vladimirov continued, and this is what he tried to do in his broadcast, to convince the Moscow bosses that you cannot do that. You must behave more decently. And then Western attitudes to the USSR would change. Vladimirov and every other Russian service staffer I've encountered was in awe of Anatoly Maximovich Goldberg. They saw him as hopelessly idealistic. Is it not this idealism, this endlessly glass half full hopefulness about the Soviet Union, a good part of what made Goldberg such an uncanny voice in Soviet listeners' ears? Other broadcasters and guests voiced broadly similar political views over the years, to be sure, but Goldberg's longevity and his uncanny ability to be both and, nash and ni nash, ours and not ours in Russian, our person and not our person, made him distinctive. He was Russian, but from some other indeterminate time and place of Russianness. He was also very much an Englishman in a Soviet fantasy way, English the way the English were meant to be. To recognize that in oral experience, to know it through your ears, was an affirmation of your own better self. Goldberg flattered his listeners by addressing them as if they too were reasonable people, as if they were people with power, also misplaced perhaps in time and space. The Goldberg effect was uncanny and went unmatched in Soviet Cold War airways. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the organizers for accepting my proposal, indeed for an amazing conference. It's been quite a while since I've been at a live conference, and quite a while since I've actually presented a topic which I was involved in myself. So we'll start off with an example of PSYOPs in Iraq 2009-2010 at the BBC.
ما يدمر مجتمعك يدمر مستقبلك.
We produced over 5,000 of those video clips, which were broadcast on different TV channels. Essentially, the broadcasting entity, whatever it is, whatever media it is, conveys a message. And the message can be something which a journalist gathers by asking questions, or it can be something provided, such as a press briefing. And this is how we actually managed to sell our products to various television stations, radio stations, and the printed media to convey a message. And we had a massive budget, and it was done. So I'm going to go through the story of how it was done. When I say the BBC is not independent, I mean that the people working at the BBC and the governors and the Director General are very patriotic. And when your country is at war for the last 100 years, we have seen that one does what one can for one's country. And in this instance, when I say not independent, I mean that willingly the BBC participated in a war effort because they were patriotic. We know the motto is nation should speak peace unto nation, and we know when it was born and why it was done. That's Bush House in the back, and for your homework you can see a motto on the top over there. Behind the statues is different from that, and also Bush House was not the original home of the BBC. It came in a bit later because the BBC home at 22 Oxford Street was bombed in Nazi Germany's period. Looking forward as to understand a bit of the history of the BBC at war is at the bottom end in the Old Wedge is where the Bush House is, which you saw. But if you had to go up Kingsway and cross Russell Square, you'll come to another building. And it's very important to understand that route as well, because underneath Kingsway was the World War II telephone exchange. It's a Piccadilly line extension, and there is a London Underground route under there which goes all the way down to what was Croydon Aerodrome, today Gatwick. And the other building is Senate House of the University of London, which was the true Ministry of Information during the Second World War, and the two were connected. There was, under that passageway of Kingsway, communication between the two constantly. Senate House is the movie of George Orwell's 1984, even though he worked in Bush House. Now, looking a bit in terms of BBC in the Middle East, in 1936 already, it had established a radio service, and it was helping the Colonial Office to broadcast British views to the Arab world in Arabic, and it was very much challenging the fascist Italian. And the development of the radio service was in direct contact with the Foreign Office's diplomatic posts. So there was a gathering of information through the Colonial Office, as well as using the Colonial Office to broadcast. So there was a direct patriotic connection of what had to be done was being done. If we jump forward, we'll find that after the Second World War, a book was written about that. David Lerner, Psychological Warfare Against Nazi Germany, the Sky War Campaign. It was published in 1945. And that book was actually used as a basis for the 2003-2010 psychological warfare operations in Iraq. And the official United States and coalition military strategy was to de-Baathify Iraq, the de-Baath Party, using the exact same strategy used to denazify Germany. And those were the exact words mentioned in the strategy. And so there was no difference in the use of information operations in psychological warfare either. So it's not surprising that after the first Gulf War, and it's very interesting to see actually, because although technology existed for a BBC World Service in television in 1968 already, it didn't actually start until 1991. So the World Service or Foreign Service was radio only, and only in 1991 they began to think about a TV World Service. Ironically, after the end of the Cold War and the first Gulf War. But it was only really in 1994 that BBC Arabic television was launched, and we have to see with who was the partner, Saudi Arabia, and why. And it was pulled off the air in 96 because Saudi Arabia was very critical of the panorama. So we have to see a direct link, who is the ally of Britain and who is it being used for. The channel came back on air, totally different in 2008, and by 2009 was broadcasting fully. It slotted in well to the strategy, what was called the Information Operation Task Force. So the Information Operation Task Force differs from psychological warfare. Psychological warfare is very much a type of warfare which we call the gray area of influencing people. Information operations is actually to provide news. It has to provide the same way as a news operation works. And I was responsible, I was commander-in-chief of that operation for 7 years from 2003 to 2010 and lived in Baghdad during that period. The BBC, like we mentioned, only came in 2009. So this was a late entry into that. The law there. So we were actually using the entire operation from 2003, but I'd just like to delve now into the BBC part of things from 2009. When the BBC Arabic TV station came in 2008, it was number 27 out of 30. But by 2010 was the third most popular after Al Jazeera and Al Arabiya. So it played a very important role, progressively became to play that important role. It was used both on a tactical level and strategic level. And yeah, you can actually see the difference between the two. Strategic was to defeat Al-Qaeda in Iraq and present a better future for Iraq, but also on a tactical level on the day-to-day operations in assisting the various forces such as Petraeus surges. Very important to understand this is the second line theme. So it was conveying a message. Reveal the disgust of Al-Qaeda. Iraq chooses life. Al-Qaeda has become what it rages against, death. Hand in hand, not gun in hand. And you have to feel secure about what to do. And if we look at the bottom line, we can see different TV clips and adverts which were actually presented to do that. Very important here is the black line, shape expectations, generate change, focus forward, which is delivering the message, and the green, which was actually the television clips. So there was create the behavior, present framing the choice, force the choice, and reinforce the choice. And that is exactly like any marketing campaign of any product. You have Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola, frame the choice. Force the choice. You will like Coca-Cola better because of this. And then you continue to reinforce the choice once your market has been established. So what you're looking at there is no difference from any type of marketing campaign for any product. And the product here was to break the continuum of violence between Sunni and Shia, so that the American president could exit in honor. No other reason. It wasn't to win the war. It wasn't to get the Sunni to win or the Shia to win. It was to enable the American president to leave in honor and reduce that continuum of violence. That was the mission, and I had $500 million per year to do that. Where did the BBC come into this picture? As we mentioned, everybody has a target audience and everybody has an audience. Most of the people who were watching the BBC of 30 different television stations were the Kurds and the Shia elite. The Sunni were watching Al Jazeera, but we also broadcast on Al Jazeera. Al Arabiya was more the Shiites. And every station that we broadcast on, we had to have a different version of what we were broadcasting because the audience had to identify with it. We had to have a different voiceover because the audience had to identify with it. It had to be filmed in a different neighborhood which the person would identify with. So the product that we're using on the BBC was to the Kurds and Shia elites. So it was a totally different product, but the message was being conveyed was the same. We had an entire strategy, ideological, behavioral, political, and this is part of the words which were being used, so people would listen to it. We had to drive a wedge between Sunni and Al-Qaeda. We also had to defeat the Shia militia. So each message was specifically there, the same way as in marketing a product. we had a cycle of this to educate the population. No difference from BBC education. So when BBC was working with the Open University, it was delivering an education message. And the BBC was excellent in actually assisting the military producers of these on how education works over a television medium. Lead to answer. You are going to test eventually your audience through an examination, which was our measures of effect. We had surveys, which I'll get to very quickly. We had a product dissemination. So when we produced it, we knew how many times a week we were going to broadcast it, how many we'd have each week, how it would link into the radio broadcast, how many would be aired, and how many would be disseminated. So we had an entire cycle, production cycle, no different from any broadcasting cycle. There was only one difference. The product was information operations psychological warfare. So it was fully in tune with broadcasting. Yeah, you can see if we look at the bottom, TV channels that we broadcast and the different strategies we were using. And we knew what our cost was going to be to do this. So we had a budget on how we were doing it, and we would actually be paying our various stations in order to do that, and the weekly cycle to get there. Obviously, like any marketing campaign and selling campaign, we would like to know how we wanted to actually, how we were seeding. So we had polls. And what were our polls? Well, the first part of the poll was quantitative as well as qualitative. Quantitative, we did product testing before we broadcasted it. So we had a storybook, we filmed the advert, and then we had a focus group to test it. Then we broadcasted it, and then we'd go out on the street and have a poll to see the results. Questions were asked, did you see that advert on television last night? Who do you think made it? What do you think was the product? And so forth. And I'm going to give you some of those as an example now. So this was the area we're covering, for example, in Baghdad. We were doing a monthly, so from this one now, of 5,354 in all different areas. Focus was in the urban areas. So we knew exactly where we were looking at and where we had to improve, which we, in many cases, for example, for the BBC, was the north, which was the Kurds. And the intellectuals in the Shia were in Basra in the south, as a result of the survey. And yeah, we can see how effective we were. So we can see the change that we had on a weekly or monthly basis. So this is a monthly change, which we had a shift progressively, and you can see the plus 22, plus 28, plus 23, plus 19, as each product was being disseminated. And armed groups, government of exact, who do you think, and so forth. So we could change our product to suit what the reality on the ground was. Who do you think was protecting you? And obviously we wanted to reach the stage of being the police. If you were protecting yourself, it was anarchy. And we were therefore producing TV documentaries as well as TV clips to say, please support the police, law and order. Please do not support Al-Qaeda or militias. And this worked hand in hand, tactically on the ground with the military and the police who were creating that law and order. More of the same. And yeah, we were actually focusing on the various TV clips to see which were the most effective in terms of the statistics. So the blue one, the advert I saw, made me feel Al-Qaeda should leave Iraq. And progressively, this is a period of a certain 9 months, we had moved from 68 to 86. And red, the ad made me feel that Al-Qaeda criminals are losing. We're also moving up in that direction. So we found that we were being very, very successful in terms of doing that. Now at this point you should be asking, who is doing this? Well, I'm there, the bearded guy on the left-hand side. And the right-hand side, for all of those who are British, you will definitely recognize him. It's a bit of an old picture because he's in politics now. But that's the Right Honourable Nadim Zahavi. Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs and Minister for Equalities. And born in Baghdad, a Kurd. And he was doing all the surveys for us because at the time he was founder and owner of a public opinion survey company called YouGov. So YouGov was our contractor for all the statistics of the feedback, and the BBC was one of the 30 channels which we're using for broadcast. So here we can see just a bit of an insight on how patriotic a company is in delivering the message for the country, and how patriotic an individual is. Now I'm just going to show you one more video clip and then I'm finished. So.
No, and she's waiting on Zoom. So
Yeah.
Glenn, can we please?
Okay, we can show you some questions and answers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Margaret. Hi, can you unmute yourself and we're ready to listen to your...
Hi, sorry. Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, my apologies. I was trying to make my slideshow work. And for whatever reason, I can't seem to get the screen to work to function correctly, but I'll figure it out. But I'm so sorry that I can't be there with you guys. It was a long trip to get there, but most critically, I actually am just now getting over COVID. So I probably would have been stuck here anyway because of that. So anyway, thank you so much for letting me be here, and thank you so much for these spectacular talks. Today, it's 7 o'clock in the morning for me, so I'm basically just waking up. So today I wanted to talk about the BBC during the Suez Crisis. Can you guys hear me okay? Is everything okay? Yeah. Okay, great. So I wanted to talk today about the BBC and the Suez Crisis. And let me see if I can share my screen so that you can see my handy slideshow. So does that work? Is that working? Yeah, you guys can sort of see this? All right, we'll make do. Okay, so my research, my larger research in this project tells the history of the language of international broadcasting into the Middle East from 1945 until 1967. This research argues that in the late 1940s, the great state-led propaganda programs coming from Britain, the Soviet Union, Cairo, the United States, all of them scrambled to find a radio language that would successfully navigate the Cold War, the decolonization process, and the rise of Arab nationalism, all while creating compliance and consensus among Arab-speaking listeners. This was no easy task, even for the most experienced of propagandists. The book traces how, in the late 1940s, state broadcasters struggled to find a radio language that would work, that would generate this compliance. The British, borrowing from older traditions, argued that they were well-intended in their remaining colonial enterprises and doing their best in a world filled with communist agitators and recalcitrant subject populations. Radio Moscow, true to form, blamed the British and American imperial capitalist invasion for the post-colonial difficulties experienced across the Middle East, and pitched itself as the great defender of a socialist Islamic Arab nationalism, and of course as a defender of peace, particularly when the peace campaign began in the 1950s. Meanwhile, the Arab stations took tenuous sides in the emerging Cold War conflict, They argued that they were neutralist, themselves defenders of Arab nationalism. They vied for the title of being the most outraged over the Palestinian crisis, all as a part of their ongoing internal struggles for leadership in the post-colonial world. Most of them held the West, particularly Britain, responsible for the rise of Zionism and colonial occupation. Now, each of them settled on a key set of messages. This is really great how it follows exactly what the talk that we just saw. Each of them settled on a set of key messages, a nomenclature of phrases and terms that they hoped would become a kind of heuristic for a much larger way of understanding the world. They knew that the way that one describes the world reflects and creates that world. And so they set out to define the profane and the sacred, to differentiate enemy from ally, to build group and individual identity around those shared markers. They hoped that their messages would spread out in the real world as listeners repeated what they heard on their favorite radio shows to friends and family around the dinner table or standing in line in front of the store. As many of you know, in the 20 years that followed from 1945 on, propaganda in the Middle East became a massive state business. Cairo, London, Moscow, and Washington eventually employed hundreds of people to produce thousands of hours of broadcasts, each of them carrying different directives shaped by their state's policies on the Cold War and the rise of Arab nationalism. The Americans joined the fight in the 1950s, equipped with the promise of capitalist modernization and the threat of atheistic communism. The Soviets in the 1950s embraced the mantra of peace as a counter to American and British colonial overthrow. And all the while, Radio Cairo, and particularly Voice of the Arabs, became the beacon for pan-Arabism and non-alignment. Let's see if I can switch my things here. Okay. So as the years passed, I argue, these messages settled into self-sustaining, normalized discursive systems. Their language became increasingly circumscribed and repetitive, like a record caught on a scratch. The revolutionary language of Radio Cairo and Voice of the Arabs, the rhetoric of peace and colonial liberation from Radio Moscow, and the messages of democracy, anti-communism, and development from the BBC, from the UK's British Near East Broadcasting Service, which was Sharq al-Adna, and the Voice of America, all became mantras, shaped largely by Cold War blindness, what I call Cold War blindness, an inability to see beyond the Cold War fight, to understand other ways of communication, repeated until they hardened into these rote articulations of policies that increasingly came into conflict with experience and reality, conjured almost automatically without much connection to the events that they were actually seeking to describe. In my book, I argue that these grand state narratives, which seemed so powerful and so new at first, ultimately contributed to the collapse in legitimacy that they all experienced to varying levels in the years to come. As the philosopher Claude Lefort has noted, the ideological messaging that the British, Soviets, Egyptians, and Americans produced was always insufficient in its attempts to describe an objective truth that populations would believe in. That insufficiency only worsened as the decades wore on, and the ideologically driven state messaging crystallized into something that was largely untethered from reality. So, for instance, the British vision of continued colonial care and preeminence, which was repeated over and over again on the radio, had no language for the collapse of empire and the decline of British status in the world. Similarly, the American message of modernization, self-determination, and capitalist protection from communist invasion had no ability to talk about the orchestrated coups and interventions that actually continue to define American policy in the Middle East. The Soviet mantra of anti-imperial benevolence and peaceful aid had no way to address the actually limited possibilities and contingencies of that aid. By 1961, even the Egyptian claims of pan-Arabism, non-alignment, and anti-colonialism could make no account for inter-Arab conflicts, the actual needs of Palestinians who were still displaced, or the real economic problems that the region faced. How did language become so calcified is the question that I'm asking in this book. This speaks to a central irony in my project that has to do with the nature of the audio space in which these broadcasters functioned. On the one hand, the Soviet, British, American, and Egyptians worked desperately to create messaging schemes that would differentiate themselves from everybody else. They sought to define and control the narratives that listeners received. And yet at the same time, because they were in constant reiterative contact with each other, they were never alone on the air. Only together, taken as one massive network of constant call and response, did they create the complicated and intricately bound audio sphere that defined the radio experience in these years. As Alexei Yurchak, Donna Haraway, Mikhail Bakhtin even have noted, these armies of international propagandists created what we would call a dialogized world, where their messages continuously shaped each other and the language of the public sphere in a constant cycle of re-entrenchment, both in their own messages and their responses to everybody else's messages, which were often one and the same thing. None of the broadcasters were ever self-enclosed or deaf to one another. None of them worked in a vacuum. They were constantly calling back and forth to each other and were reflected in one another. In other words, these messages resided in a massive echo chamber where they produced and reproduced visions of a world shaped by particular state-sponsored ideologies that hardened and calcified in that reiterative space over time. So over time, I argued that they all settled into what really was one shared vocabulary, learned from each other over decades, that became increasingly limiting in the possibilities of expression that it could allow. So ironically, in their attempts to create unique messaging that would separate themselves from their enemies, because they were always in dialogue and in response to each other, they regressed to one language that ultimately faltered most profoundly in its ability to present a unique voice. Lots of great scholars have written excellent histories of radio broadcasting to the Middle East. As far as I know, though, this is the first project to look at the larger audio sphere that was created by all of the major broadcasters that were working in the Middle East. It's the first attempt to capture the dialogic of that space and to track its transformation over such a long period of time. Now, Suez and the BBC are obviously a critical part of this story. The history of the BBC during the Suez Crisis might possibly be actually the most examined topic in the history of Western media in the Middle East. Gary Rawnsley, Tony Shaw, James Vaughan, Peter Partner, and lots of others have written these really critical studies on the organization, on the BBC organization and its contentious role vis-a-vis Her Majesty's government in 1955 and 1956. They argue presciently, accurately, that despite the BBC's attestations of being independent from government control, Whitehall actually held tremendous sway over what the BBC said over the air. The BBC had spent the bulk of the 1950s supporting the British anti-communist crusade and the Baghdad Pact. This isn't to say that Whitehall was happy with the BBC. As Tony Shaw has noted, there was probably nothing that the BBC could have said in 1956 that would have satisfied Anthony Eden. He was really always frustrated with the BBC. And definitely the BBC declared their independence repeatedly in their Arabic broadcasts with programs entitled, The Relationship Between the Press, the Government, and the People, which ran with regularity as early as 1952. That story ran constantly since 1952. They took this message so seriously, the BBC did, that they sent repeated letters and transcripts of broadcasts on the topic of their independence to local Arab radio stations in the hope that they would also broadcast the stories. But of course, that was a part of the message. Nonetheless, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Office worked very diligently to muzzle the BBC, particularly their external service to the Arab-speaking world. In September 1956, Eden authorized the formation of a committee led by R.A. Butler to review the BBC's Arabic broadcasting after concluding that it had not been sufficiently aggressive and loyal to the nation. The committee slashed the government's budget for the BBC by £1 million. Later, they actually dropped it to £500,000. Historians have wondered what kind of a slap on the wrist that could have possibly been for the BBC. But they did require the appointment of a foreign office liaison to advise the BBC from that point on. So to that extent, Her Majesty's government had a win. Rumors abounded that we now know to be untrue, that Eden had actually given instructions to take over the BBC entirely. It didn't happen. It was just a fun BBC rumor that was spreading around the water cooler. On October 30th, 1956, the government announced that it would be requisitioning the Near East Broadcasting Station, which was the broadcasting station out of Cyprus that housed Sharq al-Adna. They renamed it. Sharq al-Adna, by the way, was the covert radio station that the British ran that was pretending to be Arabic run. Everybody in the know already knew that Sharq al-Adna was actually a British station, but the general public did not. And actually Sharq al-Adna enjoyed significant listening. It was the #2 station, second only to Radio Cairo and Voice of the Arabs. So they requisitioned it on October the 30th, 1956, renamed it Voice of Britain in order to carry announcements from Her Majesty's government. They would do this, they declared, in addition to relaying the BBC when space permitted. This really angered the BBC in late October 56 because the BBC had expected that they would be able to use the really powerful relays coming out of Cyprus exclusively. It turns out not so much. The British government decided that they were going to reel in the BBC to some extent and try to take over the radio, the audio space that the BBC was occupying. So then it comes as no surprise that the government was largely able to control the BBC's output during the bombing campaign that followed. As Tony Shaw has argued, not a single firsthand report of the RAF bombings actually came out over the BBC frequencies in those opening days. Instead, the BBC had to rely on guided interviews with pilots and mission commanders. The BBC did attempt to push back periodically, as when they famously gave airspace to Hugh Gateskill, who was the leader of the Labour Party, to lodge his opposition to the invasion just a couple of days after Eden had given a very stirring justification for the invasion across the British airwaves. So there was some pushback. Some of them, so that happened. The consequence of all this, as lots of scholars have noted, was the sense that the British government was following several contradictory foreign policies, because you had the BBC giving certain messages, Sharq al-Adna, which had just been taken over by Voice of Britain, giving other certain messages, very complicated. And some of those stations articulated Eden's nationalist, anti-communist, anti-Nasserist message by official British radio, and sometimes by the BBC as well. At other times reflecting a deep ambivalence about the British decision to intervene in Port Said. So this ambiguity only worsened as evidence of the British, French, and Israeli conspiracy came to light. Okay, so that's the sort of the standard history. I want to look more closely just for a minute at the BBC in October and November of 1956. When you look at this, it becomes really clear that even the BBC had become wrapped up in particular historical narratives about how to talk about the crisis and how to articulate what was going on to subject populations, to listening populations. I mean, it's also clear how the broadcasters are all talking to each other over the air. So I'll just walk you through a day. This is October the 30th, 1956. So right before the chaos has begun. At 6:30 a.m., Cairo radio broadcasts news that Egyptian officers are reporting to their units that the Israeli plan for a major advance into Egyptian territory had failed. We know that that's not true. Meanwhile, Israeli radio is broadcasting stories of Egyptian commando units spreading terror in Israel by indiscriminate murder, laying mines, and sabotage. They announced that they crossed into the Egyptian frontier the previous night and were advancing towards the Suez Canal. So there's two completely different stories being pitched depending on how you tune your radio. On the BBC, if you tuned up a little bit to the BBC, they were reporting that Israeli forces were indeed only 18 miles from Suez. And then they repeated every hour throughout the day the Israeli claim that Egyptian commandos were just indiscriminately murdering Israelis. As the announcer put it, the BBC announcer put it, for several weeks during the Suez dispute, the commando units had ceased operations. But with the Security Council debate ended, Colonel Nasser has felt himself free to order them to resume their activities. Within the past week, Israel has lost 14 killed and wounded from mines laid by commandos. In direct contravention to the armistice agreement and with the support of the Soviet Union, Colonel Nasser has emphasized once more that Egypt continues to maintain a state of war with Israel. So you can see how in this tiny little snippet, the BBC is absolutely supporting the British narrative. They're also weaving into the story the anti-communist message, even though in fact, right, the Soviets were absolutely not involved in supporting they were supporting the Egyptians and their pushback of the Israelis, but so were the Americans. Interestingly, I didn't put this in the clip, but after this, actually in this same story, in the same day in this same story, the BBC then turned to give a whole story on how Americans were evacuating out of Said and out of Egypt, out of Port Said and out of Egypt. It was only a story about American evacuations, with no talk at all about British evacuations out of Egypt, as a way to give the impression that the Americans were actually behind the invasion, were the ones who felt themselves to be most at risk, and the Americans were the ones who were fleeing. So the BBC in particular does a very good job of throwing both the Soviets and the Americans under the bus and explaining why Suez is happening. Interestingly, what I want to get at here, though, is how the extent to which the BBC is absolutely responding to what they're hearing getting said over the air by Radio Moscow and by Cairo Radio, by Voice of the Arabs in particular, and Ahmed Said, who's the famous Egyptian broadcaster who's working the airwaves like a master in 1956. So in the end, the BBC was the only the only aspect of the British broadcasting program that came out alive from these days. Voice of Britain ends up being shut down. Sharq al-Adna ends up being exposed. The BBC does end up taking over those relays in Cyprus and becomes the major British voice in the Middle East for a long time. Eventually, the British will turn to the IRD, the Information Research Department, to create a whole massive anti-communist Leviathan program in Arabic in the Middle East. And it was the Suez Crisis that ironically cemented the BBC's position and power within the otherwise humiliated Eden government. Now, if there's one takeaway that I have to offer at this conference today, it is that we need to push ourselves to think about radio and media not as a field that can be studied by looking at one organization that exists in a vacuum, sort of looking just at the voices of one organization without thinking about the ways that it's interacting with everybody else. By 1956, the BBC Arabic service was spending the majority of its time reacting to and engaging with the voices that it was hearing on the radio. I mean, we know this was the case because the BBC monitoring service and the FBIS, the Foreign Broadcast Information Service run by the American CIA, were frantically understaffed all the time because of the amount of recording and listening they were having to do. It was never the BBC, just like all the rest of them, was never an organization that stood apart from the others, stood apart from Radio Cairo or Radio Moscow or the Voice of America for that matter. It was a part of an audiosphere, and it was experienced as a part of an audiosphere for listeners who turned on the radio, as a voice that sat right alongside the other voices coming from other places, all of them in constant conversation with each other. All right, that's it. Thank you so much. I'll unshare my screen. I can figure out how to do that. You'd think after years of doing Zoom, we could all figure these things out more easily, but no. There we go.
Thank you so much to our presenters. Kristen and Glenn, would you like to come forward? And then Margaret's royal presence behind you. So we're going to take a few questions at a time and allow our respondents to comment. And then if there's time, we're going to take a few more. So who has questions or comments to the panel? And I'm just sitting next to me.
Hi, thank you. The panel was very interesting, sort of on its own level, but also on a meta level, and I think that Margaret's paper ended up being a very interesting critique of Glenn's paper. What struck me most was your comment, was your argument about the calcification of language that becomes an internal conversation between sort of propaganda outlets and the way that the calcified language takes on a world, it becomes a sort of an almost hermetic universe of its own, and the reference of that language and the reference of these words almost lose meaning or are reified into meanings that are unaddressed and therefore violent, orientalist, take into account all kinds of things. So I thought that was really interesting. I also thought that there was a very interesting methodological balance between Margaret's paper and Kristen's paper, so Kristen focuses on a single character, say, in this propaganda war, whereas Margaret says we have to understand this as a whole, which is not to say that one is better than the other, but I thought that the juxtaposition of both your papers was super interesting because of the level of nuance we could get from Kristen's paper, and yet the point of view that juxtaposing all of those different media outlets showed. So that was my comment, if you want to continue talking about this, but yeah.
We'll take some more questions and comments. Yeah, go.
I'm not sure how much relevance this question has, but Margaret, because of your...
You might want to take the other microphone, because that one's kind of weak.
I hear him fine.
Oh, okay. Margaret, because of your comment to researchers that, you shouldn't take, let's say, the BBC on its own. You've got to put it in the context of other radio enterprises at the time. It leads me to ask, and this would be for all three presentations, what happens if you, or is there any evidence from your research that you might broaden that context even more and consider other media of communication interacting, whether it's radio, higher technology, radio and television, or lower technology, oral practices.
Or newspapers, right?
Or print media, right, or pamphlets and leaflets. Whether you comment about that as kind of countering or undermining that possibility.
And one more?
It's just not a really super structured question. It's just more a comment, but a bit of a question. It's for, perhaps you all could comment a bit on that. It's about, first listen to Glenn, and I was really interested in how micro-targeting was used because some of the literature about the Cold War in the Middle East, I've seen John Vaughan, for example, talking about one of the problems of the IRD propaganda operations is that they were too broad and occasionally being reused or recycled from other regions and then they were missing some interesting points of focus, it's a lesson that it seems that was learned, and so how perhaps Margaret can comment a bit about at how, if it was the case in her experience of looking at these radio programs, if they were indeed being too broad, or if there is some kind of effort to target specific sections of the population. And I'm fascinated by the fact that Second World War material is still a reference, a model. In the broadcast to Latin America, one principle that keeps reappearing when in propaganda campaigns is the idea of fear and self-interest. In the propaganda committees, the discussion, the minutes, they always come back to this, where we should focus on fear and self-interest. Is it still an operational principle in your experience?
And Tal?
Just to question for Glenn, if you can comment on the reception of those broadcasts, what you might know about the reception inside of Iraq.
Thanks. So it's actually more of a comment, because we started with an observation or maybe a description of voice and the intimacy of voice and communities that maybe, even more familial or friendship through voice. But I think the two last presentation brought back that soft power is still power, and made it very clear what are the stakes when we're thinking about broadcasting from the margins, and the sort of the axis of capitalist, materialist, militarist operations that are at work through broadcasting, and that broadcasting is so deeply implicated in, that it's not only theoretical voices in the ether, but there has very, very concrete geopolitical and personal prices that people pay for this broadcasting.
I have a question to Kristen, and I'm going to rudely arrogate the fact that I'm holding my mic in my hand. And I was really struck by this discussion of the personality, the main character of the story and his personality, that it actually is receding, right? So there's how much, to the extent to which his personality was actually decentered and almost completely not there. Not in the way that he discussed himself, not in the way that that his broadcasting worked. So on the one hand, I wondered how come? Because a lot of international broadcasting was dominated by personalities, right? They were like very famous people and had followers. Again, the Seva case is kind of completely opposite. So on the one hand, so how did this happen? And then there's still this interesting dynamic that despite all these efforts, the Soviets still remember him. And even though the BBC does nothing to center his personality, and he kind of tries to merge into the objective voice of whatever, actually the Soviets still kind of see him as a person and distinguish him, and he dominates their memories.
Yeah, I had a sort of related question about the degree to which the codedness that was necessary to make sense of him was part of the point, like whether or not there was some kind of community that's supposed to get created by the fact that what you're supposed to get out of him is not self-evident, that you have to recognize him. So we take your answers then.
I have answers, but if you want to go first.
Is this? Yeah. So it's to your question about sort of other media and intermedia kinds of possibilities. For Cold War broadcasting, what's so interesting is to the Soviet bloc is that it really is, for this period of time, the only way, right? There isn't actually at this time, for much of this time, television broadcasting, for example, and there's a pretty effective lock on the exchange of print media. But what radio manages to do, the BBC, but also the Voice of America, is, for example, to read back to the Soviet bloc, the Soviet Union in particular, all the literature that's coming out. So there's this kind of really effective feedback loop, and that becomes one of its main functions, actually, is so the literature that's written behind the Iron Curtain that is not publishable there and that makes its way out, Samizdat, is read back to the Soviet Union. So it does become kind of intermedial in that way, in a really interesting way. One thing that struck me about Goldberg, and again, it is a really interesting contrast to Margaret's paper, and we've been on panels together before, is that there's the level of broadcasting which is state policy and strategy, and then there's the level of broadcasting which is the profound effects of the individual. And in this case, it's absolutely clear that this is the profound effects of a single person who dominated the voice of the Russian service from 1946 to 1982. Also interesting that he was the head of the Russian service and seemed to be making his way toward administrative kind of role, was cut down in an essential witch hunt in 1958. And nevertheless, I like to see this, maybe this is my own kind of inner optimist or idealist, he gets his own back, right? Because he is the voice of the Russian service. He's not the head of the service, but yet it's Mr. Goldberg that people sing about in the Soviet Union, and it's Mr. Goldberg that they remember. And it's he and a few other very individual characters like the Stevan Novgorodtsev that I'm mentioning that people tune in for. I think that we underestimate that at our peril, the fact that this is a personality-driven, individual-driven endeavor in certain circumstances, maybe not all circumstances, but certainly in the Russian service I can say that with some confidence. The thing that's interesting about him being this kind of cipher personality is he's that, right? He's just Anatoly Maximovich. But what I'm trying to argue is that he becomes this sort of hybrid into which people can put their own hopes and aspirations. Because he's this kind of British gentleman, as I said, matching all the stereotypes of the best of Britain, which I, in the longer piece go into more extensively, but there is a very embedded national stereotype in the Soviet Union about what Britain can mean, and it's about things you might imagine. It's about reasonableness, gentlemanliness, fair play, politeness. So he can be all those things for them, and yet he's very clearly Russian, and he can be that kind of amalgamation for a certain sector of the population between an idealized West centered in Britain and a Russianness, a kind of free-floating Russianness, a Russianness that we could be, could have been, might yet be. I think he can fulfill all of those functions. I mean, he's an intelligentsia figure, right? I know from the letters that people who were not intellectuals or of the intelligentsia, that kind of broader Soviet class, listened to him. However, he is most famous among the educated populations and most lionized and heroized by them. And I think that that's the place he fulfills in their kind of imagination. It's this kind of uncanny ability to be, as I was saying at the end, a kind of version of themselves.
Sure, I'll give a one-sentence answer to each question. I hope it's enough. Ayelet, most important to news, TV news, is how many vans you have on the street. You go to Washington, you ask Fox and CNN how many vans you have on the street. If not, you don't have breaking news, and you have to use somebody else, the wire services. In Iraq, 99% of the time, I was the only TV crew. I was the information. Others had to buy it from me. So whether they liked it or not, the difference between information operations and psychological information, I provided the information. Take it or leave it. If you wanted to broadcast a TV in Iraq between 2003 and 2010, it was my crews. Different now because there's social media. People can film it. Then I was the TV news. BBC had to if they wanted to cover it. Two, to Glenn, in context, yes. We had TV, we had radio, we had news, we had adverts news, and we even had billboards on side of the streets. We reinforced this message like you wouldn't believe. And we had people in the mosques. Every Friday we had competition. We were making certain the message was driven home. To Thomas, yes, definitely, focusing and making certain in context. I wrote an article in 2011 straight as I pulled, after President Obama pulled out of Iraq, I was authorized, permitted to write an article in International Journal of Intelligence and Counterintelligence. I wrote about intelligence operations that I conducted in Iraq. Published, fully identified, puberty cleared. And we even have graduates of King's College War Studies, your department, which were working with us, who worked at the BBC at the time, and you might even know them, Sophia Long, the one who had the affair with Tim Wilcox. She is a BA in War Studies from 1996, and she worked with me in Baghdad for a while. To tell, yes, soft power is getting that back of mind message without forcing it through, which is what you do on TV. Because radio, you actually listen more. But TV, it's really coming into you and it's influencing you. And like I said in my presentation, marketing. Our 30-second adverts were what we are marketing. And the soft product we are marketing are institutions and democracy and capitalism. And even if we're not there, please carry on and do it. So we were soft power all the way through. And good old Nye from Harvard would love us, and he did love us. Moving through to the last question, which was addressed over here. Okay, Robert, a reception in Iraq. Are you talking about the people in the street receiving it or the actual broadcasting quality?
People receiving it.
One of our questions which we asked was, who do you think made this advert? And we were aiming through our focus groups when we were actually producing it to have the answer, somebody who cares about Iraq. If during the focus groups, during the production, somebody said, oh, that was made by the Americans, we had to change it because we knew it would not be received. So the ideal situation which we got to was, yeah, somebody who cares about Iraq was telling us something last night when we saw that. And then we built upon that. The person who cared was your local mayor, your local governance, the police, and so forth. So that's covering the questions. I hope I didn't miss anything that was addressed to me.
Okay, so actually, I was really excited to hear you talk about the vans on the ground because, you know, the BBC had all kinds of fights with the IRD in the 1950s over purchasing, over whether or not to buy particular new pieces of stories from other places, or whether or not to like bribe particular organizations to carry their stories. The BBC always refused, or at least they said that they refused. Whereas the IRD was perfect. And so to some extent that definitely did happen. And so like literally there would be a 24-hour, the Soviets were really good at being the ones who defined I'm frozen.
Margaret,
I'm frozen.
Margaret, you are frozen and kind of we're losing you intermittently. And also, unfortunately, we need to finish the session.
Okay.
Thank you so much for...